Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL as we are here for the second to last day of this season. I couldn't be more excited. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown, and today we decide to crown our second LTA North promotion team.
That's right. It's not the finals, but this is such an important match for both of these teams because, yeah, top three is amazing, but everyone has their sight sets on the LTA promotion tournament, and you said it, Lennon, there's only one spot left. Today we're going to decide who's going to get it.
Yep, and there's quite a big tussle that's going to unfold for this one for sure. I think the most important part is to realize that this is the culmination of an entire year of work. Obviously, for some of these teams, maybe a half a year with the second split. But it's super important to realize how much rides on today's best of 5-1 series that these players have played so many times before, but this one may be adding a little bit more to it. But that is a little bit of a setup for what we have to come, but we are setting up for our biggest award of this split, and that means that we have to start counting down. We're going to start with our third most valuable prospect nominee, and let's go ahead and get the drum rolls going. It will be Tactical, who takes third place in the MV prospect race.
Yeah, fair enough. I think Tactical's had a good year overall with Luminosity Gaming. I think the bot lane has often been some of their strongest points. It makes sense. He played well. Good for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think rightfully so. The guy's been on one, especially when you were looking at last split. Here, this split as well, though. LG is just an absolute machine. Yeah. And now we move to our second place, as we'll be saving the first for the big show tomorrow. But second place, drums rolling, is a surprise out of left field.
Not for me.
It's Hoarder at second place for most valuable prospect. Let's go ahead and bring it up here. What a split from this young man. I have been so impressed at what he's been able to bring, his mindset, the way that he approaches the game, and also the carry performances we've seen from this dude.
You say what a split, Lennon. I say what a year it's been for
honestly.
A player like Hoarder. It's really uncommon that in their first year a player gets MVP nods. The only one I know off the cuff, of course, was Yuji, who's gotten a good amount of votes pretty much every split he was in the NACL, especially the ones that he won. But Hoarder, I think it's just been amazing to see the growth that he showed basically from when we've seen him in Tier 3 and what that culminated in here once he joined the NACL. And even though Supernova, it didn't have the playoff performances that they expected, that a lot of us expected, I think Hoarder can look back pretty happily with the amount he's accomplished this year.
Yeah. Second place nod in the most valuable prospect run as a rookie is not too shabby.
Yeah.
So congratulations to our runners-up, Tactical and Hoarder. We'll have the big unveiling for the first place tomorrow before the series kicks off. But if you want to check out any of that info, if you want to catch up on any of the info you missed from the NACL coming into this final week, go check out our socials. They'll be scrolling off in the top left of your screen. Check out any of the action that you did miss.
That's right. You could do so, or Lennon won't start the game. All those tech pauses you saw during the last series.
Got the button right here, man.
Yeah, it was Rafa. Now it's Lennon's turn with the button. So guys, just get on the socials, please. It really helps us out.
We UPS ground ship it to each other.
Yes, I knew it.
Expedite.
I knew it. It's a big conspiracy involving the USPS. Like, what else can I say?
Oh no, a little too deep. Sorry. I do think we do have a little bit of a recap here going over the last time we were in the NACL here last week. So let's go ahead and take a look down at what exactly went down. As I gotta say, I don't know who beats LG at this point. It is terrifying. Yes, I think Conviction were able to show a little bit of something in this series, obviously, but when LG wanted to win, it just felt like they could win.
Yeah, I will say the game that Conviction won did look pretty good from them.
They had an OP draft, bro. They had the most OP draft of all time.
I know, but Luminosity Gaming, the players are too OP on this roster. This is our reigning champs. The core of this roster won in 2023 summer under the banner of Disguise. These players have played in the LTA. This is what we expect from them, and their goal is beyond this league. They want to be the ones to take Disguise's spot in the LTA North. So it really just makes sense that they've been able to consistently play at this high level.
Shout out to the TF Blade Shen.
Shout out Shen.
I think getting Pantheon anytime in any series is always ridiculous. I think that champion just needs to stay perma banned. But I'm really excited to see what kind of version of the meta we end up getting today. But this one was a pretty whole-handed victory for LG. Obviously, the one game that didn't go their way, but they are sitting there pretty at the top, having claimed their spot in the LTA North Promotion Tournament, and now just waiting their challenger to see if they can take this one down and go back-to-back.
Yeah, and especially for Conviction, coming off of a match like this is a little tough for them, but if we look at the record, when they actually play the match, they do have one over on Blue Otter. So this rematch from earlier on in the upper bracket is coming back today to decide who that second spot is going to be. But Lennon, you know the saddest part about this picture for me? It's almost all filled out. We're almost done.
I know, man. It's crazy. The final 2 days here.
I know.
It feels like it's been a long time, but it also feels like it's not been long enough.
Never is.
But a lot of incredible stories. I know when we're looking at the picture of the top 3 here, maybe it's not exactly what anybody expected coming into this split, especially. Maybe even this year. I know Conviction a little bit different there, but it's incredible to see some of the Titans that have fallen, the ones that we really expected to be in that conversation for LTA North, and now we are left with only one decision between Blue Otter and Conviction as we look to today. It is a rematch. It is a match with a little bit of history, a match of former and current affiliates of Cloud9.
That's
and
right.
It's a lot going into the final series for both these orgs, for all 10 players and the staff behind them.
Yeah, and again, I really want to echo your props, Lennon, for the fact that these two teams were not really expected. You look at fan sentiment, you look at regular split performances, there was that clear top 3. I will argue Conviction made an argument for a dark horse, but it wasn't as confident. There wasn't as much confidence around them as there was over LG, Supernova, Dark Zero. So the fact that they've been able to make it here and Blue Otter gave us yet another Blue Otter summer has just been astonishing to watch. And it is really sad that one of these teams has to go home now.
Hey, all I'm saying, Conviction said it earlier, it's starting to get cold.
I don't know, man.
End Blue Otter summer. I don't
It's
know.
hot.
Hey, we're in LA. It's hot as hell.
I'm in Toronto. It's hot. It's pretty hot too.
Maybe it just depends where you're at least.
Yeah.
But we'll see exactly how that all works out, because I think today is a wonderful day for League of Legends. It's a wonderful day to take a look at Conviction themselves, who were in that upper bracket conversation until they ran into the beast that was LG. But this team, they have been able to find a lot of cohesion and a lot of sick gameplay, at least, to be able to find that run, and now they got to make it come true against Blue Otter once again.
Yeah, I mean, any questions on whether or not this roster would be able to hit the ground running were immediately quashed, because from day one, Mazel Conviction were playing hard. They were playing well, and they had a really great record by the time the split ended up completing, making it all the way to that winners finals here in playoffs as well. So they have a lot to be excited about, or they have a lot to be proud of with the split that they've been able to perform under.
And this guy right here, a well-known name in the Tier 2, Tier 3 scene, Catavald, finally getting an opportunity, it feels like, after a long time coming, and also being a linchpin for the team itself in that mid lane, being able to find a lot of success through some of those roaming mid lane picks, the scaling aspects as well, but he's going to have a little bit of a tough test tonight.
Yeah, I think so. Even though he has been able to get the better of Sammy Kid and Blue Otter before, it does really feel like Blue Otter have stepped it up the longer playoffs have gone. I mean, they 3-0'd Supernova. They've just been putting up performance after performance, and I think this Blue Otter roster, again, really reminding us about some of the magic that we believed in when they first debuted in summer 2024.
Blue Otter summer is in full swing. The miracle run to end all miracle runs. It's crazy to think just a year ago we were having these kinds of same conversations with Blue Otter, and what built up their expectations coming into 2025, and the fact that they have made good on that. They have made it further than they've ever made it, and it is off the back of the way they like to play. That is my biggest emphasis for Blue Otter, is they are picking things that they like, that are comfortable for them, and they're winning with them. And that is so incredibly powerful. And it leads off with Samikin, who is constantly drawing so many bans and still playing niche picks that nobody's pulling out.
Yeah, he gets a lot of respect for a lot of his pocket picks because when they do come out, people are reminded how dangerous they are. And I think even when this team was struggling during the regular split, Samikin was still a bright spot. He was still looking good, making plays, and was a really a big positive light for the team while they were trying to figure themselves out. And now that they are here, he's shining brighter than ever.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be an important factor here tonight as we do take a look back at the last time these two teams ended up meeting. It was a little bit of an unfortunate affair for Blue Water, but maybe that gives them a little bit more gas in the tank this time around, Beatdown.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see if Blue Water, you know, have learned anything from this series, if they're going to change up some of the strategies a little bit. I mean, if you look at the Viper bot lane, something they weren't really prepared for, and that I think performed really well for Conviction in that game that we were just watching. So we'll see. Conviction, of course, looking to make this their second win in a row against this team so they can get the spot in the LTA promotion tournament.
Yeah, one of these teams is going to be contesting for that spot and hopefully facing DSG in the long end of things. But I guess for me, that's where that conversation of the ADC comes into play a little bit more here. I think Array has really been on fire as of late, and I think this last time they met, he definitely got taken advantage of a bit by Viper.
Yes.
Not only because Viper was willing to pull out the Riven ADC, but more so just the way that things were going in lanes, the kind of control over the map. But I think Array has seriously leveled up since the last time these two teams faced off, and now it makes me that much more excited to see these two guys go to head-to-head in these team fights because that's where they really thrive.
Yeah, I really agree, too, with the improvement from Array in this playoffs run in particular, because, I mean, this is a player who, you know, us who watch the Tier 2 space have a lot of respect for. He's had some really great performances on various different teams, and now it feels like we're seeing more of that same Array. Action Jackson, as a lot of us call him. So maybe this time could be different as we take a look at the comparison in these playoff stats.
Playoff stats abiding as a lot more games for Blue Water, obviously, as they've had to run the gauntlet down here in the lower bracket. But Conviction now know the sting of that as well. Very close in contention of the stats, and I expect this series to be a banger. I expect it to go to 5 games, and I would have nothing less.
Of course, and I think the extra 5 games that Blue Water have played does really matter, because I mean, you talk to any player or coach at any level of competitive play, more stage games is always better. Just because you can't really get the kind of improvement anywhere else, not in scrims, not in solo queue. So that could also be a factor playing more towards the benefit of Blue Otter. So I don't think this will be as one-sided as it was last time.
All right, well, I'm hoping so. I really want to see the fireworks. I want to see the ribbons. I want to see the Viper setup. I want to hear Silver Scrape. I want to see the Mel for Samikin again. I'm so excited what version of the meta we're going to get tonight for these teams. But I do believe I heard Conviction are on blue side for game number 1. So it sets them up at least here for getting some very powerful picks coming off the table. And that's where we can maybe start talking a little bit about the setups between these big power picks that we were kind of highlighting in Perry and Kryra first and foremost. A lot of the leading hand of what's going to happen tonight as well. Want to see if maybe Kryra is willing to get the Zac, or at least given the Zac in some cases.
Yeah.
But I think him and Perry going head-to-head is going to be extremely, extremely important for the pace of this best of.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk about some of these pocket picks. There is a bit of overlap there. I mean, you kind of called it out earlier. The TF played Shen, something we know Quacker plays very often, has had some fantastic performances on. So it will be interesting to see, because we are in this fearless format, who is going to be able to get a hold of those really key champions that both teams rely on.
Hey, maybe it just leads out to what ACL loves most, and playing towards comfort in the biggest moments.
Oh, yeah.
As, it's going to be a lot of fun. As talking about the biggest moments, let's go ahead and take a look at the predictions here, because I do believe we aren't all one-sided this time. There is the lone man in the middle who knows his job, he knows his role. It's Cubby, to be the counterintuitive person to our broadcast.
Agreed.
As everybody's got Blue Otter Summer here.
That's right, and I mean, we're all believers. I know Eric has been like the day one Blue Otter fan. I'm just sticking to my promise of never voting against them. Don't worry about that one lower bracket match I forgot. It's not important. But overall, I actually do believe Blue Otter have a pretty good chance of winning this one. I think those extra games really matter. Feels like they're improving so much these past couple of weeks, and you got to give them the momentum. It's certainly in their favor.
Yeah, well, if you want to gather a little bit of momentum for yourself, go get some ProDiff.gg coaching. From ProDiff.gg, go get one-on-one coaching from pros formerly and current in the LTA North, NACL, and the ERLs. You can scan that QR code and get one-on-one coaching for ProDiff.gg.
Right. Remember, pros on ProDiff, the coaches, are either active or formerly active LTA North and NACL players, so you can ensure you're getting the best coaching possible. Just go ahead and scan that QR code there.
But now we get back into the gameplay aspect of it. We're going to draft now, and it's very important to see what pivotal picks are going to be taken in this game, number one. How soon we're going to start getting some of those niche counter picks, or at least the comfort picks coming through. The Conviction on the blue side, they are going to holistically focus Sammykins, Zoe, probably all series long. And we do see the Aurora joining that ban table as well. It is the Pantheon from that red side from Blue Otter, as rightfully so, that champion needs to stay off the table. And that is going to be the Azir as well.
Yeah, I think Sammykin definitely gets a lot of ban pressure compared to other mids in the league, just because I think the Zoe is been around, it's nuts, and the Aurora, he's definitely earned that one as well. The few times it comes through, he's been able to do some pretty damn good work.
Now, first pick is the big conversation here. Do we get early jungle? Do we get one of these laning power picks? Is it going to be the Yunara that ends up coming in game number one if it's let through? The final ban for Blue Otter is what we're waiting on. We did see the Wukong ban on the other side, though, so Conviction realized they maybe need to focus Kryra a little bit, maybe trying to keep that one open for later on. I know that's something that Perry really likes, as the Jack's going to be banned against TF Blade, not going to give him the easy out in game number one.
Yeah, I mean, a really common and good 1-2 on red side is that Wukong Ori. Could be that they want to pick maybe some less mobile champions, so they want to deny that combination for Convictions, or rather for Blue Otter, so that it's a little harder for them to pull the trigger on a lot of these team fights.
Rumble was left open, and we first picked there. I know this is something they've been really willing to highlight into, and obviously still just a very, very big power pick here. So could be a little flexible, but more than likely going to TF Blade in the top lane. And we'll see this top lane more than likely, I would guess, get picked in this first phase for Blue Otter. Obviously, Cracker is just highlighting one of his favorite picks, but we'll see if they want to get these kind of top lane trios going in the first phase, or if we try to differentiate that a little bit, as we do see the Yunara come in for Blue Otter.
Yeah, I mean, another power pick there for Array, even though there were a couple of changes, still think the champion's in a really powerful position and worth prioritizing. So I think Array, being the player who we always credit to be really good at team fights, spacing, and maximizing his damage, I think it's the perfect chance.
The Vi locked in, so point and click lockdown facilitation from Kryra. You have a little bit of skirmish potential there in your own right, too.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what the combo is. It feels like Talia has kind of fallen by the wayside, but I think that's still something I'd like to see, especially if they really do go the route of those less than mobile carries there for the side of Conviction. So it just depends on what they want to be locking in there. They might even hold bot lane till later, see if they can force a pick with Blue Otter.
I really appreciate the poppy here, actually, from Perry. I know this is something he loves to play in solo queue. He's also dastardly with the mechanics there, that you can have a lot of skill expression there, but also just really locking down Kryra in these fights, not allowing him to have those easy entrances for the engage.
Yeah, I mean, that also kind of makes you have to think twice about picking a lot more champions with dashes, just to kind of minimize the value of that steadfast presence. I do like the Orianna. I think that actually ends up being a pretty good pick there, since the Talia's already been taken away, and I think she's just grown so much more in popularity lately. That Shockwave is really effective.
Yeah. The ball delivery system, as we like to call it. They will be throwing a lot of those around, at least with the Yunara as well. We'll see if they actually do end up blocking that one in. The Orianna is there, so a lot of team fight potential there. I've been a little bit question mark on the Talia versus Orianna. I think some of that mobility that Talia can provide from that mid lane is just extremely powerful. Want to see how they combine, at least for Perry and Evolve. But in the second phase, we got to start thinking about what this bot lane looks like. I know there's going to be some focus there from Blue Otter as well, and try to whittle down the Viper pool.
Yeah, especially because we have no picks from the bot lane yet. I think I really like the Corki pick actually, because I think you're looking for some more late game DPS on their side. So I think removing those options is going to be really smart. Maybe even a Varus ban. So Viper or Vayne ban, they really want to go that route. I think something Viper's been able to find a lot of success on for Southern 80s in the league.
A little bit, I would say. I don't know if it's going to be a Riven game #1, but maybe we'll look into something like that. As the Galio is the lockdown there, I think it's rightfully so, potentially in that top lane matchup against the Rumble. We've seen that time and time again, but I do expect maybe the kind of more ranged carries to be taken off here by Blue Water if they want to go for that, or maybe looking to whittle down the support pool as well from stun.
I mean, it's game 1 there. There are so many supports up. I think he just banned
Ezreal, okay.
Yeah, makes sense. And I'm interested too. I think we'll probably see another ban the way of Quacker for the same reason. But I like that they've held off on Quacker's pick because we know, even though Rumble is showing and it's very likely top lane Rumble, Quacker is known for playing some more unorthodox champions. So what Blue Water likes to do on the red side is, even if top is showing, delay the pick a little more and see if one of Quacker's signature champions works well into the whole... Yeah, like the Olaf is that perfect example where it isn't just about top lane. Will it interact well with the other team? And these are things that Blue Water are considering, which is why you'll often see them on red side hold the top laner till late. But this time, they already know. They want the Yorick.
They want the Yorick, they want the side lane pressure here, so going with a bit of a different look in that regard and not opting into the full team fight aspect. I mean, obviously Yorick is a pretty strong team fighter too. So you really take this pick to get that side lane pressure going, and Conviction playing with the mental a little bit here, saying, you know what could be coming later on in this series at any moment's notice in any one of these games. But it is the Senna to start us off, so some very strong scaling and some later game antics for Viper.
Yeah, and I wonder if they're just going to go immediately for the Senna Nautilus. I think it ends up being safe. It gives you another round of engage that's more consistent. And that gives Blue Water a pretty good opportunity to just go. Oh, wait a second. It's Senna support.
Senna, let's go, baby.
Whoa.
This has been rising up in solo queue as well. A lot of that transition from Senna to that support. He was teasing us, but it wasn't just a tease. He is locking it in. Game #1. Viper is throwing down the gauntlet.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be pretty crazy because you do offer that sustain. I can't imagine what that lane is going to be like, but probably not very enjoyable. And I think the scary thing for Blue Water as well is just trying to get through this early game. You have a really strong mid jungle with Vi Ori, that's fine, but there's a real chance bot lane could go really badly for you. Yunara needs time. So it really is just about Blue Water keeping the game slow and making sure that Ray can just farm up and get to those crucial breakpoints so that he can participate in this fight. He can actually try and rip these guys down.
I think it's, as an ADC, I think it's blasphemous to see the Riven and bot lane. It's unfair, as we all know. Any ADC, as soon as you see a top laner on your screen, ADCs lose like 50% of all of their stats. And then they just die randomly. At times it's spontaneous combustion is what it relates to. But no, in all reality, I think the Yunara is going to have a little bit of a difficult chance, especially with the lack of range there in some of the team fighting that we are seeing from Blue Water side of things. It's going to rely on a lot of positioning, a lot of that momentum from Array.
It is. It's going to be tough too. This early game, there's a lot of heavy lifting that needs to be done by the rest of the map, especially because they opted into the Nautilus, which, makes sense for the comp, but there was a chance for Rovex to pick something ranged, like maybe the Bard, to be able to make the lane phase easier. Since he didn't go that route, you're really walking on a thin edge here for Blue Water in this early game. But if they can get through it, they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, their team fight is pretty insane. Still, that is also the case for Conviction. I always look at the Rumble and everybody starts to scoff at, it's just a Rumble, but it's crazy what a Rumble can do in this day and age in the meta.
Who's saying that to you, Lennon? I must talk to them.
Maybe it's me. I don't know.
Oh God, I need to talk to you.
I think it was a very powerful Blue 1 pick. I think that's super important to highlight because I think B1 in this series is going to need to be impactful. But we go ahead and take a little bit of a look at the head-to-head that we really wanted to focus on And it is this bot lane. I love it because we get Viper's sauce in game number 1 with the Riven. Array going with the Yunara that has been almost, picked up every single time it's kind of left open because it's such a strong place right now. And these two guys going to be going head-to-head for this game number 1 in very differing fashions.
Yeah, and of course Viper, while he is, playing Riven this game, he has actually played really well this split on the marksman role overall on those, standard marksman champions. He's actually that recent role swap who's playing this role for the first time competitively this split, and he has looked great. And I think that's something that deserves a lot of praise. I know in an interview Stunt talked about it as well, how hard he's worked and the fruits of his labor.
But I gotta say, Array, Action Jackson on the other side, he's had some insane carry moments for Blue Otter in some of their pivotal games. He's gonna need to be on one tonight as well. Make sure you're getting your votes in chat. Who you think's gonna win? Is it gonna be the Riven ADC game 1 from Viper, setting the tone for the series, or will it be Blue Otter with a little bit of that summer left in the tank here? Make sure you get your votes in CNV or Blue for either side.
Yeah, and guys, just for people who are unsure about whether or not they want to vote for Blue Otter, I have another thing for you. If you vote for Blue Otter and you're right, you have that over Cubby, who will be wrong. And I think that's what any rational person would want. So consider that when you're casting your vote.
I think it's a really nice consideration. Honestly.
Thank you. I thought so
Very
too.
Very important. I love it, though. The votes are going back and forth. I think this series is going to go back and forth. I think blue side will be extremely important in the long run of things, but Blue Water have shown that they can win on that red side as well. I'm very interested because I do expect this to go the distance. I think both these teams kind of leaving everything out on the Rift is what's most important to me. Like we've seen, yes, obviously one side is coming down from a loss, and that's never fun with the momentum going their way. For Blue Otter, but it's also something where you have to rely on the experience on the side of Conviction to really pull them over. So we're getting into game 1 now. It is the most important series of both these teams' careers, it feels like. That LTA North promotion series and tournament on the line. Only one of them can step forward into the light, and only one of them can move forward to face Luminosity Gaming in the grand finals. It's Conviction versus Blue Otter. The battle of the Cloud9 affiliates coming to battle here in this best of 5. We'll see exactly how it pans out for game number 1.
And like we were saying before, it's the battle of the teams that not many people believed in to be able to make it this far into top 3 Mazel. And props to them, they earned it. But only one of them will be able to go to that LTA promotion tournament. Conviction got the better of Blue Water last time, but now it's a best of 5. And even if Blue Water lost last time, this would make up for that and then some.
Now, there's also the bit of history about the, regular season. And in some conversations, Blue Water maybe owing a little bit of a thank you in some ways. Do you want to open the case on that a little bit? As Quacker's about to get the case open from him on Conviction side, as they do get the ward down, unfortunately. Okay. I was wondering if Perry's going to walk back down that way. Won't end up taking the bait here. They're going to stick around, though. They will be on vision.
Yeah, the question now is Perry... I mean, they got the wards down. I think Kryra is just going to have to concede that one and start on his bottom side, which makes enough sense. But actually, I just realized we have an IRL swap. Viper is actually playing top lane this game, and it is going to be a Senna Rumble bottom lane, which is a strong lane in its own right. So, wow.
And I think Quacker hates his life now, too.
Yeah. That's kind of crazy bait.
But I like that kind of stuff. I mean, that's what you expect from a Conviction roster who does have some of that flexibility, right? And we haven't seen this yet. We obviously saw the riveted bot side last time, but really throwing Blue Water for a loop for this game number 1 and really trying to pick out the best matchups here. I'm not going to lie. I don't know how well this bot lane for TF Blade Stunt's going to go, and it's not looking very good so far. But Viper needs to have the payoff on the Riven.
I mean, I think he will. You can already see how this level 1 is going. I just looked up analytics too. Riven's win rate against Yorick is 55%. That is ridiculous.
It's insane.
Wow. So that's a pretty top tier mind games from Conviction. I think overall though, it might end up being okay for Blue Water because we emphasized how important success in this bot lane is for this team, especially running the Yunara in what seemed like an unfavorable matchup when we were initially looking at the draft. So we'll see for Conviction. They're putting a lot of eggs in the Viper basket.
Parry. He's going to have to flash out there. Kryra wants to follow through, goes for the red buff now. Looks like we're ready to tussle. It's a 4v3 right now. TP just came back in the mid lane from Evolved. He's going to move over. He's going to have the flank right now. Blue Otter, they have their hand in the cookie jar. I don't know if it's about to bite back. Blue Otter trying to go for the play on a play. Parry. They can't get a first blood. Goes over to Conviction. It's immediately returned, though. They get the kill back as Array has gone down, and Blue Otter is trying to fight their way through this one. Kryra is getting a kill on the stunt. One more auto attack. He can't get it. The root goes through. The re-engage coming out from Rovex as well. Rovex just going to sacrifice his life to get Samikin out of there, but the flash play from Evolved. He can't get the rock damage down. Conviction come away with a 2-1 early fight.
Wow, Blue Otter, you said it, hands in the cookie jar, and it's looking like they got bit. So only benefit really is that Samikin walks away with that red buff, but either way, regardless rather, that gambit Blue Otter went for to try and take away the red side in exchange for what he lost at level 1 does backfire a good bit, especially considering Array was one of the people who went down.
Now we actually take a look at this redeploy coming through from Blue Otter. A little bit of craziness in the early game. It's going to feel pretty good for Conviction, TBH, as they definitely want to be on the forward foot in this game.
That's right. Now Viper, of course, with all the action on the other side of the map, going to be able to take this chance to proxy, get himself a good recall, which is really important because he's running the Ignite, not the Teleport. Otherwise, this early game, good opening here for Conviction, and especially with Array going down. I mean, we talked about how important Viper is this game. This game is going really well for him. Array dying early definitely feels bad. So as long as no other mishaps like that happen, I think Blue Water can still have an impact.
They definitely can. I mean, let alone just the combination of Kryra and Samikin can have so much going for it, as Blue Water committed to this, man.
They did, and I'm not sure I like how they executed it either. You know that Evolved is backing and going for a teleport. You have the numbers advantage. Pick somebody and just go for them. So this kind of back and forth pussyfooting a little bit, I think hurt them more than anything else. Also, Samikin fail flashing over the wall. That definitely had an impact as well, I'm not going to lie.
And what kind of impact that's going to be in the long run, we'll wait to see. Bot lane's going to go back to normal here, but unfortunately, it is now leading out to a little bit of an advantage for TF Blade and Stunt, as that lack of range I was talking about in the draft really coming back to bite Array. He can't step up into that Flame Spitter. As both junglers going to get back out on the map and look for their next tussles here. We are getting close to level 6s as well, and that's really where I want to see not only the combination of Kryra and Samikin come alive, but I want to see Evolved get out of lane with that Weaver's Wall.
And you know he's definitely going to be looking to do that. The question is going to be, where are they looking? If they want to keep this pressure on that bottom lane, I'd like that a lot for Conviction. You can already see now that some... Oh, hold on.
Yeah, they want to play on the bot side. TF Blade gets engaged on. Kryra has an angle. Array doesn't have much health. They're going to heal early with that spellbook. They're going to get the flash out as well. And that will be Rovex having burned his flash. We'll see if Stunt wants to get out of this one, as unfortunately TF Blade, he does still have his flash, but isn't enough. He does use it the last second. Makes it out alive. Couple summoner spells burned. Parry was right behind them just in case.
Still, overall, I think TF Blade, Stunt, played that one pretty well to be able to limit Rovex's impact in that skirmish. And again, that jungle attention on the bottom side, it just allows Viper to continue running roughshod in this matchup against Quacker. Look at the CS difference right now. It's 68 to 52 in his favor. And if he is allowed to keep playing the game this way, he will be a nightmare that Blue Water cannot wake up from.
But look at this. They are trying to wake up here. They've got a little bit of cold water. They're going to slap it on their faces. They are redeploying their bot lane towards this top side. They're going to try to take advantage of Viper. I don't think Viper knows that they're here, but I don't think it matters.
It doesn't matter. He's got him.
And he deletes him. Kryra no longer exists on this plane, as a big fight from Conviction ends up being a little bit of an overextension, and Viper goes down first in that tussle. Now Parry is going to flash out and maybe make it away, as the root does come through from Stunt. but Viper goes for the insta-kill onto Kryra.
Yeah, it ends up going his way. He does die for it, which is a small benefit over to Blue Otter, but I think any gold into his pockets is still so dangerous and just magnifies his danger to Blue Otter in this game. So
his middle
right
name
now,
is Danger Beatdown.
yeah, it really is. We're going to watch this one again. Again, I think this is a bit of a slow reaction there from Kryra. I think he had Flash. Oh, no, he didn't have Flash. So that one's a little more predictable. But overall, Perry uses his Flash to save his life again. It's 1-for-1. With Viper off the map, there's definitely a chance for them to get some pressure on the Grubs. But Blue Water are going to forego them and just go back to farming.
Exactly that. As that will end up being a really nice permanent objective secured by Conviction. And I'm just going to say, Viper is going to be so hard to deal with in the side lanes now.
Yeah.
He's got those 3 Grubs equalizer coming in. They got the level advantage. Rovex
Wow.
goes down. My God, Conviction are just playing this macro so well right now. They are completely mind controlling Blue Otter. And I talked about those mechanics for Perry in the draft, and he unleashes them onto Array. That's a twofer in the top lane, and the 3 Grubs going to go to work.
Yeah, I mean, that's just really good recognition of level timers there for TF Blade. And honestly, not enough preparedness, not enough tracking for Array and Rovex. They get punished for it big time. And yeah, a lot of plates are going to go down. They're dropping yet another large wave. So that's more golden experience they're going to be down. And all they have to show for it is a dragon on the bottom side.
And I don't even think that Array gets to step up to this wave here as well. I know Kryra is going to be taking this dragon. That's going to be something to hold on to for Blue Water, and they're even go for a bit of an invade play on a Perry. This could be how they get back in the game, and Perry is unsuspecting. Perry has no idea. He didn't even check the push, and he's going to get the bad info as he comes in. Now Sammykin's over here as well. He does have the damage. He's trying to get the blast cone away so Perry can't get over the wall, and that'll be all she wrote for that jungle clear as Kryra comes in, takes the red too.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it will cost them first brick on the other side and more waves for Array because he's in a 1v2 situation, but it's still something they very much desperately needed, but it's really all they're going to be able to get because there weren't many jungle camps also in the area. So even with this TP, TF Blade's going to easily catch up and be able to catch him. Oh,
Rovex, I don't think you wanted to do that, buddy. Viper is not going to let you get away with that one, and Blue Otter now on the back foot after that. That is the, most I want back Ignite I think I've ever seen, as Viper maybe getting baited a bit again as he goes too far, and Quacker ends up claiming the kill.
Yeah, I think that's really the only downside for a player like Viper. You saw it a lot in the LG match. He goes deep. When he's feeling himself, he'll push it to the limit. And while that's gotten a lot of good for Conviction, it is things like this also happen as well. So I think that's unfortunate for him because it's more time off the map means it gives time for Quacker to catch up. It gives more breathing room on the map for Blue Otter, and it kind of doesn't entirely squander it, but it gives Blue Otter a chance to minimize the advantage that they lost.
And Rovex is like, yes, thank you. I was a little worried there, I thought it wasn't going to be worth it. It ends up being worth it in the end.
Yeah.
But one thing I really want to highlight about this map state right now is not only do we have TF Blade at 2-0-2 on the Rumble. This was the first pick Rumble. It's very powerful in its own right.
Yeah.
They are demolishing towers right now, beat down.
They
they've gotten so many plates, all 5 in the top side. They got all of the feats of strength as well after all of that with that first brick going down. And they've already taken 3 off the bot side. They're looking for more, at least almost 3.
Yeah. So, and I think it's the perfect time to mention that this gold lead that Conviction has is pretty big right now. It's all TF Blade. If Blue Water make a play where this Rumble is not, the play is even, and Blue Water have a really good chance. If they kill TF Blade early in a team fight, their chances improve dramatically. So he's really the person to look at there for Blue Water. I mean, you can look at the inventory as well. Or rather, the first one to get his first item. He's been sitting on that Leandri's for a bit. Stunt just picked up the Cleaver.
And for a guy that was coming from solo queue, that was lauded, honestly, when he came over to near airport as well. I actually found a lot of influence on a team full of extreme veterancy. Still finding himself a place and a position after that near airport disbanding. And really finding a home on Conviction. And I love that they're playing a little bit with their flexibility as Viper needs to be a bit flexible in this top lane, try to get away as Kryra was looking for a deep angle there. Won't be anything up there, and it will just be easy going for now. About 2 minutes for that next dragon to come up in Blue Water. Definitely want to keep stacking those up if they can.
Yeah, the real question now is Array going to be able to survive?
Leave.
Yeah, I think it's just
you gotta
respect. You gotta respect.
Okay, they're gonna TP. They're
oh,
gonna take this play. Parry.
It was a bait.
He's overextended again. This has been a consistent factor so far. Quacker comes in. The equalizer's gonna be used. Stun's gonna flash away. Does make it out alive for now. There's the redemption used. And that might end up being the biggest difference moving forward. I know we've heard Cubby talk about it time and time again, but the redemption first is OP right now, and we'll see that come to fruition.
Yeah, it is pretty good. So it cost a couple summoner spells. I like the bait. Let's try and use Array. They lost the plate in the process, but overall, that is something they can punish in these coming minutes. Stuns can get punished right now, but they don't want to push their luck. I mean, the equalizer is down, so I think there's a lot Blue Water can do, especially with Vial being there.
Definitely is. I still, though, the fact that we talked about in the draft, I'm terrified for the lack of range. Like, if they don't have the perfect fight in these situations, like the perfect setup for themselves, I feel like it's going to be so difficult to approach the power pieces of Conviction.
Oh, okay. I agree. Sorry. I thought Viper was going to, like, try and 1v1 Kryra.
He's been caught a couple times, you know. He's like, maybe I'm learning. Maybe I'm learning.
Maybe. I think, though, because Kryra does show on that pink ward, does mean Conviction happily take yet another turret. So those grubs are doing so much work for them this game. It's been a big way for them to earn gold as well, because they're only up 2 kills, but they're looking at 4,000 gold ahead.
It's a pretty hefty advantage at sub 15 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
I think anybody would be very happy with that, as Array is getting locked out, and we're starting to see some of that level advantage come to fruition for Evolved, as he's going to try to get out of this one. He's going to have to flash.
Nice.
That will be a flash away from the dredge line of Rovek. Kryra looking for a vault breaker and potentially going for a cease and desist. Doesn't end up finding the angle he wants, but it is Blue Water positioning around this dragon that we said can be so important for them as Kryra just starts it up.
Lane.
They don't really have the setup for this, I'm not going to lie. They just started up the dragon, and Conviction are going to move right in.
Yeah, the numbers advantage was something they had to decide to use or not, and because Viper is threatening this tier 2 turret, Quacker has to leave, so they can't actually commit to this dragon. They want to use a little bit of time, they want to find a bit of a better setup, but without that numbers advantage, they don't feel as confident.
Oh, Rovex is going down. Rovex just gone. That means the dragon going over to Conviction.
Yeah, so it's going to be 1-to-1 dragon apiece, a very late dragon soul if we're ever going to see any, but it's well played from Conviction. They played it slow. They knew their advantage was in Viper threatening that tier 2. They used that really nicely to get their dragon. And a kill.
And we get the Ocean Soul now as well. As we do get an update from production on the soul stacking for Stunt. 66 souls, which is actually insane. 16 minutes into the game.
Yeah,
that 70 soul mark is a very big break point for her, but it just gets bigger and bigger as you go. And speaking of bigger and bigger, TF Blade was growing strong. He was 2-0-3. He was potentially going to be attacked on the bot side, but they decide they don't want that.
Yeah, which I think fair enough. They don't want to go too deep, give away more than they would have gained. So instead, everyone's just going to go back to neutral, and Quacker has to deal with that pushed up top wave because Viper, he's level 11, he's approaching that second item, and he has just been a menace this game. Despite the 2 times he ends up getting caught out in that side lane, he's got to be respected.
He does indeed, and I don't know where the answers really come from, especially as you see the masseuse is going to work. Array's definitely going to need some of that massaging to get back into this game. He is almost on 2 items on the Yunara. I know that's a big break point. 3 items really is the sweet spot for her. But the second item's coming through here very shortly for majority members. The fact that we already have the Seekers as well for TF Blade. He knows his role. He needs to get as much damage out as possible. And this team fighting aspect of Conviction is really starting to shine through.
It is, and it's going to likely continue shining with this Herald that they're going to drop mid right away. Basically going to one-shot the turret, so it's really going to allow Conviction to just open up the map.
Oh, it's going to go down, too. That's going to be the turret gone in mid lane. And now Blue Water, they have no defensive nature in the mid lane here. They are so split in this fight right now. Samikin is going to get ran down by Stunt. They're not actually going to find him. Now Array had to step forward. Viper goes for the play.
Wow.
The flash with the wave, and that's it. That's 1 pick, 2 picks. He goes down 2. Array falls. Conviction can do no wrong here. 5,000 gold up, 17, 18 minutes in.
Yeah, I think Conviction had Blue Water's number right from the draft. I think Blue Water just not expecting Viper to play this Riven into the top side once the Yorick was showing, and it just ended up being such a nice draft for Conviction to also give the Senna a Rumble pairing, which historically is also quite strong in its own right. And it's just been magic for them basically this entire game, and it only gets harder from here because now Blue Water are even more slowed from reaching their breakpoints. Conviction are accelerated, and barring a miraculous team fight, it's going to be really hard for them to get back into this one.
And they're getting to that scaling nature of some of these players of Conviction earlier than maybe we expected, and I think it's a situation where on paper, Blue Water's comp is actually really good, right? Like, you think about the situations, the setups that they have, a lot of the meta that we've been seeing here recently, it looks good. The pieces look good. But the thing that we've seen so far is the difference maker is Conviction have just had the better macro reads. We saw the early try from Blue Water in that bot lane, but it's really been Conviction trying to move around the map and take advantage of Blue Water, and they're going to do so again as Samikin is just completely taken out by Viper, who goes on a killing spree after starting off 2-2 in the game.
Yep, I mean, he's already hit that Sundered Sky. He's a monster. No one, he can't 1v1. I don't even think you can 3v1 him at this point with where Blue Water are item-wise. So this is really tough, and a bit of an oopsie from Samikin. I mean, Conviction can kind of make whatever play they want right now because there's nothing up for them that they'll be able to lose to Blue Water in the process. I mean, now Quacker feels emboldened to go for this tier 1 turret, but he's still afraid of that 1v1. He's 2 levels up on TF Blade, but he just doesn't want to go for it.
Thumbs up coming out from the Conviction crew as they start up the Atacon. I do wonder if Blue Water want to actually come over here and contest this one. They have no vision. It is so difficult. And Perry's got a flank. Oh my god, he's just going to find the angle on Array. Array can't do anything, dude. He's literally just a bot in that situation and can't even hit his buttons. Unfortunately, full lockdown from Conviction. And it seems like they are ringing in the fall season here, Beatdown.
Yup, we're a week away, but Conviction want to make fall start early. They're going to be able to take this Otacon in earnest. They can take the Dragon right after it as well. Will only be their second Dragon, but you might as well go for it. You got nothing to lose in that regard. So this gold lead shot up to 8,000. This permanent buff in the Otacon is going to make it so much worse. And Blue Water, they're really in dire straits right now. They can't team fight. They can't split push. Those are really the only 2 things they can play for.
See the Dragon started up now as well. As that'll be second Dragon for Conviction. They put a hamper on the stacking from Blue Water early on. And the lead just keeps on building. 8,000 gold up now. They can do no wrong. And by the way, it's nice to see Catapult finally get involved.
True. And yeah, at this point, it is really hard to do any wrong. As Conviction esports in this game, you have so much going for you. You have so much in your favor that it would, at this point, well, if you're Blue Water, you're hoping for a throw. You're hoping for someone to overextend, give a big shutdown, to turn that into something like a Baron, even though that's like 3 minutes away. It's really the only hope for being able to come back into this one. Yeah, we can look at scaling elements, but I mean, Senna and Rumble, they only keep getting better too.
Oh, no.
Oh,
gosh. All right, well, Evolve goes on a killing spree in the end. I think we are circling the drain here, Beatdown, for this game number 1. Maybe not the, fireworks show. Maybe we wanted to see in this game number 1, but I do still have expectations for the series. Just feels like Conviction had the better answer, and they're going to try to play on this top line as they have a 2v3, and they are winning it, by the way. They had the Dawning Shadow from across the map, but here comes TF Blade flashing into the bush, getting away, and Viper is just tearing them apart. This Riven pick is unleashed, and Viper is here for the series.
A 2-2 wherever he is. Blue Otter members fall, and it's only getting worse as the inhibitors are now under fire by Conviction Esports. It's a little early, but you can definitely afford to take this inhibitor because this game is looking like it will end shortly.
Honestly, even with some of the overextensions earlier from Viper, testing the limits, if you will, it's the fact that this guy is so synergistic with this champ. The whole family at this point, even Crimson, is willing to go with that kind of pick in some regards, but this guy is the OG. He is the one that made the name on this Riven, and it's incredible to watch him really be confident about the pick here in the good old 2025, but also in a game 1 of a deciding series for your LTA North promotion tournament, as he's going to find himself on the short end of the stick here, going to try to get away or maybe even take a 1v3 again as he's just taking down Rovex, and my God, nobody can step to this man as he is stepping up. As he goes down, Quacker is going to get taken out for a double kill for Viper, and that should just be signaling the final push here.
Holy moly, just put him out of their misery, Conviction. Like,
Sammy
this is brutal. At least they'll be able to walk away from this one, but...
They really want Perry. Okay, they're going to get him. They got the lockdown. Really good combinations coming through there. And even the Dawning Shadow can't save him today, but they are losing their base. They're going to lose another inhib in top side. They're going to have lost that inhib in bot side. Samikin's going to get ran down as he was trying to back on a ward. Kryra has an angle. He wants to save him. Samikin going to try to get to his jungler, try to get away from the seismic shove. Look at the sidesteps. Evolve goes golden. He's going to buy time. Samikin's burning, but Evolve will finally go down to Kryra. He just needs one more assault, and there you go. They will end up getting it. They lost all 3 inhibs for that, though, and that is oppressive.
That's right. Despite 2 shutdowns going their way, the gold lead has still increased in favor of Conviction because of the time invested into that one. So, and there's Lennon, I feel like there isn't much else I can say this game. It's been a real tough one for Blue Otter. I do credit Conviction for the clever draft strategy that got them this advantage. I don't think it's going to be repeatable, at least in this dominating of a fashion, but we'll see what else they cooked up.
Exactly. I mean, hey, they're already cooking starting off in game number 1. I want to see what they have for the 5-course meal that we have moving forward, as the Baron will be started up and just kind of burned down right now by Conviction.
That's right. You have a lot of members of Blue Otter here. Maybe they can do something, but it's a really big fat maybe. Kryra, he isn't even close enough, I think.
Oh my, dude. Viper does so much damn damage, man. Like, you can't even approach him. He just takes you out. Look at this. This is a masterclass from the Riven himself. I've never seen the 2 in the same room, and they might just be the same person. Viper with a statement game number 1. When we talked so much about him versus Array, the team fight carries, blah, blah, blah. Viper doesn't care about any of that. He cares about winning this damn series, and he's 12-2 in the first game of it.
Lennon, the Viper head-to-head isn't with Array. It's with whoever's on his screen at that time, and he's winning them over and over and over again as Conviction strike first blood in this elimination series.
4-man Shockwave can't keep you from destruction, as it will be a couple kills going back the way of Samikid, but a dominant game number 1 for Conviction, 26.5 minutes, and a very strong start to this best of 5.
Yeah, again, really want to praise Conviction for how they played this game out. Again, a really clever draft strategy, going for that IRL swap and bringing back the Senna support, as that hasn't been as popular of late. And we'll see if they'll be able to cook up something similar, because I don't want to take away from how well they played, but I think this kind of advantage is probably going to be a one-time thing in this series.
See, I actually counter that.
Really?
I think there's a lot that Blue Otter can do to clean up their macro decisions, but man, they were behind the ball like 90% of the time. And yes, that has to do with the lead and the advantage, but the lead wasn't that big earlier on, and they were still getting out macroed across the map. And that's something that I've really loved for Blue Otter in their series. They have had some of the best macro decision making in those early games that we had seen from a lot of the teams in this tournament as a whole. And we just didn't end up getting that. And I feel like, being on that back foot puts you in a weird position for Blue Otter. But it's a situation where this macro really needs to be figured out and figure out how to combat that, because right now Conviction are just making all the right decisions. And that's it for game number 1 from us. We'll see you on the other side of a short break for game number 2 and break down that game number 1 Riven performance from Viper. Welcome back, everyone, in NACL Split 2 playoffs as we are in the second to last day of the season, and Conviction come out dominant in this best of 5 against Blue Water, as that game number 1 dictated a lot by Vipers.
Yeah.
Riven, I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown.
Yeah, it was a really good draft again. Really clever move to move Viper to the top lane, as that is his original role, and have him decimate that lane early on. Also, I mean, props to Conviction for how they played some of those early skirmishes. The draft alone didn't get them that lead. There was the fight around the red buff on Conviction side of the map, and a lot of other skirmishes that went their way that slowly built up to this lead. While I don't think Conviction will get another draft advantage like this again, I mean, there's still a good chance they could do something similar in the second game.
That's the big ticket item that we're all waiting to see. Do they have more than one big shot across the bow? And I think obviously the Riven being taken away is big. Another thing is that the ADC pool hasn't been whittled down that much since we only had one of them in this game. But it's something that Blue Otter got to figure out the macro.
Yeah, for sure. Something that I think has been working out for them overall. I mean, since they joined the league, especially when they were doing their best gameplay in summer of 2024, and even in the lower brackets run here in this very tournament. I mean, looking at the stats of the match too, you're going to imagine they're very Conviction favored. Props to Samikin actually for putting up numbers, all things considered, but otherwise,
How much of that came in that 5-man shockwave at the very end?
A non-insignificant amount, I'm certain. But if you just look at the goal difference, turrets, grubs, objective focus, like, Conviction just smattered Blue Water.
Ended up being pretty one-sided, which was unfortunate, but honestly, it's more so really big props to Conviction. Not only, that cheeky swap of the Riven with the TF Blade Rumble in the bot side, but also how they played the lane, right? They had consistent pressure there after the first 3 levels or so in the bot side, and TF Blade was getting monstrously ahead as well. I know a lot of that spotlight falls onto the Riven itself, but I gotta say TF Blade masterfully piloting that earlier part of the game really set him up for success, as I do believe I heard Blue Water choosing blue side for this game number 2, and we'll see what kind of power pick they can get on that B1.
Yep, they have that chance for that priority. See if they want to maybe secure something like the Pantheon that you often bring up Mazel for good reason, or maybe something for Sammykin as he gets a lot of mid-bans his way during that first rotation. Either way, a lot of ways that they can play this one out, and we'll see if they'll be able to come up with a better draft this game.
Draft number 2 on the way. That Jack's going to stay banned against TF Blade. They don't want to give him the side lane pressure there. And we'll see what the bans are going to look like from Conviction side. Now who's pulling out the stops? Because we know Blue Water loves their comfort niche picks. Usually we don't get that in game number 1 from them. But we were seeing in their last couple series, right? Games 2, 3, 4, and even 5, they're willing to take some of these more niche picks. So I want to see if they go with something along those lines here. Maybe the Mel ends up sneaking back through. I just need to see them with a cohesive strategy, as we do see that Zoe banned away again.
Yeah, that's right. So I agree. I think Sammykin still has a lot of tools in his toolkit in particular, so I'm not too worried about what they're going to lock in for him. It's just, like you said, a cohesive draft that Blue Otter need, and also the early skirmishes that they like to perpetuate, they like to force. They need to be performing better on them, because again, that first fight around that red buff, they had a clear numbers advantage, didn't use it well, and that was really the beginning of that big snowball we saw.
Uh-oh.
Oh!
As soon as you see things go a little awry, something's going on. We'll see. Hopefully get back into the draft here very soon. But yeah, I mean, I do expect a Pantheon ban from red side. If it's not going to be banned there, I expect to be picked B1. Although special shout out to my GOAT jungler Shun. We did see JDG lose on it last night, which, if they could lose at the highest level, then maybe we have a little bit of breathing room here. But the Pantheon still provides so much strength in jungle, and that's where I want to focus on a little bit more in that jungle matchup. Because we talked about bot lane, it wasn't really a bot lane matchup. It wasn't a head-to-head. Array's wondering where his opponent is because he doesn't know. But this jungle matchup ended up being much more impactful in this one. I know the early skirmishes maybe going a little bit wonky for Blue Water themselves, but I think Perry had some really good combinations with the squad on this Poppy. I know it's a very powerful pick for him as well, but we've got to see Kryra have a little bit more influence into this early game as well.
For sure. So I think there's still plenty of strong junglers left. I think he's going to be able to take that opportunity to have that impact. Because, I think he's been a good part of Blue Water's early game, as most junglers tend to be. Just this game, I really feel like there wasn't much for him to do after those first 5 to 10 minutes. It just feels like so impossible to play. Every decision feels wrong when you try to make a play, respond to a play, because Conviction always had some kind of answer.
But I do want to go ahead and bring up the conversation that I was trying to bring up before the teams just said we don't get to talk about it and started fighting. But a little bit of the history making between these two squads. We saw the history of the 2-0 for Conviction earlier in the playoffs. That was obviously all nice and well. But Blue Water, they owe a lot to Conviction in a way of things from that win in the regular season here. And the story would be a lot different. This miracle run maybe doesn't even happen if certain situations like that didn't work out, where they ended up having Conviction forcing a forfeit and going down in the regular season there, and giving Blue Water the breathing room to make it into the playoffs in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I could say with confidence that if they played, Conviction likely wins, and Blue Water doesn't even make it here. And I mean, the end of the day, it's interesting to look at it and see how that goes. But
Yeah.
I think it's still really important to focus on the fact that at the end of the day, Blue Water was given an opportunity for that chance to make playoffs. At the end of the day, they had to beat CCG on the last day of the split.
They did.
They had to win every match they've won since then. So whether or not getting to playoffs was necessarily earned, everything they've done thus far, that's all on them, and they should be proud.
Absolutely. No harm, no foul. And I got to say, we unfortunately have a little bit of a longer tech issue. Hopefully we'll be getting through it very quickly. We are going to step away for a break while we wait for that to resolve itself.
The Pop Blossom just to stall the fight, but Tomio and Fake God fall over with their own flashes as they get the decimating smash.
Hey everyone, I'm Tomio, jungler for Luminosity, and I'm here to break down the early macro sequence that gave us a big lead going into the mid game against Darkseer Dragonsteel from Week 2, Day 2 of the NACL in this Pro Div Deep Dive. Starting off, we have a numbers advantage on the top side of the map, and we show as if we're looking to make a play on the top lane outer turret. Our vision line in DZ's topside jungle lets us know that Kizno isn't on the top part of the map, so Kaze and Bessa is forced to use teleport from bot lane in order to defend the play. Since we know that Kizno's Inzao is on the top side, his natural response to a top lane play from us is to use Rift Herald mid. Since we're not actually planning on committing to a fight top lane, I shadow mid lane and wait for Kizno to use the Rift Herald. I'm able to position perfectly to flank Kizno and Sajed, who probably expected me to be further towards top with the rest of my team. I'm able to land all my CC on Kizno and we get the kill on him as well as the Rift Herald. This is a big swing for us since we deny DZ the tower, gold, and get a kill and the feats of warfare for ourselves. DZ at this point is feeling pretty pressured to respond with a play of their own, and since now have more members on the top side, they try to kill 5 minis Azir. He puts up the Sun Disc, which makes it a lot harder for DZ to kill him and gives Fake God San a great teleport. Toasty's Talia uses the Weaver's Wall to try to block off Azir and hit him with her full combo, but a great shift.
Welcome back, one and all. We are back with NACL Split 2 playoffs as trying to work through these issues. We're getting back in a draft here very quickly. And I know we were talking a little bit about the preamble to getting into this, the effects of what the regular season had to offer, but I love that you highlighted that all that matters now is what you do in those playoffs once you make it there. And I think both these teams have had some incredible stories. I mean, Conviction holding on to their life in that top lane, top bracket at least, until LG had to put them down, which they still got a game off of them, rightfully so deserved in that game, but also like the only game that LG had lost. So that's something to hold on to themselves. But now we find ourselves in lower bracket, one life left to give for both these teams, and that LTA North promotion tournament on the line.
Yep, that's right. So game one, just absolute dog walk for Conviction. It was a very easy win for them.
What kind of dog? Is it a water puppy?
I would say a really small dog. Like
No, it's a water dog.
No, because
It's
I guess
otter.
because it's
Oh
blue
my
water.
God!
Sorry,
Get
I
out of
was
here!
focused.
Get out of here! All
I was
right.
focused on how easy it was, so I was thinking, oh, it's got to be a small dog, because there's no effort. They're little.
They are small, kind of. Some of
otters
them
are
can get
small.
pretty big. But this is
really?
something we saw. They actually can. Conviction ended up banning away last game. You will see it locked in though as well this time around for Kryra. And otters can get to like.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's not what I expected.
Like two, like a yard.
3 feet? Oh.
Yeah. A little
Wow.
bit more sometimes. The marine otters can get pretty big.
I gotta Google that. That's cool.
The river otters.
Mm-hmm.
But we do
Yeah, we
not have any
have
otters
that.
picked. Unfortunately, why don't we have an otter champion, honestly? We do
know,
see the
or a
Maokai
skin.
picked up on the other side of things. This jungle matchup is Premier. I know it's something we wanted to talk about a lot here, but definitely different versions of this time around, where we have very much facilitating kind of reactionary jungling with the Maokai, that engage potential there as well, but a very skirmish heavy side for the Wukong and for Kryra.
Yeah, and I like the Corki this time around too. I mean, Maokai is really good at making space and just setting up for marksman comp or double marksman composition. So there could be an angle where this is a mid Corki and Viper goes for something else. And it basically means that Blue Water are going to really need to overload on the engage if they want to be sure they can actually attack these characters.
Yeah, I personally really like the Renekton here. just be able to cut through that front line, but also get to that back line access, which is something I love when they give to Quacker, because he just has such a way. It's not a way with words; it's a way with killing, I guess, on some of the script.
It's a way with murder.
But yeah, I guess there you go. The Mel is going to come through. This is the thing I highlighted earlier on that I really wanted to see from Sammy today. When he pulled it out the last time, that Emax actually provides so much spacing in the team fights and a lot of setup for the team, but also some of that execution threshold damage that comes through in the end, and not something we've seen as much. So really love to see that from Sammy.
Yeah, really, he's the only player who's playing this champion in the league so far and has been able to play it to great effect as well. It's nice too because you have a lot of range that you're working with here. It makes sense that we're seeing the Ezreal as well, because you have this range, you have this poke. You want to try and be able to keep Blue Water at arm's length with the Maokai and hopefully just whittle them down to 0 HP, kind of like you're carving wood until there's nothing left. So there's no image, but you're still carving.
And we were seeing a lot of picks that were banned away by either squad, picked up in this second game, so letting the floodgates loose just a little bit. We'll see in the second phase what that focus is going to be, though, as ADC focus for Conviction so far, rightfully so. Array still waiting for the pick that he's going to take into the Ezreal, and that Sivir is going to be the first one taken away.
Yeah, at this point, you just, I think Sivir would have been really nice just to make the engage easier with that ultimate. So I think it's a really good shout from Conviction, because I think Blue Water need a little bit more just to ensure that they're going to be able to hit on this backline. I'm expecting, if it's not banned away, I think the Alistar is kind of perfect. You can eat up that Nature's Grasp for your team, immediately ult, and just get right back down to business.
Something they actually hovered on in the first pick there. Didn't end up locking in, but the Gragas ban is going to be targeted over towards TF Blade. So maybe trying to give this Renekton a little bit of safety in that top side, as the Rakan is going to be the final ban for Conviction in game 2.
Fair. I think that's also a good shout, just because he's premier support, really great engage with that quickness, with the flash as well. It's really hard to respond to. But again, just leave open that Alistar. I think I'm expecting Rovex to go for that one, unless Conviction wanted to
Conviction could just
grab
take
that
it
on 4. Yeah. So that might end up, I think that would actually be really good.
Be a little bit of a steal away, but the Scion is the final ban, so really trying to take down what this front line looks like for Conviction. Conviction trying to get themselves some more engaged tools in some way, shape, or form. I love Maokai. I'm a big Maokai enjoyer. He's not the most succinct engage. You really want to have something that can tee things off for you on top of the Nature's Grasp. And now it's going to be the Nico. That's a spicy pick, and that is exactly perfect what I want to see when you're pairing it up with the Maokai engage.
Yeah, and it's nice too because it also gives you this double range bottom lane. You're expecting more engage into Rovex's pocket for this game, so it does mean that you should have a pretty good lane advantage as well, on top of, again, just really good team fighting support.
I do wonder what that counter pick is going to be looking like for TF Blade. Is he just going to go with something team-oriented? We could see that Shen that we talked about earlier, but the Bard is going to come through for Rovex. This is a classic for Rovex himself, but also providing some roaming potential out of that bot lane.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me about the Bard, usually the thing I'm most excited about with this champion is when it's played into, low mobility champions. But we're looking at Ezreal, we're looking at Corki. It's going to be a little harder to land those tempered fates. I think it's going to be more about that magical journey, different ways to set up these fights, come from multiple angles that you don't really see with other champions. I think that's going to end up being the value of this game, just because I think it's going to be really hard to reliably land it all.
You see the cleanup comp coming through from Blue Water right now. Not only do they have the execution from Mel as well, but they'll have the Jhin to follow up with the curtain call on any of these fights. A lot of long-range cleanup crew skills at least there. The Cassante is the final lock at the counter pick that came through for TF Blade.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, tank ends up making sense. You're not going to do as great into the Renekton, since, Renekton is going to be a good matchup. But overall, you still have that ability to really get onto the backline with that all-out. You already have good setup with that Nico ultimate, with the Maokai ultimate. So I think the goal there for TF Blade is to flank, to get into the backline here, try and attack Sammy Kin and Array, and make their lives difficult.
going to be hard to get to them, though. I got to say,
Yeah.
there's going to be a lot of other threats, and especially this Bard from Rovex is the perfect in-between tool for them. Not only can you be a bit aggressive with those Tempered Fates, but you can also be very defensive into this comp, right? You see this engage coming through from the Maokai, you know what's coming next.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's still a lot of ways for Blue Otter, I think, to play this game out, especially because you have your own double range bot lane. You should be able to get pushed with this setup, and you have the Renekton, who has a good advantage as well in the early game. So that mid game, Blue Water should look really strong, and they have a lot of early game advantages as well. As long as they're able to use them better than they did in game 1, this is a much better look for them than we saw that game.
And I love getting them a strong draft. That's all nice and well. I need to see the cohesion on the map, because something that has been so strong for this Blue Water is how cohesive they've been, how synergistic they've been on their movements around the map, and the macro that they have set themselves up with, and the execution of that. And Conviction just had the better hand of it in that game number 1. Maybe throwing them for a loop with the Riven flexibility. This time around, it's pretty stock standard across the board. I gotta say, leaning on Conviction's side of things here with this draft, the double poke comp, the scaling that's coming up, and the team fight potential that they have when all 5 are on the same page.
That's right. This is that, when they're all on the same page, this is that Blue Otter that have upset giants, both this split and, of course, in the summer 2024 when they first debuted. So we'll see if they can give us a little bit of that magic again, or will Conviction go up 2-0 in the series, and will this be a faster series than you think?
Make sure you get your predictions in on who you think is going to take the win. I know it was a little bit contested in that first game for sure, but make sure you vote in Blue or CNV for who you think is going to win. Blue Water get their first crack at Blue side here, and I know that's something that they are found a lot of comfort in. Obviously, they are able to win from that red side, but Blue side has definitely been the comfort of a lot of our teams in the NACL, and it would be pretty tough to go down 0-2 against Conviction. So this is a Blue Water that I really want to see kick into gear here, because this is the final series for one of these two teams.
That's right. Remember, one of these teams is going to punch their ticket to the LTA promotion tournament, as well as the grand finals that are happening tomorrow. And that's what it's all about. That's why this summer split is, or this split 2, I should say, is so important for all these NACL teams, because it was all about this qualification that these two teams are fighting for right now.
Yeah, and these teams maybe not on anybody's radars to be in this position to even start the tournament off. All the mighty Titans have fallen. We don't have DZ here any longer. We don't have Supernova, who had an incredible regular season. They're not here. They're done. They're not even in the conversation anymore. It is Conviction and Blue Water who have struck when the iron is hot and find themselves down in the lower bracket with that one step left. So make sure you put all your eggs into the basket you really believe in, and I really hope that we get an evened up series so we can make sure we at least get 4 here into this one.
Yeah, that's the hope. We don't want this one to go down to a 3-0 just because, it's not as exciting. Especially here in the lower finals, we only have 2 series left in the cell, so we want them to be as exciting as possible, go out with a bang, so we can remember it fondly as we are watching Worlds and crying that NACL is over.
Yeah, I might be already starting to cry here a little bit. But it is Conviction who came out very strong in game number 1. Blue Water trying to find their way back. I gotta say, it was a Blue Water summer, but those leaves, they might start changing. 1 or 2 starts falling off of the tree, and you know what could be coming. Fall is near, and the fall of the magic of Blue Waters might be at hand. Conviction versus Blue Waters, game number 2 of this best of 5.
Yeah, and a much more, we'll say, equitable draft compared to what we saw in game 1. So Blue Water, they certainly have tools to play out this early game and this mid game. We just need to see them use these tools more effectively than they did in game 1. As you said, Lennon, the team play, the map play, it's got to be on point, because Conviction are not messing around today.
They are not. They want a little bit of a revenge match. It's crazy. I know it's pretty likely when we see these kinds of brackets, but the amount of rematches we've gotten and the amount of just like synergy plays across the tournament bracket has been so fun to watch. Like this is one of the most thrilling NACL playoffs that we've had in our history. Like, this has been such an incredible playoffs.
It has. It's been really exciting. We've had a lot of surprises, which is super fun, of course. And I think no matter who ends up winning today, again, you talked about it. these two teams being in the top 3 were really against a lot of the expectations with some of the powerhouses we had early in playoffs during that regular split. So either one of these teams going to playoffs is such a big thing for them. And we'll see who's going to be able to make it to that top 2.
All right, it's looking like opposite side clears for both these junglers. We could see the opposite side focuses going through as well. If we take a look at the bot lane, that is truly the bot lane this time. Viper ain't getting away from Array this time around. And I think Array is going to be very happy to have things back to stock standard.
That's right. Back to a little more normalcy in the bottom lane. No more Riven. So the monster is gone. Now we're going to see if they're going to be able to step it up this game, find some of those early advantages.
And actually a little bit of push going to the double poke bot lane and Viper and Stunt earlier on. Never easy to face off like this as the Jhin in the earlier parts, especially into an eco. I think the mobility lacking there is very difficult to handle, but maybe that's exactly why. We do see Perry moving down that way to try to take advantage of that. But I guess that brings me to the fact that I got to see Kryra get involved. I got to see him be proactive. I think Perry had the better of him in that game number 1 on the Poppy. It's very hard as the Vi into that matchup itself, but Perry just kept finding the angles. And something that can really get this team off the ground running is Kryra in an advantage, but him as well as this top lane combination that can come out.
And really tell that kill participation too for Kryra is it being that high really shows how much he needs to be a part of this team's success for Blue Otter. So in that game 1, we didn't see a whole lot of it just because of how the early game shook out. But this time around, he's playing the Wukong that was denied him game 1. He has a lot of agency in his own this game, and he has some pretty strong lanes to play for. So yeah, we got to see him make it happen.
Panning out just a little bit of this early game here. And I got to say, last time these teams met, it was a 2-0 for Conviction. It was just a best of 3. So definitely changing things up with this best of 5 here, but momentum is definitely in Conviction's hand. I think that's where we could talk a little bit about the guy with a hot hand himself, I guess, in Viper, and how much influence he had in that game number 1. I want to see if he still has that influence here in this game number 2, but this is a guy who, you know, able to play this ADC position, able to switch it up a little bit and still find so much impact and be one of the best ADs that we've had this season.
Yeah, he was in our All-Pro. I think he was 3rd or 2nd. I can't remember, but the fact that he got so many votes, his play was recognized by so many people, really shows you how well he flourished in this lane swap and how hard he worked to do so.
And all that hard work culminating in some benefit. And you could put some hard work in too. If you go to prodiff.gg and get some one-on-one coaching, work on yourself and get better at the game. Hit that QR code, go get some coaching from former and current players in the LTA North, the NACL, and the ERLs. And go to prodiff.gg today.
And scan the QR code and get the one-on-one coaching from the pros. And maybe you could be like the players on your screen someday. Who knows? Who knows?
Only you know, in your heart of hearts.
Only you know. After you try it.
Yeah. We aren't going to get the redeploy towards any other lanes here. Looks like we're sticking in the lane states that we are right now. At least Dragon has spawned on bot side. It's going to be a Mountain Dragon to start us off. I was wondering if we were going to get some lane swap-a-roonies coming through here. Gotta say, Cracker's got the level advantage over TF Blade already in this top lane. And this Renekton pick starting to work out already.
Yeah, already a play going through. Little bit of an advantage in terms of farm. Even a little proxy going down. So I think Conviction going to just go ahead and be happy with getting this first dragon. Because Blue Water are sacking it, Quacker feels good enough to take that extra wave away. Rovex is just gonna explore. He's looking for chimes. It's just
Bro, he's got the electricity. He's looking for damage.
Oh wait, respect. He wants to one-shot people.
Kind of
Yeah,
based.
it is. I like that. Otherwise, I'm curious. I don't think Blue Water wants a lane swap necessarily.
Nah, it doesn't
or
look like
this. Yeah, because I think you want this Renekton, who's already in a pretty strong position this early game, around whatever objective you want. I think maybe we could see an angle for Array and Rovex to move, and because Quacker has TP, he can be part of the fight and then TP afterwards.
Yeah, I think Rovex at least going up, and we did see the redeploy from Viper up towards top side, so he definitely wants to be up there for the Grubs if they do end up being a tussle between the teams. Now it is going to be the Kasante and bot side Jin, not going to really be able to do much against him. TFBlade's going to feel pretty confident in that setup here, but so far Conviction trying to play with the map macro a little bit more.
That's right. Quacker getting a little trade onto Viper, but not much else is really going to come of it. But right now, it's going to be Evolved and Stunt hovering more around this top side of the map. Stunt tripped me up for a moment. He's there, just camouflaging.
Don't get baited.
Yeah. No baiting. We're good. We're good. So it is going to be that late roll swap as we're getting closer to the Grub spawn. But if that's the case, unless Quacker is going to TP to the fight, I don't like Blue Water's chances of securing it.
Looks like we did get that late lane swap, so not preemptive, but still going to be up here to answer Blue Water, say maybe they want to take a fight over this Grub. As we did see Grubs got away of Conviction last game, and all three of them. TFBlade with this counter pick. I mean, you got to think, he saw the Renekton coming from a mile away. Still waited until the very last to pick the Kasante, really having faith that this pick will make the difference over Quacker, who has been the difference maker, I feel like, across the last two series for Blue Water.
He has been huge, especially like on champions like the Shen that we highlighted. I think he's been team fighting really nicely, even laning well in a lot of situations. You know, last game was a bit of an outlier, as I think he definitely deserves some praise for the successes we saw from Blue Water this game, or this this playoffs. Excuse me.
All right, Grubby Tubbies. They are the point of emphasis for both sides. Perhaps going to be popped there early. I gotta say, Conviction have really good angle with the vision here. They are going to be able to scoop away one of them. It's going to be a 50-50 for the rest of it, though. As Smite's still available for both junglers. It's going to reset. At least one of the Grubs go down. And now they're going to get the Smite Bramble Smash combo to get the 1-for-1. TP now coming in from TFBlade to join the fight in the Nature's Grasp. Going to secure this one. Really good space buying. 1 health. Oh my god. That was so close. As the Smite wasn't there, but the 1 health secure from Viper was, and that's a 2-for-1 in favor of Conviction.
Yeah, I don't think that was worth the teleport, I'll be honest.
I don't think so either.
No one is going to be able to respond to Quacker. He's going to get another plate. He's going to be able to just farm more waves completely uncontested. There's no answer. The more TFBlade shows here, too, the more you're giving away. It's actually forcing Perry to show up here. Oh, actually, no. He's not even going to show up. It's just going to be Viper. He's going to look to answer him eventually, but I really feel like Conviction gave up way more than they needed to.
They really want objective control. That's what we've learned so far on the day.
Sure.
True Shot Barrage going to come out to potentially stop the back. Quacker does, so the delay will be there. And Viper will be down here to play safe, get this farm up, and that's something else we got to start talking about here as a maybe not.
Hold
Primer
on.
goes for the play on mid lane. Evolved gets out alive. What a really nicely timed Valkyrie, and the execution isn't enough from Samikin. Evolved will also, he's going to be just off his TP. We'll probably have to walk back, but a really nice escape from the Conviction mid lane.
I'm surprised Kryra didn't go a little further just to ensure Samikin could execute, but at the end of the day, you still get Evolved's flash. He's going to miss out on the waves that Samikin is pushing to this turret. Samikin already has a pretty big advantage here just in terms of farm. It's going to widen that gap a little bit further, especially for a champion like Corki. That is really tough for Evolved to be dealing with because you want to get those 2 items as quickly as you can.
I just can't wait to see the rebuttals from Samikin. I think there's just so much potential for it to go so well for them. But more importantly for me, it's the way that he's going to be dictating the spacing of these fights. I think that's the power we saw the last time Samikin was willing to take this Mel out, and it really is that Emax that makes the difference. You just can absolutely lock down anybody, and they're not paying attention, then it could be a multi-man route into the setup for Blue Water. So Samikin in a point of promise right now, about 20 CS up, and very strong on the Mel.
Yeah, absolutely. Another champ favored by him, feared by many with how often it is banned away from him. So he's going to be able to have that impact with the advantage he's been getting this game. Overall, though, is he going to get taken advantage of? As there's a bit of a move here from Perry and Stunt. He got caught a lot in the last game, so looking like he is respecting a little bit more this time.
Okay, Conviction going to go for yet another neutral objective. They had almost a full objective dominance last game. Now they've only lost one grub this game, and Cryro is going to be late to the party. Sapling stops him in his tracks. Tipper faking to buy time. Blue Water want to fight this. They said now is the time. Stunt's going to buy time with the Pop Blossom. The Dragon has gone down. Now Conviction, they just want to escape, and that is a small price to pay. Only Stunt goes down. Dragon number 2 completed for Conviction, and the Chemtech Dragon Soul hits the Rift.
Yeah, nice stall from Stunt. It will ensure the rest of Conviction take the Dragon and walk away. Chemtech Dragon, not as fun, not as exciting, not as powerful as other souls, but it is still something to be working with here. So, Blue Water, feel like that soul roll makes it feel dominant.
Yeah. As we come out of this, did you see the replay here of that setup, unfortunately? Just sacrificing his life. But Samkid, I like this addition. I think Viper has been kind of free farming on this Ezreal. He's been really getting far ahead. I mean, he's at almost 10 CS a minute, a little bit more. And Samikin is the strong point right now for Blue Water. So they're going to send him into the Ezreal, keep this pressure on him, because Samikin can absolutely pressure that range. Yeah,
I will say I like what Conviction are doing, making space for Viper to farm solo. It is giving him solo experience, so he has that lead over Array already hitting level 9. Because he's Ezreal, he can play it out pretty safely here. Free Stunt to move around and sync up with Perry like he's doing, exactly here.
Okay, we saw the invade come through.
Oh.
And maybe leading out the Perry flash. Okay. He's like, yeah, might as well just burn it. Didn't want to get caught by Samikin on that roam there. As Array maybe getting caught, gonna dodge out of that rocket though, and Evolved can't land the damage. Rovex and Array will set up shop in mid lane.
Yeah, and you're gonna see the TP from Viper again. Really just avoiding this bot lane, it looks like, in Array and Rovex, looking for whatever 1v1 he can, just to keep farming up, just to keep accelerating himself. Because he's the only one really keeping up with Samikin's CS this game, both at 137. Top laners are kind of nearby. So I think that priority for Viper to just continue farming solo should pay off as long as they are able to keep this up.
It absolutely should. I think the way that we've seen the map dictated, I mean, it definitely feels like Conviction have had the hotter hand in terms of what they want to do, their direction as a team.
Yeah.
But I do not think we can discount the way that this comp from Blue Water works. The pick out potential that they have and the burst potential that they have with that. And especially the way that Quacker is going to be influencing this game. I mean, I think he has such an important role as we move forward. And we are getting those first item spikes across the board for both teams.
Yeah, and Quacker, I think, is particularly important. Like, he's hit level 11, he has the Black Cleaver, and he has the plated steel caps. So, yeah, there's some magic damage coming through, a little from Ezreal, a little from Nico support, and some from Maokai. But
oh my god!
Whoa, oh, it's
no,
the health.
he got absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, because, I mean, for those who don't know,
the smite.
When Nico's a minion, you have a minion's amount of HP when interacting with Smite. So Smite basically kills a minion. That is
God.
That feels bad. That feels bad.
Oh, the duality of man or the duality of Nico. You can use that busted tech to absolutely tank a turret forever, but you can also get one shot by a jungler. Huge heads up play from Kryra.
Yeah.
I also don't know, why are you a minion walking into a bush like
the reason is, when you're a minion, we see it here in the spectator client, but if you cross a ward, you're not going to show up on the mini-map. So it does give you a nice vision advantage. The problem is Kryra was there. And
he was waiting for it.
Yeah. He knew the tech.
My God. All right, well, because of that, a little bit of that momentum seeping out and going the way of Blue. They are now about 1,000 gold up, also with the Rift Herald, and have a lot of standing gold left on the map for themselves.
They do. Now, Quacker, who's happily farming away, again, I think is going to be pretty strong when he gets part of these skirmishes and team fights. Although Viper and Evolved are farming decently well, they're still not where they want to be to have that maximum impact you expect from these champions. So I think Blue Water, this next dragon comes through, I expect them to put a lot of numbers towards it, and they should have a pretty easy time securing it.
They should indeed. We wonder how we see these map states kind of pan out. We are going to see Samikin continuing to answer Viper in the side lane, giving Array a little bit of breathing room here on the gen, but There's a little bit of a check-in I want to do because, I mean, this is a double marksman comp. Oh, Robex. You got a magical journey out of that.
It's okay, yeah, he's
going to be fine. He's going to be fine. You have a double marksman comp you're facing up against for blue. And I'm just going to say right now, the damage profile later on in the game ain't that hefty for Blue Otter. So they really need to find these advantages early and often, and they do. They end up finding a big pick on a stun. They get the Nature's Grasp out of the last second from Perry, going to take them away from that counter engage there. The Temper Fate had been used.
Yeah, so it does force Perry's ultimate, which I think is much more valuable up front in these fights.
Oh my god, okay. True Shot Barrage comes across, but it's not nearly enough to save Perry. Perry's going to go down, but Array is overextended. Here comes the double marksman might of this side from Conviction. TF Blade's going to be here as well. Array is going to go down. Samikin using this blast cone expertly, but a very big overextension from Conviction. They're still going to get the dragon?
Yeah, they are.
No way Kryra lets this happen. There's no way. TP's coming in.
Okay, yeah, they're going to go for it.
Wait, Stunt has Pop Blossom. Stunt has Pop Blossom. He can just pull this off. He's going to get the lockdown. No, Cracker! He's surviving there, but he's going to go down. The dragon is going to be taken away in that end as now the Riptail gets taken through the mid lane, but they've left their teammates. They've left everything. Robex, he's abandoned the fight. And they're going to lose one. Samikin going low, trying to get the E, can't do it. Evolve gets the kill back. And the dragon reset means that everything was for naught, and we just got blood in favor of Blue Otter.
So much blood in that fight, but no objective secured by anyone. Perry should be able to get it now. It's not the soul, so I think overall that's fine for Blue Otter. You still secured a lot of kills in the process. And at the end of it, all this really shows, though, is that Viper is a problem on the Ezreal. He was able to do a lot of work in the skirmish, facing really well, landing basically all his Mystic shots. So I think that is something that Blue Otter are going to have to be very wary of. They're going to have to commit a lot of resources to Viper, because from this point forward, they can't avoid it.
Oh, he stole it!
Oh, what?
No way he just stole. I don't know how that just happened. We're in the picture-in-picture with absolute craziness. I have no idea how Samikin just stole that dragon, but we see a play, or look back at the play that just happened.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't much else with that one. Yeah, we can just go back to live.
How did he get it? I don't know. If we could see a replay, I would love to get a replay of that. That was...
Yeah.
He wasn't even on screen, I feel like.
I don't know. He must have been close enough, at least, because he doesn't have like a global he can throw necessarily. Unless he deflected a True Shot Barrage. That would probably be the funniest thing in the world. So we'll find out. We'll find out when it happens, when we get the replay. There's no need to speculate. What really matters now is that Blue Otter, they halt the dragon stacking. There's an opportunity for Kryra. No, he's not.
He was thinking about it.
He was thinking it.
The turret's going to go down in the end, though. I do believe that's first turret. I think we're getting closer and closer. That should end up being feats. Yeah, it is feats of strength there for Blue Otter. As we take a look back at how the steal came through, I thought they had full control of this. This was like a classic setup from Conviction.
Oh, is it just...
What?
Did he ult? Wait, what happened? It was just the E?
But it had already gone through. Like, it wasn't even there anymore.
I think it does, like, once it roots, it also does, like, a splash of damage. So that splash of damage...
Yeah, but I mean, it had already been... That's so weird. It had already been... Like, I feel like it had already been a lot of time since I've been used. But anyways, doesn't matter either way. We're moving forward because Dragon had been taken by Blue Otter. So they stopped the train from Conviction, and they keep this 2,000 gold lead right out in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, legitimate interaction, bug, doesn't matter. Point is, Blue Otter have the Drake. They halt the stacking, and now everyone has set their sights on the Otacon that's now spawned. So Blue Otter, overall, not the biggest gold lead. They're looking at 2,000, but they do still have some pretty strong pieces, especially once Quacker finishes what's probably the Sterix. He's going to be really hard to deal with. The only danger, again, is involved in Viper. Both have fully stacked the Muramana, so that is a lot of damage coming through. Viper was already pumping before that. They were ignoring him in previous fights, Mazel. They can't afford to do that anymore.
They can't, but they can afford to give Samikin even more resources. This guy's 4-0 already. 2 item spike with that Horizon focus on the Mel. A premier pick for him, something he talks about all the time on Twitter. And he's already making it pay off here. 2 series in a row, it feels like, for this Blue Otter squad. And it really is about the space that he can provide, the rebuttal as well that just has so much value into a lot of these engaged pieces for Conviction.
Yeah.
And he is the centerpiece, as Mel Medarda should be, for Blue Otter.
And it makes sense too for Samikin, just because he's been a big part of this team ever since joining the roster when they first made it into the NACL. Even this regular split when they were struggling, he still looked good individually. He still had a lot of really big moments. So the fact that now he is that kind of centerpiece this game is very fitting.
Ray is just getting dusted in the mid lane. Oof. He's even feeling it right now. He literally went second item Lord Doms. That's how desperate this Jhin is to just find anything in this game. Trying to be relevant in any way. As unfortunately with the Jhin, if you're not ahead, it's a little bit tough. He's going to have some good damage in TF Blade with that Lord Doms having been completed, but it's going to take a mountain to take this guy down. TF Blade's going to go back for the kill. He wants it. He gets the CC. No, not just the Jhin, please! TF Blade, stay away! As he's going to keep him away. Quacker locks him down, and that's going to be the bodyguard coming clutch for Blue Otter, as now the bot lane turret is the focus for Conviction. Double Pop Blossom play, although they've already lost Evolved. Now Rovek's going to get flashed out by Viper. Viper won't get the kill first. He misses the missing shot, and now Blue Otter, they have their return. They have their fight they want. The flashes, the dashes, and Blue Otter are looking to take hold back in this series. They have such a dominant lead now, and they want to keep going. Stunt's going to be the next focus. He's going to get engaged on by Quacker, but he can't find the follow-through. A lot of damage still available for Viper, but that should be the Atacon. True shot blocked by Samikin. Goes right back, almost kills Stunt in the end. Didn't end up having the angle on that one to hit him, but the Atacon's going to go Blue Otter's way.
Yeah, Viper wants to be the hero alongside the teleporting TF Blade, but Blue Otter might actually just go ahead and respect that one. Fair enough. They do have some low HP bars. You don't want to run the risk of getting wiped and losing Otacon. Perry only just came back, so Blue Otter should have time to barely reset and come back to this one. It is going to be close, though.
Conviction Kryra's so far away right now. If they don't have the damage, Viper is trying his damnedest. You also have Perry coming down. I mean, the jungle is going to make it here about the same time. The thing is, though, Perry has so much room to buy with the Nature's Grasp. Kryra doesn't have his Cyclone.
Yeah, that's right. It's actually getting low. I think they're just going to secure it.
Atacon going low. Viper's the focus. He's going to get out of that big shot. And that is the Atacon going Conviction's way. So wrestling back some control here as we take a look at that topside play.
Yeah, from I think 2 minutes ago at this point. Nice kill onto TF Blade. It cost Ray his splash, but really not much else to say about this one. While this has been a pretty advantageous game for Blue Otter for the most part, that Otacon going over to Conviction is a pretty big deal. It does make team fights better for you as long as you're getting those takedowns, and it is a permanent buff.
I gotta say, Rovex's use of Tempered Fate there was so masterful.
Yeah.
Able to get away, and it actually saves his life in the end. A really good combination coming through from Kryra and Quacker, something that I wanted to see, that I called out I needed to see earlier on into this game. And we're seeing the fruits of their labor now. 2 items ahead of this fight. Soul point potentially for Conviction, or evening up the Dragons for Blue.
Yep, we're going to have to see. Already the poke is having its impact, but we have all our ults down. The redemption you highlighted is there.
Kryra 50-50 with Perry in the pit. That's going to be Tempered Fate on the 3. Perry's by himself. Perry gets it. He gets the Smite Bramble Smash combo, and they lose TF Blade because of it. Will it be enough? It's all they wanted was that Dragon stacking. And now Blue Otter, they want to threaten something. They want to do something here.
They can do
Nature's
Baron.
Grass going to be pulled across. They're going to get the lockdown, the CC. It's going to be turned back around. The Tangle Bar back on their team. Stunt ability has been turned traitorous by Samikin.
Wow, that is not an interaction I expected to see, but it comes in huge. There was already a Baron angle for Blue Otter, but now they turned it into a guarantee as they take a big step forward in this game too.
7-0-3. Samikin has made his name known in this series now. Game 1, awfully quiet for him and Evolved, but there is no quietness now anymore. Samikin let out a shout and is now dominating on his premier Mel pick.
And this Baron buff means Blue Otter in a much better position to dominate the remainder of this game too. Because now they're going to be able to knock down the remainder of these structures. And think about it, Lennon, they're up 6K right now, but there are still so many turrets for them to get. They only have 2 of them. They're still a mid-tier 1. They're still all of the tier 2. So if Conviction aren't careful, they could lose to a 5,000 gold swing play and have this gold to be even bigger.
You just see the catch out. Oh, man. And then the nice double knock by Rovex. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, but it was just too good. Nicely played from Sammykin, and good recognition from Blue Otter that they had something to work with there. They turned that into a very successful play.
That's 3.5 items now for Sammykin. He's going to be working on his Rabadons here as well, but he's gotten the evolution of the Archangels, the Leandries. And while you're really working on the same build for Viper and Evolve, that 3-item spike can't come soon enough for them, as they are very close to that, and it's a huge unlocking point for the team with Conviction. But now they find themselves in such a deep, dark hole, I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, it's just going to be about how this Baron plays out. Conviction, I mean, it's going to be a standard 4-1 for Blue Otter. As long as TF Blade can hold off Quacker, who has hit level 16, I think Conviction do have the wave clear to kind of weather the storm. It's just about whether or not someone gets caught, whether or not they overforce a play.
You just got to hold the line here. They have very good team fighting tools, like we had mentioned from the draft.
Oh, good stuff.
That's going to be the curtain call opened up. That CC chain, they got to block it.
Oh,
Evolve still
what?
ends up not being able to be enough to block the damage, as unfortunately can't block the execution from Sammykin, and that 3.5 items sinks real deep now. The execution had come through that standoff damage, and now the tier 2 and bot side is going to fall.
Yeah, that's the exact pick that Conviction wanted to avoid. So that's a big chunk of gold earned. Now it's possible for them to move someone to even assist Quacker. Quacker might, or rather TF Blade. So I think TF Blade might need to join if they want to protect this tier 3 turret, but it's looking like he is defending mid lane with all that he has.
God, and Sammykin just has so much standoff damage. He, like,
That's ridiculous.
Viper and Evolve can't get up to clear the wave without losing half their health there. As Viper's going to try to collapse over onto Quacker. They're going to get the lockdown. Q3 coming up here as well. TF Blade just instinctively flashes for it, misses the Q3 in the end of it.
Yeah, now that just means Evolved is on his own there. At Blue Otter, they're not going to waste any time. They're going to push for that tier 3. The problem they're going to run into is that they could get pinched. So if Evolved is close enough, they might have to just commit to it. Oh, wow.
Stunt just dies. Okay.
All right.
Well, Conviction, you're out of this game. Let's go ahead and get us to game number 3. This one's done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, mid lane, we're pushing really far.
You just got to lose the game for it.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is you're going to lose some of these structures anyway, so maybe they want to go for some kind of trade. But, yeah, I mean, as soon as Evolved goes down, this game's over.
I hate to call it, but I'm glad that it is Fearless, and I'm glad that Stunt will be able to be on something else next game. I think it's been a bit of a tough Nico play and a tough angle for sure from Conviction this entire game, but it's also starting to show a little bit of that angle that we've seen and that we've loved from Blue Otter. I call them the heart of NACL, and for a reason, because they have their comfort. They win with their niche picks. They win their way. And here in game number 2, they absolutely are.
Yeah, that's right. As long as they walk away without getting pinched. Oh, Sammykin, wow. They're just going for it.
All right, well, they're going to get the lockdown
He
yet
just
again.
keeps spamming.
He's just literally can't do anything about it. You get executed there again by Sammykin, who goes 10-0-3 on his Mel pick, and Viper, he's going to ran down here. Sammykin's getting a little poke damage down onto him as well. They're going to keep trying to push here, but the rest of the team will back off, so Blue Otter going to back away and let Conviction live for now.
Only because they don't have a choice. They'd rather go for this Chemtech Drake Mazel. But we are one fight away from the end of this game, almost certainly. It's only going to get harder. Yes, the Spear of Shojuns have been completed there for Evolved and Viper, but it just feels like there's nothing they can do to respond to Sammykin. You said it, anytime somebody gets close to try and wave clear, they lose so much of your health. He's got Death Cap now, Lennon. Like, everything he does just rips apart squishy health bars. No one has MR, except Perry a little bit.
I mean, he's like a full item above literally anybody else in the game itself, right? Like a little bit of a diff in the mid, it feels like, in this one.
Yeah.
But it's Sammykin that's stepping up again. And a guy, I know we've talked a lot about the solo laners themselves. We talked about Array in those team fights itself, but Sammykin feels like the face of the Blue Otters. He's definitely putting that face to work now. As It is going to be a little bit of a stall here for the squads. They do have the super minions pushing in bot lane that Evolved has to deal with. The TP is available for him if he wants to come join the fight, but the Temper Fate going to keep things off for Blue Otter. Try to block out the Nature's Grasp. He gets one back as well, but it will hit the clone. And that will just mean that Blue Otter trying to push up this top lane now.
Yeah, you just have an easy way to push for this tier 2 turret. Baron should be back up soon. Oh my god.
He's gonna pop the execute. Yeah,
Oh,
dude, he just
what?
did 3/4 of TF Blade health with just 3 abilities. Absolutely insane. Maybe 4 if you count them all, but absolutely incredible from Samikin.
Yeah, like he is just the raid boss this game that no one has an answer for. Again, until we start seeing some more magic resist, it's just gonna be easy for him to run the rift here. TF Blade finally building that null magic mantle. And otherwise, or the Negatron cloak, excuse me. So he has some MR there. Evolved is going to take this opportunity to take a tier 2, which is some nice cash back into his pocket. But ultimately, it doesn't really narrow down the disadvantage Conviction are in, especially if he gets caught.
Evolved, gonna dodge out of Tempered Fate, but I don't know if he can
Goats?
get out of this one. He doesn't have the movement speed. He doesn't have boots. He's just a slow Corki. They've been trying to prolong the boots complete so they can get these items on board, but now it just might mean that he dies. He's gonna try to pull it back on a Samikin, but the execution comes for us all, and that'll be Samikin going legendary.
Yeah, 12-0 right now on the Mel. A huge play from him and Rovex, because now these are long spawn timers. No Corki for 45 seconds. The Baron is back on the map, so letting you know they're going to walk their way up here and get themselves the setup they need to go ahead and start that big purple worm.
Rovex doesn't have Tempered Fate, but he can still be annoying with his engages here. Blue Otter, we're trying to get a little bit of a pincer going on to Conviction, but now they're just going to turn back onto the Baron.
Yeah, they wanted to push that mid wave, get a little poke down, and now they're just going to go ahead and get it started. Hey, Conviction, they have 15 seconds on Evolved. He does have teleport, so as long as they try and push and get some vision here, maybe they can go for a steal, but it's going to be hard. Samikin playing defense.
He's going to be Tempered Fated. He did get the Nature's Grasp out in time. They're going to try to get around the corner. Parry not going to be able to get into the pit unless he flashes the TP. Oh, okay. Well,
Bye.
that's gone.
Yep.
I don't know. I feel like we've seen that many times this game, unfortunately, for stunt, but it means that Blue Water will just take their lead and shove it into the face of Conviction here. They're going to get the execution down. It actually didn't get the kills this time, but Samikin still ends up finding a way to get it. In the end goes legendary again. And I don't know if they're actually going to turn for the Baron this time. Looks like they want it.
I feel like certainly this time they could go for it, but because of these numbers advantage, maybe they want the top tier 2 now. Okay, they're just going to go for it. I mean, Evolved again is still on the other side of the map. Just trying to see what he can get in exchange. Yeah, he's farming really well, but hasn't really been at the last couple of exchanges.
And, you know, I'm just going to shout out. This would be, besides the forfeit, this would be the first game that Blue Otter take off Conviction.
That's true. And that
Gotta
would
feel
be,
pretty
it must be. So really just like, this is kind of a way for Blue Otter to kind of prove to themselves too, like, was it really a fluke or are they the better team? So if beating Conviction here, not just this game, but this series, I think would really be a big deal, especially with the added bonus of them making it to the LTA promotion tournament in doing so. Because remember, guys, that's what they're fighting for.
The big goal at the end of the year. Everybody's got their sights on that. These rosters were built for, especially in the case of Conviction. Now their backs against the wall in this game, at least, to tie up the series 1-1 as Temper Fate comes in again. Pear's been really good about getting the Nature's Grasp at the last second every time, just to stop any of that counter engage, or at least the engage to follow through on the Temper Fate. But it feels like we're circling the drain yet again for a second time, but this time it's in favor of Blue Otter.
I don't know why, I really enjoy that phrase, circling the drain, for like a game that's inevitably going to end. It's just
It just
perfect.
goes round and round and round.
Yeah, it's not quite in there yet, but it's going.
So they're going to get the lockdown again on the TF Blade. Is he going to get ulted? Okay. Samikin's like, I probably don't kill him this time. So let's go ahead and
he's
pull
got some
that one
MR
back
now.
off. As Dragon is up, I just wonder if Blue Otter want to keep using this Baron buff. If they go for the Dragon, they won't really be able to use this Baron buff for the rest of it. It's about a minute and a half left on it. As the clone comes through, Blue Otter say they want to stick around. They say no more dragons. We want to end this game for one more wave at least. And now they're a little bit hesitant. Cryer started backing off, but comes back to the fold. And Blue Otter will peter out a little bit. They are second guessing how they want to enter this fight, and Samikin says, let's just go, guys. I just need to hit one ability. That's a 3-man Pop Blossom back, though. Double Marksman comp is coming through here as well. They get the double root now as well, going golden with that Tempered Fade, as now you get the big kill from Kryra onto Perry. You lose a lot of your front line, and Blue Otter can put in some work here. You saw Viper hit one Mystic shot onto Samikin and do so much work, but now the double TP is coming back in. Cracker's rejoining, and now you're going to get the double shot as Samikin's coming back in as well.
And here comes the super minions, baroned up for 30 more seconds. I think that's all Blue Otter need. Perry is out of the picture, and they want to close the book on this game too.
Yeah, they get a catch out on TF Blade, and that should signal the end. The turret's going down. One more Nexus turret alive. The double marksmen have not reached the point they needed to. They have not found it fast enough. As the rebuttal comes through once again, and Blue Otter will truly find their own rebuttal in this game, in this series, as they make a mark. It's 1-1 now, and we got a series on our hands.
We sure do. Blue Otter are not going to go down quietly. They're going to tie the series up 1-1 and really just show us that the series isn't going to be as simple as game one made it out to be. It was a really good look for Samikin too on the Mel. And it's just going to remind every other team why he should never be allowed to play this champion ever.
But there's just too many of those, though, man. There's way too many of those for you to really focus on Samikin. Absolutely wonderful performance from Samikin on a pick that we know him for. Obviously, here in the playoffs, something he's talked about often, being very strong. The fact that he went unkilled is just incredible. I think Blue Otter woke up into this series for sure. I think Conviction, I'm sure we're going to see the Swapperoonies go back to blue side, but that game didn't work out the same for them. And that's why I expected this series to go to 5, because I expect a lot of chaos. I expect, some of those leads to not be the most stable, or at least some of those early games.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, Blue Otter now, they've shown us that they can play out these early games pretty well. And it does mean that, yeah, this is going to be, you called it, Lennon. You said this is going to be a 5-gamer, and I believe you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. That's it for game number 2, though. We're going to step away for a little break. We're going to come back for game number 3 and who takes that forward step in this best of 5.
Psycho using the Pop Blossom just to stall the fight, but Tomio and Fakeoff fall over with their own flashes as they get the decimating smash.
Hey everyone, I'm Tomio, jungler for Luminosity, and I'm here to break down the early macro sequence that gave us a big lead going into the mid game against Darkseer Dragonsteel from week 2, day 2 of the NACL in this Pro Div deep dive. Starting off, we have a numbers advantage on the top side of the map, and we show as if we're looking to make a play on the top lane outer turret. Our vision line in DZ's topside jungle lets us know that Kizno isn't on the top part of the map, so K's and Bessa is forced to use teleport from bot lane in order to defend the play. Since we know that Kizno's Inzao is on the top side, his natural response to a top lane play from us is to use Rift Herald mid. Since we're not actually planning on committing to a fight top lane, I shadow mid lane and wait for Kizno to use the Rift Herald. I'm able to position perfectly to flank Kizno and Sajed, who probably expected me to be further towards top with the rest of my team. I'm able to land all my CC on Kizno and we get the kill on him as well as the Rift Herald. This is a big swing for us since we deny DZ the tower, gold, and get a kill and the feats of warfare for ourselves. DZ at this point is feeling pretty pressured to respond for play of their own, and since now have more members on the top side, they try to kill 5 minis Azir. He puts up the Sun Disc, which makes it a lot harder for DZ to kill him, and gives Fake God San a great teleport. Toasty's Talia uses the Weaver's Wall to try to block off Azir and hit him with her full combo, but a great shifting sense lets him dodge the seismic shove and avoid all of Talia's damage here. Azir can kill the whole wave here, and once Mbessa misses her ultimate, DZ is in an even worse spot. We know we have a numbers advantage and DZ overextended trying to kill Azir, so we rush back top to try to pick them off as they're retreating. Zazel Braum has a great flash here to ensure he lands his CC on Talia and Nico. I'm able to catch up and twist an advance onto Nico, who has a good Pop Blossom to save this from being even worse for DZ. But we're able to get a kill on Talia and force the flashes out of all 3 DZ members here, and then go back to take the top lane outer tower. At the start of this play, it's an even game where DZ has a potential tempo swing by using Rift Herald. By the end, we've negated their Rift Herald and swung the gold lead by 2k in our favor, putting us in a commanding position to dictate the rest of the game and eventually take the win. Thanks for watching. You can check out one-on-one coaching from me and other NACL pros at prodiff.gg. To stay up to date on everything NACL, follow Watch NACL on Twitter and make sure to catch the games on NACL's Twitch or YouTube. We'll see you next time.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Split 2 playoffs. We're on the second to last day. We have Blue Otter going toe-to-toe with Conviction in this best of 5 as Blue Otter respond from that dominant Game 1 victory of Conviction with a dominant game of their own led by the face of the franchise, it feels like, it's Samikin.
Yeah, and it was a great Mel game. You said it, he went deathless, he had a wonderful performance, and he was a certified problem this game. So it was really nice. The way they were able to leverage that in this game, and a lot of props to Rovex for how he played out the Bard, I think, in this game. He had a lot of good tempered fates, and while they were responded well to by Perry, I still think they ended up getting enough value to help them win a lot of these team fights.
And that's the important part about this is it was that synergy that I really wanted to see in the series as a whole from Blue Otter really coming to a fold here, right? Like, there were some parts at the beginning, you know, if this game had gone a little bit more even, that scaling really coming online for Conviction could have spelled their doom. But it was a composition that you had to play fast, you had to play hardball, and they did. And a lot of that teed off by Samikin, but I think the whole squad kind of stepped up.
I think so. I mean, the Renekton from Quacker was good. The Wukong from Cryo was also very impactful. I think overall this is more the Blue Otter that we've been seeing a lot of in playoffs. Again, this is what I meant by I don't think we're going to see that kind of draft advantage again in this series that we saw in Game 1. So Conviction, back to the drawing board for them. See if they can get a lead on in this series after Game 3.
Yeah, and take a look at the stats from that game.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage.
52.6 thousand damage, Samikin. I don't know exactly what his KDA ended up being in the end, but it was up there.
It was pretty
absolutely, good. And I believe he was still unkilled in the end too. So,
yes.
Doing as much damage almost as both of the marksmen from Conviction combined.
Yeah, it really gives you, and I think that's the perfect way to describe his impact that game. So it was a good look for him overall. Everyone else performed well, played their role. We'll see what Samikin's going to be able to pull out in the next one. Now, a lot of his best champs, the Zoe, the Aurora, probably aren't going to go into his hands for the rest of this series.
I would say so.
I think that's pretty fair. So it'll be exciting to see. There's still champs like the Shen, for Quacker, and TF Blade. A couple other pocket picks that these players are ready to pull out.
Conviction are going to be choosing that blue side. We just got word from production, so I think it's just going to be back and forth until we get to game number 5,
like
which, if we keep seeing it go this way, maybe we'll end up seeing that game 5 be super impactful. But that means that we got to start thinking about the power picks coming through. We know that Blue Otter have so much left in the tank. They have so many other options. We have seen some of that champion pool discussion for Conviction, some of the things that they're willing to kind of go towards. You got to pull everything out of the bag now. Start pulling it out. Start getting it all out. Put it out on the table. Start seeing what you got, because this could be the final series.
Yeah, I mean, it very likely is for one of the teams. So we'll see what they're going to be able to pull out. Yeah, Conviction have the chance now to get some pretty strong priority picks there on that B-Will. We talked about how important that is going to be, and we'll see what they're going to be able to prioritize. It's only game 3. Plenty of strong champions are still up and available. We don't have to dig too deep just yet.
Not just yet, but we do see the continual digging of the Zoe fans towards Samikin. I think if that gets through at any point in this series, you might have to be a little bit worried for Conviction. It's going to have to be a permanent ban. The Jax on the other side has been a permanent ban so far for Blue Otter as well.
Yeah, I think that's something TF Blaze just played really well on this entire year since joining the league. You don't want to let that one go through. I think he'll be a menace. So I think it's just going to be the usual suspects in that first rotation. It's just going to be about, what's high priority there for TF Blade. Or not TF Blade, Conviction in general. Excuse me.
DSZ are going to be banned yet again. The Aurora also there. So the ban sticking a lot of the same, at least for both sides in this one. The Olaf, respect to Quacker. There's a lot of respect always needed for Blue Otter in the draft. That's kind of been their name of the game since last year even as well. And we'll see the final ban be the Pantheon. I was wondering, is it going to sneak through?
Yeah,
Is it going to be a first pick for Perry? No, it's not.
I enjoy that Pantheon's become like your hyperfixation.
Dude, he's so good.
He is really good.
He's so good. Like,
he
he enables any jungler to just have fun.
True. He is really strong, so I'll give you that. B1 Rakan,
First pick for God.
you don't see a lot of that often, but I mean, it makes sense. Usually Rakan is one of the first supports to go. So I think at this point in game 3, he's immediately shot up to very high tier. So it makes sense. There's still some options on the other side.
I'll also say, like, Stunt had a bad game in game 2. That happens all the time. Stunt is a very experienced veteran player. I love that they're opting into giving him some more comfort for him. I know he's an excellent Rakan nonetheless, but giving him some priority there as well, get him back to some comfort in this series is going to be super important with how much of that shot calling comes through from that role.
Yeah, very true. So I think this is just going to be more suited for what we know from Stun and how well he plays as a support in general. And now, with that Alistar immediate response there from Rovex, we already have basically half of both bot lanes locked through. It is going to be the Hui, another signature for the Samikin in the mid lane. Offers a lot of range poke, which is really valuable.
I always love the Samikin choices. The way he talks about so much as well, just being able to cycle through all those abilities, all the utility that Hui has as well for the comp. More so importantly, it's Rovex's Alistar, which is a tried and true classic for him, also just very powerful itself. And the Mbessa is going to be the answer right now, at least for TF Blade.
It makes sense. The Rakan immediately tells us that, we're going all in. We're going for the dive. So the Mbessa fits that one perfectly, especially when you see a champion like Hui already showing. It means that he's going to be a little more vulnerable. If that flashes down, means the Samikin can be in serious danger in these fights.
Okay, Evolve going to go with the Syndra here.
Okay.
Give that lane pressure as well. I know this maybe not going to be the most mobile mid laners, but they're going toe-to-toe for sure, and that 1v1 is going to be extremely important how these comps work out.
Yeah, it is, and it does mean that Evolved and overall, by extension, Conviction, they do have that sort of no button with that Scatter of the Week, because right now the only engage we're seeing is the Alistar. So you can keep him away, stun him up, so we need a little bit more here for Blue Water, and that's going to come through in the way of Kryra's Zin.
And it's definitely fallen out of favor. I think there was a world not too long ago where if Zin made it past the first 2 picks in the game, I would be questioning myself. But here, it is going to fall a little bit in that prio. Here in game number 3, still going to provide a lot of that skirmishing potential we wanted to get out of these junglers as well.
Yeah, that's right. And you're seeing the Trundle ban come through. Want to remove a really good duelist there. Could be a double jungle ban, just to remove a few more options from Perry. I'm trying to think what else. There's still enough marksmen left that unless there's something really specific you don't want to deal with, they're probably just going to go ahead and leave that role alone.
Just don't even touch it. The Trundle is going to be banned, as well as the Sivir. Been now a little bit of focus towards that Sivir in multiple games. Take away that hyper-scaling carry with the counters, potentially the Xayah coming through as well. I do wonder if they want to go for the Lovers duo, if that's going to be in their wheelhouse here, at least in their potential for focus in this game number 3. But it's all about what this final ban is going to look like for either side. It's all focus on Perry, trying to take away as many of these Zindao matchups as possible.
Yeah, and just also take away some of his favorite tools, because the Jarvan is something he's very partial to. Played it to a lot of great success. I think you just want to remove another easy engage option for him. He's going to have to look in another direction if he wants to go that route.
Still the Xayah going to be banned away actually by Conviction, just in case some of that safety wanted to come through for Array on the other side. So they're going to ban that one as very interesting. I would maybe suspect that they were going to say that Blue Otter just were going to steal it away. Which we'll see what these final couple picks are. Obviously, counter pick going to be super crucial for Blue Water here on this red side to try to upend the balance that has been in this series so far. At least 100% win rate for blue side so far.
Okay. I was wondering about the Varus, just because Varus plays a really good combination, especially when you go poke, but he's locking in the Aphelios, so just go more of the late game, a hyper carry style, something we've seen a lot of for Array, and a style we associate with him pretty strongly, so it makes sense.
He's also just got a ridiculous win rate on this champion, man. What do you think the number would be?
Whoa, okay, I didn't know it was
like
ridiculous.
The most ridiculous. It's like literally insane.
Like are we talking 90% or like?
No, okay, not that far.
Oh, okay.
Second most played champion in his entire career has a 65% win rate on it.
Really? How many games?
I think it's 40.
Damn.
40 plus. I think it's 43 or 45.
That's pretty
no, I have it right here on my notes. 43.
Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, favorite champion for Array. A good
Gonna be
success
tough,
rate, as Mazel pointed out. Yeah, he has a lot to deal with, though, because, again, it plays more into this kind of category of low mobility, where you're just the prime target for champions like Rakan, Sejuani, and, of course, the Mbessa.
Whacker.
Oh, wow.
He got the Mordekaiser. R5. Let's go, baby.
Wow. All right. So it is the signature there for Quacker, something he's played a lot. And I think the big value of it for me this game is that, of course, you're a really strong duelist later on. But I think the utility of being able to death roam a jungler is just OP in pro play. When it comes to objective fights, is it a 50-50 smite if your jungler is in another realm? No.
It's
No.
impossible.
It's impossible.
Got to give some notes to Conviction side here. Really like their team fighting. I think when we saw the first couple picks, we're like, okay, they just want to fully dive in. But they have definitely opted into a more holistic team fighting aspect here. Now, that didn't work out for them last game. They never got to a place where they were stable enough to do so. But here they really gave themselves these tools to make sure that happens.
Yeah, and I think there is Viper has a pretty big opportunity on the Zeri to have a lot of impact this game, because usually, you know, the bane of Zeri are your Nautiluses, your Vi's, neither of which are available or picked this game. It isn't necessarily the easy to land point and click CC, so Viper has a big opportunity here. There's a lot of pressure on him to be able to output that big damage later on, and to be able to avoid a lot of what Blue Water are trying to throw at him.
You're going to have to be really careful about spacing and positioning there with the lack of range. But once he gets cooking, the lightning will be striking. I think that's where you can look at the team fight aspect of Array as well. I mean, it's going to be so powerful on the Aphelios. Both teams going with a little bit of the emphasis being on the pace of the game, going to the junglers and figuring out where they want to be impactful. I think Sejuani versus Zinzao, it has the potential to just be a farm fest until we get to those objectives. But I think a lot of this game is going to be keyed off by these two. And I love it because we really love talking about Perry and Kryra and how impactful they've been for their teams as a whole this season, as well as this series.
That's right. Again, you mentioned how important it is for Kryra to have stepped up more in Game 2. He did that, has that opportunity to do so again alongside Perry, who, like you said, playing those really high-impact junglers. I think, in particular, Perry has a good chance here this game because, again, big carries that Blue Water are working with, no movement spells. So that early game, positioning, vision, respecting timers where you are the play is going to be really crucial for Blue Water so that they don't fall behind the way they did in Game 1.
And I'm really excited to see TF Blade back on this Mbessa. He hasn't gotten it in the playoffs. It wasn't that big of a focus as well in the regular season, but I think it has so much impact in this game on who you can find out, who you can access in the back line for Conviction. And I think after we were looking at that game number 1 and we were seeing how much impact the entire team had, and TF Blade himself as well, with the swaps, with the rumble play, I really want to see what this guy can do on the Mbessa into this Mordekaiser, if it's really going to be impactful, because we've seen Quacker kind of whole-handedly win games with some of these picks he's willing to take, especially the Mordekaiser we saw earlier into the playoffs as well, just in a couple series. So I think these comps are perfect to tee us off into a very hot and heavy game number 3 in the series.
Yeah, that's right. Really exciting game here because the team, whoever wins this one, is going to take the lead in the series, go to match point, and be a game away from making it to the grand finals, making it to the LTA promotion tournament. So vote who you think's going to win and take that lead here in Game 3. Is it Blue or Conviction? Right now, it's overwhelmingly Blue, but give it a sec.
Honestly, we can break it down even further. Are
Okay.
you a fall lover or are you a summer lover?
Oh no, I'm a
Blue
fall
Water
lover.
Summer or the downfall from Conviction?
Ooh.
You gotta think about which one it's gonna be, because both these teams, a lot of history between them. That's what I've loved so much about our playoffs. We've had so much overlapping, so many redemption stories, so much revenge coming through in the lower bracket as well. And yet another potential for this. All the big titans are gone except for LG, who loom large in those finals. But these two teams, with the expectations that they didn't have put on them coming into the tournament, are now here in a point to make it work for them, get to that LTA North promotion spot. And I think with the overlaps, the whole story about Blue Water maybe shouldn't even be here if Conviction didn't have troubles with their tournament realm. All those questions, it's going to be answered now, because it doesn't matter what's happened in the past. It matters what happens right now in this series.
That's right. Again, Blue Water, they took that opportunity and ran the lower bracket here in our NACL Split 2 playoffs. And they tie up this series as well, beating Conviction in a game on Summoner's Rift for the first time. So they just need to win on the day, and all of that in the past really doesn't matter.
A 2-0 earlier on into the bracket cannot hold them back. But maybe not being on blue side can, as it's been blue
True.
side dominance so far in this series.
All year.
2-0 over that side, yeah. I don't know if their namesake has anything to do with it, but it is going to be a game 3 that matters a lot. I do wonder if we start seeing a little bit more reservation from the squads on the Rift itself, and especially around those objectives, especially those early levels like we had seen in game number 1. Not going to be as common here, as they need to start locking in. I mean, we're getting closer and closer to the end of the series, even though I do expect it to go all the way to 5.
That's right. Yeah, I think it's also going to be going to 5. So
You're a knower now. You're
I'm
an
a knower.
adapter. You're an
You
adapter.
put me on game.
I've
So
put
what
you
can
on,
I
yeah.
say?
All
And
right,
speaking of,
well,
we're ready for the game.
yeah, we're getting put on the game right now. Game 3 is starting here, as we will see if the leaves continue to fall, or if Blue Water will revitalize the summer vibes and keep their head strong. We get into this game of Blue Water versus Conviction.
Yep, we have a lot of favored picks here, particularly for the side of Blue Water. We have Array, the second most played champion in the Aphelios historically, with a very good win rate at 65%, I believe it's all said. And of course, Quacker on the Mordekaiser as well, as we see Conviction again. Just yet another push to get some priority vision on the top side. Both sides of the map, actually.
It's all about the early vision game, man.
Yeah.
I do want to see if we get same side starts for both junglers this time around. I know we've had a lot of opposite side starts, and means it just kind of leads out to where they want to focus on the early game, and we have seen, pay dividends in some ways. But I think with this matchup in particular, we can see a lot more of those kinds of invade potentials coming through, and some unique pathing between them. I think these two guys have teed off a lot of the pace that we set up for these squads into this series. But Perry, he will be on vision while he does his blue.
Yeah, so there really are no secrets here this game.
No
Everyone's gonna have an
secrets.
idea. Yeah, no secrets. Everything's out in the open. We're gonna have a pretty good idea, unless Perry wants to do something unorthodox, where these junglers are going to be ending up. And it's another game where Kryra is going to be pathing more towards that top side, leaning towards Quacker when he's playing one of his special champion picks.
Dude, it has so much impact. Like, I'm curious how the lane's going to go, but the lane is not what matters. It matters when this Death Realm gets pulled out and who exactly gets sucked in.
Yeah, I mean, of course, in a lot of situations, eyes are on the jungler in Perry to get taken away around these objectives, but there's a chance to remove the AD carry, just keep a big source of damage away from the team fight. Ends up being a worthy trade in a lot of situations. So there's a lot of options for Quacker on how he wants to utilize that Death Realm. But right now, we talked about interesting pathing here from Perry. He's done 2 of his camps, and he jumps right over to the Raptors. There's no defense, or there is defensive vision. They know this is
Yeah, they
happening,
will know.
but there is really no response because of where Kryra is.
That's so cheeky. He literally just steals one away. Nothing else happens. It's just Kryver down a camp. And then Perry just gets the full clear, and he's already going to be starting this Wolves up. He will be just like one camp behind in terms of pacing, but if you're trading the scuttles anyways, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, so I think the real angle there for Perry is to get the respawn, which, I'm expecting him to go for. And I really like the defensive vision that was laid out there as well by Evolved. Just making sure that Kryra couldn't go for any exchange of Raptors without them knowing about it. So it's early game, how Conviction are playing vision to play for their jungler, and how he wants to take camps away, deny resources is really good.
And I gotta say, as a little point here, as we see counter engage actually on the bot side for a moment, I've really enjoyed watching Conviction come together. I mean, this is a team that we were wondering what was gonna happen. Viper and Stunt in the bot lane? Evolved gets his shot in the mid lane? That's crazy to me in 2025, but they have made the most of it. And I've really appreciated seeing some of that experience really be shown out, and still, seeing those personalities unfold on this Conviction roster.
Yeah, it has been great. This is a team that I really thought was going to need a week or two to kind of get a handle on things, even though we did see a lot of potential in players like Perry, TF Blade after what we saw last split, and even Viper, who has competitive experience. But from day one, This team had it all together, Mazel, and they've been performing wonderfully basically since the beginning.
It's been really fun. The streamer team, if you will, if we still have a streamer team, see if they can bring this blue side victory rate up a little bit more. And see how Perry wants to dictate the rest of the jungle. It needs to be higher. The Graviton is going to be popped here onto TF Blade and just get a little bit of damage there with the Infernum as well. Blue Otter were circling around. Not going to commit. Rovex, though. I don't think they kill TF Blade here. He does still
Probably
have the flash. Gonna just use his dashes through. The Gravitum is back up again. Gonna try to get the lockdown. The stun has come up. There you go. The combo. TF Blade can't move. He's gonna flash out in the end. Still gets away, but that was a beautiful CC chain from Blue.
Still, didn't end up securing the kill. TF Blade should be able to farm this wave under the turret. I don't think they have the damage to kill him, but I like this from Blue Otter to not really match this swap right away. I think anytime you can get a raise, some extra golden plates is definitely beneficial. And Quacker, he's going to be fine enough in this 2v2. They can't actually do anything to him, unlike what we were seeing from TF Blade. So I like the setup Blue Otter kind of let happen.
And it's going to be about the objectives that we've seen really heavily focused across the first two games. It was a little bit one-sided, obviously in Blue Otter's favor in game number 1. But being able to find some of those earlier stacking objectives, extremely important. I mean, Dragon's already up, and Conviction are deploying heavy bodies out this way, so is Blue. As you do have, actually, Array a little bit far from this fight. Samikin's going to move over for Blue as they try to take the fight. The Scatter of the Weak comes through. A lot of damage going down. As that will be the Spiraling Despair locked in. He's going to flash away just in case. Wind becomes lightning from Kryra has hit, and Conviction coming right back as Viper waiting to go over the wall. Does have the Ultra Shock Laser, not going to use it just yet. Going to get the CC, gets hit onto Kryra, but guess who went in? It was the pick onto Stunt as he went way too deep. And they will lose a little bit of tempo on this Dragon. They're not even going to go for it anymore.
Yeah, I think this was a little too spicy here for Conviction. I mean, if we're looking at inventories, yes, these are 2 hyper carries, but one has a Serrated Dirk, and one has, I don't even remember the name of that component, Slingshot. It's trash, basically, is my point. So the stats really were not in your favor. So I don't really like this look from Conviction, and they paid for it. And Array had some good
brutal.
Guns. Yeah.
The fact that the Grand Entrance doesn't hit there also feels pretty tough.
Yep.
We're hoping for a little bit of a comeback game from Stunt after last game. We need to get that coming here sooner rather than later. But hey, no early Dragon there. We're going to have the delayed Dragon. We have about a minute for those grubs. And the lane swap back the other way. So now 2v2 back in the bot side. Maybe not putting that much focus on the grubs this time.
Yeah, and I think it was needed, considering the fact that TF Blade gets pressured pretty hard by Array and Rovex, but Quacker is just kind of fine versus Zeri and Rakan. Yeah, nice trade from Evolve. Is able to force Samikin away, and it's actually going to force him to lose a good bit because he doesn't have the teleport to come back. It's kind of impressive too, because Evolve didn't have ult.
Yeah.
So he just did that with spells.
That's you know, it's the beauty of the Syndra. As wait, I thought I saw that for a second. I was like, maybe I didn't. No, I did. That's the public execution from TF Blade going wide. That's very unfortunate. They were trying to get a play up there. The Dragon will be started up by Blue Otter as a response, as they are going to try to trade that one for the grubs, I guess.
Yeah, which I think ends up being pretty fine. You don't have necessarily a monstrous split push threat like in game 1. So I think even losing all 3 grubs is really not that serious. And I like that Blue Otter take this chance to just go for Dragon, keep pressure more towards this bottom side of the map, and they're going to walk away happy with that.
I was wondering if they make it up in time to contest it, but no. They're just going to give over all 3 to Conviction. That might come back to bite Blue Otter later.
Maybe.
And Siege potential can be extremely strong. How quick they can take those down off the back of any one fight, but pretty dead even game early on into this one. I think both teams really relying on the team fight aspects that they drafted for themselves, waiting till those big moments, the 5-on-5s, to really come alive.
That's right. It's usually Blue Otter looking for these early big fights. But it was Conviction that forced the only one that we've had so far. Otherwise, I think both teams should be content. Yeah, just kind of letting it happen. I'm sure we'll see some confrontation around the Rift Herald, some confrontation around the next Dragon fight, because now Blue Water got it early enough that they could make a play for a decently early
Death Realm popped. He flashed for it. He's going to have Kryra on the other end of it, and TF Blade doesn't know, as he's going to maybe just go down to Quacker. He gives over the kill to Kryra, too. And honestly, I'll take that. If the Xin Zhao can get ahead, that's going to provide you so much strength. And unfortunately for TF Blade, he goes down now, ceding the pressure on the turret, too, as we get a redeploy from Conviction up to the top side with their bot lane.
Yeah, I really like that call out. Popping the Death Realm before Kryra showed himself means that TF Blade, he wasn't aware that he needed to flash the second he got out of the Death Realm. Now Quacker, I wouldn't say really in trouble, right? Oh, maybe he is. Oh my god, okay. That's,
Okay, well, he's going to try to use the trick, but he can't. And oh god, oh god. Samykin, he's going to instantly flash. Lightning crashes. Rovex is going to try to be here.
Oh,
Samykin, it's saving Private Samykin, but unfortunately, it's going to be a different outcome from that movie, and Viper gets himself on the board.
Oh, Samykin. Maybe the old teleport would have got him there in time, but he ends up flashing and dying, which is super brutal as well for these next couple of minutes. He's just going to be that much more vulnerable. Does mean Quacker did lose out on some plates on the other side, while TF Blade got to profit.
Tell Quacker's feeling very full of himself there, as he did complete his first item. And speaking of that, we do have the Heartsteel already completed for Perry as well. He's just behind a little bit on this CS, but he still has his whole jungle, at least to clear on the bot side, so he actually might be ahead in the end. And those first item spikes may be opening things up a little bit as we come to them. There won't be another dragon for just a little bit, at least. And I think it's really important that we see what those item spikes breed, because Kryra is also on the Thunder Sky now, too.
Yeah, I think I want to take this time again to shout out our sponsor for the NACL, ProDiff.gg. You want to get some of the best coaching available. Get one-on-one coaching from the pros. Scan the QR code. You can get coaches who are guaranteed to be either active or formerly active, LTA North or NACL Pro. So you know you're getting the best coaching from ProDiff.
They even have ERLs on there if you want a little bit of EU coaching.
There you
Go scan that QR code there. Get some ProDiff at ProDiff.gg. Now, Conviction looking for a little bit of a ProDiff themselves. I mean, they are in a bit of a lead. They do have Evolved, who is scaling to infinitum.
Yeah.
And it's really about how these team fights can pan out. Because I think, oh, okay, well, I don't get to talk about the team fights.
Teleport
getting caught out. That's going to be Death Realm used. He's going to try to skirt the edge here, but he's going to come back, and Stunt's going to also be here. And that's a 3v1 that Quacker cannot take. And that is a little bit of a symptom of what this team comp wants to do for Conviction, something I was trying to tee up there as well. As they love to dive, they love to find single targets, and they're able to do that multiple times now.
Yeah, and I like the pressure. I like the respect for Viper. Viper, I said I like the respect.
Yeah. Where's the respect now? He does end up flashing away. He does get out. He got the flash of Kryra as well as Robex. So that was a 2-for-1 flash engage. Now Evolved has an angle, looking for a Scatter the Weak combo. Does have the power unleashed as well. Stunt going to try to clear up here, but it means Blue Water's play won't come to fruition.
No, at least you do get those summoner spells out. Could be something Blue Water taking advantage of in upcoming fights. But otherwise, yeah, Viper going to be able to walk away from that one relatively happy. And because Kryra has to go back to farming, it does give that opportunity for Perry, who's now made his way topside, to make a play himself. I mean, you got to give props to Perry. The way he set up that early farm, taking away some camps from Kryra. He's been able to keep this advantage the entire time while also being just as active on the map.
All right, but there's a little bit of an elephant in the room. Okay, not only the 0-2 Quacker. That may be something else in the conversation, but we just came off a game where Samykin went unkilled and did a ridiculous amount of damage on Mel, did insane things. We aren't seeing that same level so far in this game, but do we have promise for this way as we approach this dragon fight?
As we approach the dragon fight, Samykin is flashless, but yeah, we can probably still do
item completion, though.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, they just take the fight straight into the tankiest member. They get knocked in with that Scatter of the Weak, and Perry's going to flash away in the end. Dragon had been started up, and now Blue Water will try to wrestle control of this. And this will be the second dragon for them. The Ultra Shock Laser not nearly going to be enough. and Blue Water continue to stack up their objective in those dragons.
Yeah, not really an ideal take there from Conviction. Array was able to force so much out of them without even dropping the Moonlight Vigil. So it does mean Blue Water halfway to a soul. But of course, that numbers that demanded the securing of that dragon does mean first brick goes over to TF Blade on his own there in the top side.
Ooh, Array insta cleanse. That
Nice.
Captain Jack's looking really
Oh,
good
nice knockdown.
on Action Jackson. As Viper is going to be taken down low, but the turret's going to fall anyways. Blue Water with a nice fancy play on the bot side, but still losing out on the map.
Yeah, really saving grace is that Array, he holds on to his flash, so he can still have that bit of safety in the next coming minutes with Herald coming up, but it was still a turret earned from Conviction. So they are really starting to build this gold lead up brick by brick. Looking at almost 3,000 in their favor. Yeah, and it's showing as you called out, Ledden. Samykin hasn't hit that first item yet, so his damage is going to be a little lacking, especially if he's not allowed to recall.
Yeah, it's going to be delayed big time. So we'll have that TB and come back out. Rift Herald is the next play here, but those item spikes really need to come through.
They're canceled again.
No. I don't think so. Did? Maybe. Maybe he
Still
canceled.
backing, yeah.
Yeah. Does he get the item? He does. All right, but he will have the evolution.
Woo!
All right,
He won't
Rift
have the
Herald started
evolution,
up.
but it still matters. Yeah, he's got to. I think he's going to teleport. But it's looking like Blue Water won a posture for this one.
Looks like he's just walking.
Then they want the fight after, because he's
Okay.
too late to contest this Herald.
They're going to give up the Rift Herald. Samykin
okay.
is not going to follow through, and Conviction just get the better play call, which we saw in game number 1.
Yeah.
A little bit shockingly how much better they were making on the macro decisions, and now they're going to insta-pop the Rift Herald in mid lane and try to take down this outer turret.
Yeah, I mean, they're a little slow to respond. Array and Rovex have to go the long way around, and it's 2 versus 4. Make it 3. So they are going to lose this turret. This TP doesn't really accomplish, but oh, it's a double TP. They want to fight.
He engaged. That's the Rift Herald coming in. Quacker going for the flash play, going for the Death Realm here at some point, but he's tanking up a Storm now too. He's going to go for parry. He's trying to get the 1v1 onto the jungler. Just needs one more obliterate, but he can and will get the jungler of Conviction. Big wombo combo coming in for Blue Water. They are fighting tooth and nail here. The Gravitum is unlocked for Array. He's not going to have the next CC chain, but Blue Water strike hard. It's still a 3,000 gold lead for Conviction.
Yeah, 2 for 1, and because Blue Water can't turn this into any turret takes, they're not going to be able to close the gap on that lead very much yet, unless Samykin can get that push on the bottom side. We'll watch this one again. Blue Water, they commit a lot to this fight, and TF Blade doing a pretty good job slowing down the advance of the rest of Blue Water, because even though Quacker was able to get that kill, look what he walks into, a 1 versus 4. He can't do anything else to the rest of Conviction.
That's a tough fight to be a part of there. Really like the Maw usage from Samykin there too. Well, the CC multi-members and have that kind of follow through with the Infernum as well from Array. And we're starting to see this 65% win rate of Felios. Getting to second item is going to feel real good for Blue Water.
He's building IE too. Not a Zeal item or anything like that. Lennon, he's going for heft. He's going for power. And that's what we like to see here. It's what Blue Water need when he reaches that critical breakpoint. I will say, even though that was a lot committed for small games, Blue Water still have a Dragon Soul point to play for. It's in 1 minute 30 seconds. This would be enormous for them. If they're able to secure this, they can play for what's looking like an Infernal Soul. Really powerful buff that can help them win this game.
Infernal Soul would be huge for either side, really. I gotta say, though, Quacker's already on second item. Viper steps up. Viper's getting CC'd now, and Quacker has shown up on that second item spike. I was talking about the redemption. Gonna get a payoff a little bit, but now Perry is tank in the front line. He is where he needs to be, but it's Samykin trying to follow through with the damage. I think now that they've lost all their health bars, and now that they've gotten this pop from Quacker,
they're
gonna
going.
get the kill and a parry too. No jungler just means that there's a little bit of pressure relief for Blue Water here, and they continue to make marks into this advantage that Conviction had. Array almost goes down to the Ultra Shock Laser Lightning Crash combo to Viper.
Array might be in trouble. TF Blade is in the area. It's looking like, okay, he's going to be able to walk out of this one. It's another numbers advantage in favor of Blue Otter.
Array.
So that fight was a numbers advantage, still barely in favor of Blue Otter. But in response, TF Blade was able to just shove in many waves, and what he was doing in game 1 was able to do this to secure a number of turrets. So this is the way Conviction are going to be able to keep up this gold lead that they've got right now. And holy crap, that's a lot of damage. I'll give credit to Rovex. He holds on to his ultimate through that whole fight because he knows Dragon is coming up. So that's a crucial cooldown that's still in his back pocket.
Round 2 fight. As we get ready for this one, TP is going to be unleashed here. There is no TP from Quacker. More importantly, TF Blade does have his. There's the back coming through from Quacker. They're going to lose out on this map play since they're committing down here. Perry, a little bit scared, uses his Arctic Assault out. That next wave going to crash, but here walks TF Blade to try to come join the... Okay, he's going to back, probably complete his second item and TP back.
Yeah, I mean, that would be really...
That's it.
Because you called it. He's going to do it. I think he's too strong right now. You don't have 2 items for Ray or Samikin. So this is Dragon stacking for Blue Water, halted by Conviction.
A really nice denial from what Blue Water really wanted to get going for themselves. You got to think, they ceded a lot of the pressure around topside. They gave over the Rift Herald. They gave over the 3 grubs. That can come back to hurt them.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. If they lose another Drake, I think that's when I'll really start to get worried, Mazel. Because there's going to be a moment soon where Blue Water will be comfortable to fight again. Even with this big gold lead, once Samikin and Array are able to hit those second items, they'll be in a position where they can fight. And with the Otacon just spawning now, the timing still can work in Blue Water's favor. It's just about whether or not they can win that fight.
Yeah, because you have to remember what we said from the beginning, is that both these teams are okay scaling into this game. I'm actually really excited for them to be okay with that, because I think the fireworks we're going to get when these 2 comps go 5-on-5 is going to be insane. But Blue Water say, we don't even care about what's going to happen later. We want to care about right now. And the Atacon's being burned down. They will know. They go ahead and use that blue trinket to try to get some vision here. TP going to be used by both top laners. We're getting a tussle over, but Atacon down to 4,000. Perry's trying to get over. Rovex denying him, but it's not going down fast enough. Beat down. Perry might have an angle to get in the pit.
Death Realm,
It's going to be a 50-50. They do have it, but it's not enough time. I think he might be able to get out. No, the Atacon is just going to go the way of Kryra, as Perry was not able to escape the Death Realm in time. And Conviction will get the Atacon stolen from them right in the face of their play.
And that is just a crazy snap decision for Blue Water that pays massive dividends. You can just see the way that they're playing this game out. They're letting TF Blade throughout this whole series just push sideways solo, and they do end up sacrificing a lot of gold for it, but it's because of this team's prioritization for the 5v5 Vizel. They want to scale the team fights like you said. They were able to do so this game, and that quick decision allowed them to get this Otacon, which is going to make team fighting even better for them.
I got to say, though, Conviction, they held on to some tools there as well. Viper and Stunt didn't really commit to the play, both still having ultimates as well. And they're trying to push into this invade into Blue Water's jungle. There's no objective to really fight over at this point. But the Baron coming up here soon, by about 2.5 minutes till that Dragon. And Blue Water are going to be unpunished for now.
Yeah, nothing's really going to come of it. Samikin's able to push out that top wave. So that means Blue Water can focus on defending this mid-tier 2 turret. There's really nothing else to be doing at the moment here. I think for either of these teams, it's just about looking towards that next objective. This Dragon, even though Baron is coming soon after, is really important. Conviction, you don't want Soul Point to go through. 2 Infernal Drakes would be good for you. Blue Water, of course, they need that Dragon. They want that Soul.
Yeah, and I need to see some second items coming through from Blue Water ahead of this one.
I promise.
Soon. They're coming, I promise. That's going to be the public execution used on Quacker. He's getting real low. TF Blade still has a full health bar here, as he does have his team coming up behind him. And will be Conviction also collapsing on the bot side, but just going to get Viper the red buff in a scenic way as he took the long route. But we are still prepping up for this Dragon, as Evolved is in the side lane right now, unanswered as well, and does have TP.
And again, this is how Blue Water have been deploying so far in this series. They're playing 4-1 very early and losing a lot of waves for it because they're so focused on grouping, finding these angles, and getting themselves numbers advantages so that they can turn those into objectives. So far, that hasn't directly gotten them too much this game besides the Otacon, but it's just how they want to be playing it out.
Okay. We got second item. we're all good, at least for Array. We're waiting on
Zai.
Samikin here soon. Viper is very strong right now in this area. And I think we can look back to the draft section. We were really setting up Viper to have this different moment on this area, have that kind of team fighting aspect that we really came into the series talking about so much for both of these guys.
Yeah.
And it feels like we're really setting up for that here now, as TP is going to be used by Evolve to get down to this fight very preemptively, 30 seconds out.
Yeah, and I like the callback to that point on Viper because, yeah, there's no point and click CC really. There's no Vi, there's no Nautilus. So Viper, 2 items and a BF sword in a really fantastic position to lay out some serious damage because he's here. Array hit that second breakpoint, but Viper's got that and change. And Blue Otter are late to this dragon as well.
All right, Rovix. Oh my god. He loses a lot of his health right there, actually, as he did have the Unbreakable Will, but he's going to have the Spellbook TP to get back to this fight, but I think the fight's already done, unless they want to fully commit to this. Gotta remember, this is going to be a second dragon. You said maybe you get a little worried if this next dragon goes the way of Conviction,
my God,
and it does. So start getting worried, Beatdown.
I'm worried. I'm feeling the worry. Blue Otter are too. That's why you see them positioning this way, trying to see if they can find a fight, or at the very least, make Conviction take the long way towards this mid lane so they can hopefully take down this turret. Oh.
It's a lot of AoE, and you're in a choke point against the Zeri and a Syndra. We will have the Redemption. Again, most OP item on the patch to heal them back up. Rovex will pop the Unbreakable.
And I like the TP from TF Blade. There's a big wave stacked up. There wasn't any way for Conviction to walk there quickly, so he just TPs to basically eliminate any trade Blue Water could get for that Drake. So this game slowly getting out of control for Blue Water as Conviction. They're just going to go ahead and pull the trigger on the Baron as well.
All right. I think they burn it down pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Even though Viper is a little bit far from this one. Fortunately, Kryra can get over the wall. Do you wonder if they want to go for the 50-50 beatdown? Let's see if they go for it. Scat of the Week's going to go wide. TP's coming in. They just wanted the tool used. That's all they came for. They're going to stick out because Quacker, the only way he can get out of this pit is by flashing.
That's right. He is very committed to this one, though, clearly. He's losing all of his health. So, yeah. Wow. So they got both Quacker Summoner spells. Yeah, that's just brutal. I think Conviction could just fight then if they see him finish that recall.
All right. Well, they're not going to fight for it there. I love these kinds of plays, though. Shows a little bit of how the brains are working and being able to dictate the map a little bit as the public execution on the backing ward. Samikin thought he was safe because he just watched his top laner back on that ward. He's still alive, but it's not going to be for long. TF Blade is trying to cut him down, but it's Stun who gets him in the end. Viper has showed up too, and TF Blade is just going to go down to the death realm of Quacker. So it ends up being a 1-for-1, but I got to say, Samikin got baited.
He definitely did. At least they were able to get something back. On the back end of that play. I think that was really important because had that been a 1-for-0, Conviction, you know, are going straight for the Baron. So Blue Otter able to slow things down with that trade. As we now set our sights again, I think Dragon is still that big conversation point because at this point, no matter who gets the next one, it's Soul Point Mazel.
Soul Point's extremely important on an Infernal Soul of all things. Yeah. I think if you give over 3 Infernal Souls, and let alone 4 over to Conviction, it's really tough. I mean, you gotta expect Evolved is getting either close or already has the stacks here, the splinters, if you will. But he is scaling continuously. Viper is going to be one of the most terrifying teamfight AD carries you can get on this patch as well.
Yeah. And
adding the infernal damage on top of all those stacked up, not getting those first 2 dragons, that's going to be hard to deal with from Blue.
Yeah, very hard. So something Blue Water cannot let happen, but they may not have a choice in the matter. Depending on how the setup goes, they might just look to force another neutral objective. I mean, it worked for the Otacon. This time, Perry is a lot closer than that time.
I mean, they burned it down so fast because he has red-white for Array. True. It's already down below half health. Perry's trying to get over quickness, going to be popped in, but yeah, the Death Realm used. He's not going to be out in time. The Baron is going to be swooped by Blue Water. Now they got to try to get out. Public execution on the pack. Oh, God. It has turned to hell. And this hell is where Conviction thrive. They get the kill back at least one. Kryra does end up flashing over the wall. It is just going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of Conviction. But the Baron has gone the way of Blue Water.
I mean, all things considered, that is not the worst outcome. I would have called it worth if Quacker ended up surviving, but still, they got the upfront goal. They have 3 Baron buffs to work with, and they were able to get a kill onto Perry before they took their exit. So Blue Water, I'm feeling the desperation of this moment force a risky play to some pretty noticeable gain.
They do indeed, but hey, the beautiful thing about this is we've gotten to a point where every objective matters. And we have about 45 seconds for that next round. We've bought our time here, and Rovex might not have bought his life. He does lose a little bit, but luckily Samikin's right there to back them off. But a big pick at this moment could be huge for Conviction. We are getting set up for this 5-on-5 battle for Soul Point. It's not even Soul yet, Beat.
I know, and this Dragon is still going to be so heavily contested unless there's a world where Blue Water let this one go, use that Baron buff to push hard in mid and top lane. I actually wouldn't be mad at that either. It would be a really fast way for them to even out this gold lead, and they wouldn't be losing a soul in the process.
The problem is you have the Baron, so you want to use the Baron as best as you can, but giving over 3 Infernal Dragons in a row, like that just feels so bad, but that is the decision that is going to be made. Dragon going to be soloed out by Viper because they know nobody's on this side of the map, and they're going to go contest this push from Blue.
Yeah, I actually want to go look at the turret to see if that contest is even possible. Because if Blue Water are able to get that tier 2 and walk away, okay, that's... Honestly, it feels bad. I agree, Leonard, but I still call it worth because they collected so much gold off of that. They can play for this mid-tier 1. Oh, we're fighting.
They're going to play on a parry. Oh, the Infernum shot. Parry just got involved, chunked there. Tried to get away with the Arctic Assault, but the damage hadn't come through yet from that AoE shot.
Yeah, I mean, okay, props to Array. He's been able to get to that 3rd item so that Runon's going to spread the love. Instead of love, it's actually going to be damage. Oh my god. It is so much. So they're going to get this mid-tier 1. They're getting a lot of value from this Baron.
And Conviction looking to try to stabilize. They do have the TP from Evolved in top lane, so he can go clear out that side wave. There is not going to be another objective here. The Baron's going to be falling now. About 15 seconds, so maybe one more wave of push for Blue Water. And Conviction have weathered the storm. Other big thing for them is they're on 3 items now. I mean, both carries, at least the AD department, are on 3 items, but we're very close to Rabadon's for Evolved, and he's just going to be able to 100-0 any of the squishies he sees.
Yep, so dodging that Scatter of the Weak as Samikin and Array is critical for being able to survive this next team fight. For the moment, I don't think there's going to be anything really to fight for. The Baron buff has expired, but I think considering the situation, Blue Water has done a good job with what they were dealing with so far this game. They're able to almost entirely even out the gold lead. So now they're in a comparable position when it comes to, you know, just power in terms of stats, which is going to be really crucial. Yeah, besides Evolve. And that trade, that's what made the trade worth it, even though you gave away 3 Drakes. This needed to happen so that instead of fighting the 3rd Drake from behind, they can fight Conviction's 4th Drake from a more even game state. And that's the knife's edge you have to balance on.
Yeah. When it matters most, you got to make those crucial decisions. We'll see if that decision comes up aces for them or if it is their downfall. Because I think if the Infernal Soul goes over to Conviction,
GG.
More leaves are going to be coming off of Blue Water Summer. That's all I'm saying. We
They'll
got to
be
keep the
burned
trend
off.
going. I was going with like the nicer approach where it's just time for them to fall, you know, every leaf has the time. It's the changing of the seasons. But I guess if you just light a fire on the tree, then it just goes.
They will also change. Yeah, exactly.
it will beat down. Good job.
Thank you. Oh my god. Well, that death cap's there for Evolved.
All right, maybe the tree is burning. I don't know. Maybe,
oh god.
That's terrifying. That's terrifying. The 3 item spike for this setup on the Syndra. I would love if production can give us clarification if the splinters have been fully evolved. If he has 120 stacks.
It shows no number once it's fully stacked. So
okay,
if there are no stacks, I mean, you got it.
All right. Well, it does matter a lot in this next fight. About 2 minutes out for either side as well. And you got to remember, this series is on a knife's edge itself. Not only this game, but it is a very dead even series between these two teams with a potential final series for either one of them. And we're coming up to one of the penultimate fights here.
That's right. We're getting really close to the end game here, 33 minutes. Oh, Robex.
It's the cleanse. That's the spellbook cleanse from Robex. Oh
He's
my
gone!
god, there's that deletion. He just had to hit one key, and the big support is gone. Now Array's going to have to flash away. He's already burnt both summoner spells. Blue are trying to make a counterplay. Evolved has been brought into the death realm, and he will go down to Quacker. But as Quacker comes forward, he's in a 1v3. He's taking him up, but not nearly enough. And now the counter engage from Conviction. It's going to strike. They're going to try to get TF Blade over as Stunt tries to get the grand entrance. Isn't going to find Kryra in the end, and it will just be a favored numbers fight for Conviction.
Yeah, 2 for 1. Quacker, he was doing a lot of work, but there is only so much you can do in overwhelming numbers. So now, Array, he's able to heal up back to health. Conviction, they're too low. They can't actually go for this Baron. Now, actually stopping the backs. Maybe again. Oh.
Engage. Okay, Rovex has shown up. He saved his Unbreakable
Look
Will
at
last
Array.
time, and
Oh
now
my
it's Array
God.
that has a front to back that is just deleting people. He has a 65% win rate on this champ, and it's showing through now. He is the saving grace of Blue Otter in this game number 3.
That's right. Big damage. It's going to earn Blue Otter the Baron now. It looked like Conviction could have backed and gotten a setup themselves, but instead, with 20 seconds to the Dragon, Blue Otter were able to win a big fight, take the Baron, and now they're going to run down to secure their 3rd Dragon.
And we do see a little bit of life in this one. A lead finally secured by Blue Otter, and now they feel confident to take this fight. They've let 3 in a row go, but they will stand strong here, just like Gandalf against the Balrog.
That's right. The thing is, Perry hasn't come back yet, so this should be a secured Dragon. As long as Kryra hits that smite, they have to deny this Drake from Conviction.
Oh, he's
Wow.
trying to get in there,
Oh.
and he's just deleted. Array is just telling everyone to sit down in your place as Dragon secured by Blue Otter.
Yeah, the fact that Array secured it, that scared me a little bit, Bazell. But at the end of the day, it got done. Conviction lost their chance at Dragon Soul for a couple more minutes. And Blue Otter now have swung this entire game into their favor. You can just see this sudden shift in the amount of damage Array is able to pump up in these fights. As long as they can make space for him and he can keep throwing out auto attacks, Blue Otter, really good chance to win these fights.
And you could see the angle. I know Stunt just wanted to have his highlight moment there with the Spellbook Smite, but he cannot find it. He was the only thing that was really going to step in and try to get it. But now we have to look at what this means for Blue Otter. As they move forward, we did just hit 4th item for Viper. He is fully online and has the shield bow to boot, so he's very tanky in these moments. And Conviction are trying to make cross-map plays. They're getting a tier 2 in topside, but the Siege is starting to hit their home base now.
And at the end of the day, soon TF Blade is going to have to come back because he cannot siege as quickly as 4 members with the Baron buff. Yet, it's looking like he is going to keep pushing. I think this isn't necessarily ideal. Quacker could just go match him.
The wave clear from
Blue Otter-
Viper is pretty stout.
It is, but at this point, Viper's going to step up just a little bit too far, and Robex can just flash and get on top of him. He has Ghost too. So I think he's going to be looking for something.
All right, the minions are doing work now. The turret's finally going to
There's
fall.
the
Backs have
recalls.
been started, and now we will get the defense. They were willing to give over this inhib, and Conviction will still have their base intact. As a retreat from Blue Otter is inevitable. About 35 seconds from Baron buff left on them. They're going to power up this last wave, get a reset, and come back out on the map.
Yeah, I mean, it ends up being a really good play. That bottom tier inhibitor feels really bad for Conviction because now this bottom lane is just auto pushing and we're 3 minutes away from the Dragon Soul, no matter who ends up getting it. So Conviction, they're going to have to do a lot of work. They're going to have to win a big fight if they want their Dragon Soul to go through. You highlighted it. Viper is in a really strong spot, but so is Array.
Yeah, he is as well on his one of his signatures on the Aphelios, but that's not counting Conviction out of this. I mean, Syndra will always have a play. And if you can find the right targets, if
That's
Evolved is actually in those fights, it makes a big difference with the space provided. But Perry really has to be this frontal lobe for the team. He has to be this frontal engage for them as well and be able to find that line to give Viper his moment.
Yeah, that's right. It's just about who's enabling their carries better. Right now, Blue Water have been doing a great job at enabling Array to do his work this game. He's even got that QSS to give him that extra bit of MR, and of course, ability to cleanse some CC. And considering what Conviction are working with, that's pretty valuable.
Perry, he's going to try to delay it. Insta
QSS.
Captain Jack again. And Array has said, that early gank you tried to throw at me, where are you now, Perry? As he takes the killing spree. A 6-1 performance from Array.
Yeah, the North remembers, and so does Action Jackson. No jungler, numbers down. I mean, Blue Water gonna have an easy time taking this tier 2 turret, gaining control over the other 2 lanes while Supers push in the bottom side. And we're a minute 30 away from this trade.
Infernal Soul to either way. We were talking about Conviction stacking them up, but Blue Water are going to be very happy if they can get that one locked down. Here comes the end game from Kryra, just going for the flash play and going to put CNV to bed in this game. As TFBlade finds a backline access, now Viper, he's cutting them down, but he gets locked down. The Obliterate comes through, and truly, this is a blue difference.
Yeah, that's right. That was close. Conviction had some trades, but they just didn't have enough. Considering the numbers advantage, it's impressive that they go 2 for 2. But at the end of it, as long as Kryra is still alive, Blue Water still have a really good chance at this dragon, especially with Quacker around in the Death Realm. The last, 3-4 objectives, Mazel, Quacker has been able to eliminate Perry from Smite contention.
Just keeping him out of the pit. That's why you grab it. That's why we were so excited about this setup for Quacker. It's not only something he's really willing to opt into, but it just stops what Conviction want to do. Like Stunt is strong, right? He is a decently tanky. He's not nearly as tanky as Perry. And Perry is kind of that front center point for Conviction. And if you take that away, you can start to bust open just a bit. I will say though, evolved on 4 items now. We also have the Serpent's Fang completed for TFBlade. And he's on full item, full build.
Yeah, so something good for Conviction on top of that is that you can see, I actually really like this path. They have the pink ward. There's just no information for Blue Water that they're there. So this is a really good angle for them. Potentially get a big engage. Look at the angle TFBlade is coming through as well. Array has to be very careful in this fight. He got blown up instantly. Now he has both the summoners back. He has the QSS. So he is really going to be able to stretch his legs here.
Viper trying to link up with the team here, but the vision is really strong by Blue Water. They have full control. The Glacial Prison going in. They're just trying to take down.
Wow! God!
This might be the moment. The Dragon goes over to Blue Water, though. The Infernal Soul is starting to wreak its havoc. Conviction, they had their Conviction set, and now they are circling Blue Water. They wanted one fight, and that's all they needed. Look at this moment from the streamer team as a Viper is sat down by Viper and Conviction. Even if they lose the soul, they take almost everything from Blue Water. Sammy can be ran down by Perry. He's trying to do as much as he can, but TFBlade has found him once again and strikes the mid lane for Conviction.
I think that is it as well. Conviction, they lose the dragon, they clutch the fight, and unless Quacker performs some miracle in these next 20 seconds, Conviction are going up to match point.
Conviction make it hurt when it matters most. We talked they were losing their moment. The summer air was starting to come back into it, but those leaves, they keep falling. And from this blue side remains dominance as Conviction will put Blue Water's magic season on match point.
And what a tight game too, 42 minutes, Mazel. And it looked like Blue Water really had the gas to be able to take us to match point, but instead, they petered out a little bit just towards the end. So now it's 2-1. Like you said, that Blue Water summer looks like it's about to come to an end. They're going to have to pull off something pretty magnificent to be able to come back.
Insane team fight. I talked about the item completion, man. It made the difference. Absolutely deleting Quacker before he can even impact. He literally didn't even get a chance to ulti. He just died. The Glacial Prison was enough. And what a call for Perry. Utmost props to this guy. He had been getting diffed all game long by one player, and he makes the call, says, no, we take him out and we win this game. An incredible step up from a veteran player on the squad.
Yeah, and also you got to give a lot of props to, I think TF played that game, was
For
pretty
sure.
impactful on the Invest. I think he had a lot of great moments, especially the fight before that Dragon fight, to go for this alternate angle and jump on top of Array. There's nothing you can do as a marksman, so that prioritization was so important too.
All right, well, that is it for this game number 3. Blue Water are one game away from having their season end, and Conviction are looking at that rematch in the finals. We'll see if they can make that so, or if we get to go to game number 5 after this break.
Full hit the Nexus, keepers burning, but there's a shockwave for
Oh, you're
Bradley.
joking.
Oh, no!
You're joking.
Wilson, they can't do it! Citadel survive! It's a banger beatdown!
Hey guys, Bradley here. I'm the mid laner for Citadel, and I'm here to break down the crazy ending of our match against Winthrop University from week 1, day 1 of the NACL in this Pro Diff deep dive. So right here, we're trying to siege. We have Baron and Elder, right? I think we're all just thinking right now, okay, we just need to have one good engage. We have Baron and Elder. It's really easy, right? So right here, CNV finds a good opening. I combo it with my Shockwave, but I think we managed to kind of miss the mark overall on the engage, so they actually were able to live, which was pretty scary. I think at first everyone is thinking, oh, make sure not to not die, right? Everyone kind of back up a little bit, regroup, as you guys can kind of see that here. And then I think Sword finds a really good base TP and then ult angle. I think I grief right here by not flashing initially. I think I should just flash this wall instead of trying to walk past it. But Denethor finds a really nice flash follow, and then as you guys can see here, then T5 was kind of wraps after that. Only 35 gets a really nice recon engage, and we kind of get squad wiped. And at this point, we're all a little nervous. We're telling Philip right now, oh, make sure to get the wave, make sure to get the wave. But they did a good job at stopping that. And I think right here, you know, we're all a little bit nervous because in our minds, we're like, oh no, is the game really just over like that? Like just one small mistake, right? And here, I'm not going to lie, I think I mind controlled my jungler because I told him to Baron the wave, but he does it by queuing over, and then which in turn gets him Poppy E'd. So I felt like really guilty here because I was like, oh god, like I don't think they would have been able to end, but like I think now that this happened, like now they might have actually been able to end. So I was feeling a little guilty here, but regardless, still focusing on the game. I think the only thing that is to talk about is Lux and what she can do. So all our comms here are just try and slow down the wave as much as possible, right? So that's what Diamond does. He tries to put his E as far as possible. Ulti it right, he's keeping the E so it slows. And right here is when we're basically just praying that we get up on time. And I'm going to pause it here in a second, because right here, there are two very key things to note from this that I think a lot of people may have missed that I personally thought were game changing. Okay, and the first one I'm going to point out is Instinct's Poppy R block. Because if he doesn't block Poppy R, I don't get my Ori R off, right? And the second thing that I will talk about is a sidestep on Talia W that I had in order to get my ult off as well. So both plays kind of integrating into each other that was able to form this kind of miracle base defense that I think a lot of people might miss. So just as you're watching this, look at what Instinct does and watch my dodge, and then the rest is history. So I dodge this, he blocks Popyar, and just like that, they got destroyed by the shockwave. And I think, to be honest, if they had played it a little bit better, maybe we would have lost. But at the end of the day, I think nerves can really get to people, and especially as you guys saw earlier when we were trying to end, we botched it too, right? So yeah, just after this, we're pretty happy. You know, it may not have been as clean as we wanted, but you know, we're marching down feeling at least happy that we won the game. And yeah, I think everyone was let out a huge sigh of relief at this point. Thank you guys so much for watching. You can check out coaching from me and other NACL pros at prodef.gg. To stay up to date on everything NACL, follow at WatchNACL on Twitter, and make sure to catch the games on NACL's Twitch or YouTube. We'll see you next time.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Split 2 playoffs on the second to last day of the season. It's got to be a thrill ride as Blue Water had some control had some moments from that red side, potentially upsetting the 100% blue side win rate, but Conviction take one big fight, lose the soul of the dragon, and still take the victory. A big counterplay from them. As we get back into it now, I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Beatdown. And Blue Otter got to come back with something, and we got to see if blue side remains king.
Yeah, that's right. You got to imagine with the trend, Blue Water are going to be switching back to that one. This is definitely the most contested game we've had so far this series. Really hard to see who is going to take it, especially when that Dragon Soul went through, because it felt like Blue Water were going to lock it down. But you could see Viper in this last fight, untouched, ignored until the very end when it was too late. The damage was done, and only Sammy Kid was there to try and carry the hopes of Blue Water this game on their back.
Yeah, and you saw that fight there, actually, with that play. The insta turn from Perry on to the a bit overextended Quacker, who was really aiming for that Death Realm onto Perry. Just one quick turn from the veteran streamer team makes this match difference. The game going over their way after that big turnaround play now. If we take a look at the stats from the game itself, it was a rough and tumble one, as we see damage out the wazoo here.
Yeah.
A very back and forth one.
Everyone was pulling their weight top to bottom, but at the end of it, Conviction's damage mattered just a little bit more. And again, Viper in that last team fight performed really well. This is more of an even split when it came to objectives. It really just came down to that knife edge in those final team fights, which really just shows how close the series has been.
And that's a little bit of the tale of the take. I know the games 1 and 2 were very one-sided. This one was definitely more back and forth, more what I expected between these two teams. But I gotta say, the macro kind of checkers that have been being played so far, it's been really interesting to keep tabs on. And I think now moving forward into this next game, it's, yes, Blue Otter with their backs against the wall, the miracle season, all that good stuff, but being able to continue to use these power picks, continue to use these niche picks that we've known them for, and find a way to get this draft under tow for them is going to be extremely important as they do select that blue side.
That's right. So we'll see if blue side reigns king, as you said, Mazel. And again, really exciting just to note the journey these two teams have been on so far this split. Not being really expected by too many people to make it to top 3 into playoffs, fighting for that second spot in the LTA promotion tournament, fighting for the chance to fight LG in the grand finals. Conviction looking for that rematch, but here they are, exceeded expectations, fighting tooth and nail this match to be able to have that opportunity should they be able to win.
Conviction themselves, you know, it'd be a crazy story to see some of these names contesting for an LTA North spot. An incredible story nonetheless. I mean, obviously a lot of changes for this roster coming into this split, in the split that matters the most, but you gotta work with what you got, and I think Conviction are doing so good in terms of what they've been able to do. They've only dropped one game to Blue Otter. They faced them now twice. And see if Blue Otter can right that a little bit here. As want to see what this B1 is going to look like for Blue. It's going to be Rovex's Leona. So going with the supportal Blue 1 pick, I think is interesting.
It is, especially when champs like Rel are still available. I feel like you could have had your pick of either or. Maybe they aren't too keen to show much of anything else yet. I mean, it is a good pick for Rovex, very tanky. So there's definitely value. Just didn't have B1 support 2 games in a row on the bingo card.
Yeah, that's the most interesting part of these drafts, I gotta say. Jarvan is going to be let through for Perry. That is terrifying. Blue Otter did not want him to have this earlier on in the series, but it is going to leak through now. And now Conviction need a good pairing with it. The Rumble with the Hot Pot is not there. The Orianna that we typically see is also not going to be there. So I do wonder.
I do too. A lot of supports are being hovered, and wow, okay, both supports Rom picked pretty
I like
early.
It in Leona.
Yeah, it is a good response overall in support, but it also does kind of close up a couple of the options here for Blue Otter in terms of, you know, picking poke champions. Guys, I said picking poke champion. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. But, yeah.
We'll see. The supported
much
pick
better.
coming through. So I do expect very, very much focus on damage for Samikid, for Ray. They're going to have the Ivern. I know this is something that Kryra has really been willing to falter into, or not falter, but fall into. And it's a very powerful pick in the right hand.
It is. And I'm curious, too, now, if we're going to see something like a double marksman setup, just because how strong that tends to be with Ivern overall. That's why you're already seeing the early Jinx pick. Could see a Tristana mid, maybe for Samikin. We know him a lot more for mages in that mid lane, but who knows? He could surprise us.
He could indeed. I do like the Jinx here for Array. Going to be another hyper carry in his hands, even though the last one didn't work out. I still think he dominated that AD conversation for majority of that game. And we got to see what's going to be left to the Wolves here, I guess, in the second phase of bans, as I would love to see the AD picked, and it's going to be the Lucian that we've seen rising to prominence.
Yeah, so while Jinx and Ivern are going to work really nicely together, outside of the lane phase, because the ability to make space for Ivern is really good, this lane is going to be pretty tough, because, it's melee into melee, but it is Lucian Braum, so that is a very strong combination historically. You're going to be able to stack up that passive really quickly. So Array and Rovex, they're going to have to play this lane out pretty carefully, because you don't want to fall too far behind.
Starting to think about Quacker's comfort
what
pick
are his
that's going to come
options?
through here, as it is going to be the Olaf focus. I was wondering if they were willing to go with that in kind of a first phase, but I think there's a lot of counter picking that can happen. And TF Blade, absolutely known for those counter picks. But a little bit of that top lane focus, at least so far, for Conviction.
Yeah, and I'm wondering too, there's like two angles here for Conviction to go, because I think Shen would be really good for Quacker this game, considering the situations he's played it in historically. So either they ban Shen, or they leave it up and play it themselves.
True.
Which I could see. I feel like they'd be lacking a little bit of in damage, but Evolve can pick a champion that can mitigate that, so it would be fine.
I thought you were just going to leave it at can pick a champion.
I thought about I wanted to, but slower finals, let's be serious.
Yeah. All serious.
Oh, Morgana.
It is the Morgana.
True.
So just trying to focus on some of the flexibility that we can see. We've also seen the Morgana be so lethal in mid lane. It does have flexibility as well. With that support role, but obviously not going to be the case on the other side. But it is going to be wondering if the Gragas is teeing off more top lane focus towards TF Blade, or if they're going to go with another route for their second ban.
Right. Could see another. I could ban the Scion, maybe. Oh, instead it's going to end up being the Chase, which is fine. Removing a carry option there for TF Blade. It does mean that, it does make me think that it really is the Shen that Quacker is angling for. It's just whether or not Conviction are going to let that one go. They could just take it, TF Blade plays it, and it would be a huge denial.
Got to see what they're going to say for counter pick here. Could be extremely important to focus on the Kog'Maw mid. All right, I love to see it. You get a little bit of that AP damage coming through, as well as that artillery. And it's going to be really nice to play around with the Jarvan lock-in as well.
Yeah, I like the Irelia hover for psychic damage. No other reason.
No other reason, just the psychic damage.
So it is interesting too, because I mean the Kog'Maw, the AP Kog'Maw, a lot of the value is in the range, the poke. Does make me wonder, you need to play something similar to match it. I think that's a really good call there from Samikin. Now it's just going to be Quacker. What's the verdict?
I do wonder what he's going to go with. I expect something maybe a little bit more carry-oriented, or at least bruiser-oriented. You really want to make good on the supportive role that this Ivern is going to be having in these fights as well. And the Shen, it does do good damage. Quacker is well known for it as well. And going to go ahead and grab that one here. So it's team fight. It is hyper carry potential for the two carries of Samikin and Array right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the death ball to end all death balls to sell. And that's why I ended up expecting the Shen pick. I think the angle here is just that you hope...
Garen!
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Okay. Garen does a lot here, I gotta say.
He does. So the big thing that he does a lot of is that he's probably going to have a good time in lane against Shen. Of course, you have, similar to the Ambessa, TF Blade's ability to just attack this backline legitimately like 100 to 0 before they can even blink, before the silence on your Q expires. So I think the goal here in these team fights is just to support these carries as best you can, but the lane phase is super important, Lennon.
Yeah.
You need this Jinx to make it through.
That's the hardest thing, though, because
Yeah.
you have that team fighting aspect, but there's a lot of breathing room that Conviction have gotten themselves here, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of skirmish potential in the earlier game. You have some really strong connections. The thing is, they don't really have an answer to Garen at the sideline. So you are full putting the eggs into the basket of we are just going to win team fights, cross map from Garen, and it's going to be enough to either pull the focus from TF Blade, or it's going to be enough to counterbalance the advantages he's getting. Because once he gets to a point, you're not going to be able to catch him, and he's just going to be taking turrets from you left and right.
Yeah, 100%. And this is a lot of what we saw TF Blade doing in other games in this very series. An idea that he's going to be able to split push very effectively. You know Blue Water are going to abandon the side lane to some degree and focus on grouping and team fighting. So yeah, there is that angle for TF Blade to take advantage of that.
There's a lot of angles here and a lot of weight on the shoulders of Blue Otter. They are down, and yes, we've seen blue side dominance. All it takes is one crack, one moment, and Conviction can upset all of that here and send Blue Otter home. All the way dating back to last year when we were talking about the miracle run that Blue Otter did to give themselves so much respect, so much expectations coming into this year, and those expectations not being reached. Let's be flat out honest. But now at the end of the year, this is when it matters most, the most important split of the NACL in its holistic history. And Blue Otter have the chance to make this miracle run continue here, but Conviction also have the chance to end summer now and start fall. Make sure you get your votes in. Who you think's going to win? Is it going to be Conviction finishing the series here and making a rematch with LG and claiming that last LTA North promotion spot, or is it Blue Otter that continue the magic run?
Well, as you said, Lennon, it's going to be a game 5, so as a feller knower, I think we know who's going to come out on top here. But jokes aside, I think Blue Water definitely have their work cut out against them in this game, just because of how crucial it is for Array to have an okay early game. If he's set behind, he's just such a large source of damage alongside the Ziggs that I think it will almost be impossible to catch back up.
That advantage early is going to be really important. We've seen that the macro has really been the deciding factor in a lot of this. I know we put a lot of emphasis on kind of the junglers having that teeing off point for both teams in that last game. I think some of that is going to be the same here, but I need to see some step ups from players, like especially this mid lane matchup. Samikin having a little bit of a quiet one last time around as well, trying to find a little bit of a difference maker now in this one with a bit of a left side pick itself. But it really is a situation where we have a lot of eyes on Blue Water because their backs against wall. Conviction have done their job right now and maybe trying to finish that here. But it's a story for Blue Water, who have taken down some of the best the league has to offer, has sent them home, taken them out of the conversation that Blue Water weren't even close to being in coming into the tournament.
That's right. Again, the expectations, some were there for Conviction, but not much, and there were 0 for Blue Water. So again, before we say goodbye to one of these teams, I think, again, we just got to celebrate how far they've come against these expectations, how they were able to perform, especially Blue Water during this lower bracket one that nobody predicted. I mean, not everyone was even a believer of them against Supernova. They didn't just win, Lennon, they 3-0'd them. They smoked them. And they have a lot to look back on proudly, and of course, it would be even better for them, for either of these teams, to take that one last step to Zell, so they can make the promotion tournament.
Well, only one of these teams can take that step forward. It's the second to last day with grand finals looming large, but more importantly, that last LTA North spot on the line. One of these two teams gonna claim it. Can Conviction put a stop to the summer magic and make all the leaves fall off the tree, or can Blue Water revive us a little bit and get us to a game 5? I know which one I want. I want Silver Scrapes. Let's see it, Blue Water, as we get into game number 4.
Well, let's see it. Blue Water have a tough road they have a tough road ahead of them here in this game, but it is definitely possible. Conviction looking to put this series to bed to close this out so that they can start planning for tomorrow. They don't want this night to run too late.
And it's so crazy to weigh the different, I guess, big moments that are coming up for these teams, right? Because on one hand, you have the grand finals tomorrow, and that's incredibly important, right? Like winning the medallions, having that moment is incredibly important in ACL. But this year, on top of the upped ante with the LTA North promotion slide, and LG already sitting there, they look damn scary.
Yeah.
And another team is going to have to join them and try to fight for those spots, try to run through that tournament, and eventually meet DSG. And it's going to be one of these two teams.
That's right. They need that chance. Blue Water, they still have a few games to win if they want to make it their conviction. They can make that decision to take that step right here and now. And again, Array and Rovex, work cut out for them in this bottom lane. Viper and Stun on the Lucian Braum. Such a lethal duo. Where if they fall far behind in this lane, that's probably going to be it for Array's impact this game, barring a monumental team fight.
Oh my god, just a little thing. You know, I read too much into skins. That's a Christmas
Okay.
skin. That's
Yeah.
definitely moving away
That's
from
winter.
summer.
Oh
all
my
right?
god.
That's
Yes.
definitely,
No, I'm with you.
Evolve knows. He's a knower. He's a knower. Though I do really want to highlight this Sammy Ziggs pick. I think it can be so impactful here to counter some of that long-distance standoff damage that Evolved is going to be bringing. And you just have that hyper carry potential for both of these guys in the bot lane. So I think both teams really set themselves up with a lot of the things they feel comfortable with, at least coming into this game for.
Yeah, it's really important. Because of the crucialness of the scenario that we're in right now. I mean, looking at these junglers, Perry heading towards this bottom side. Kryra, he's going to end up on the bottom side eventually, but you know Ivern, that's a little unique compared to other junglers. I think something we haven't really mentioned yet is that Perry, because he's playing Jarvan, has a really big chance to have some early game impact. He's already level 3. The Flag and Drag can do so much against the likes of a Jinx, of a Ziggs.
And we do see Crowder coming to the end of his clear now. Did end up passing the bar of execution for the Blast Cone combo onto the blue buff, and he's going to go out towards top side now. Very, very fast clear for him. I think it was like 304, 305. And he's going to look for a bit of a mid lane gank now.
Ooh.
He has an angle. Can we go mid?
Wait, yeah, we should look at mid. Evolve.
He absolutely has an angle here. You do have Perry coming out of his jungle now, and they will end up backing away because of it. Thought they might have the angle onto Evolved. He did end up burning his flash, so they can revisit that.
100%. And I don't think they'll do it, probably not right now, but in those next couple of, unless.
Perry's like, you know, maybe I lose a little bit of presence, but I'm going to go for my own invade here and see if I can get a little bit of vision onto Kryra's jungle, as I know he's trying to do the same to me. And both junglers just going to get their first resets. We should have the first TPs back to mid lane as well from both of Evolved and Samykin. But that also brings up the next conversation. About a minute till the first dragon spawns. We've seen some hesitance for sure around that objective, but it has been the kind of deciding factor in many of the games today.
Yeah, it has been. Even the Dragon Soul that Blue Otter got in the last game, that fight that they were forced to take is what ended up losing it for him. In the end, thanks to Viper Zeri. So now, here's that revisit we talked about. Nice satchel too. Oh, Evolved. He has minions.
They don't have the CC there. Evolved is going to make it all the way. He did just TP here, though, so that's a bit troublesome. And the thumbs up there showing maybe a slight grin on his face, but maybe gritting his teeth a little bit too. And TP to the bot lane, coming out from TF Blade to try to get this wave pushed in and not let it freeze through. They actually stopped the back from Rovex as well. And we see Viper in a perfectly timed redeploy up topside.
Yeah, and again, something they do a lot here, just letting Viper go for these solo farm situations when he's playing these mobile carries. Let him 1v2, 1v1, be able to farm pretty effectively. Doesn't have really much to worry about in terms of getting jumped on.
Samykin and Evolved just going to continue being the artillery mages in the mid lane. And it looks like we're just going to go quietly into this early game for now, and honestly shows a lot of the weight on the shoulders of the teams. Obviously, you want to play as respectful as you can in a do-or-die series, but especially for Blue Water, trying to see what they can do with some of these pushes. I really love their composition as it comes online. You know, 3 items is all good and well, and I actually think that Conviction are the ones that need to put the pedal to the metal a little bit.
Well, we'll see. For the moment, the pedal is most certainly not to the metal.
We're stopped off on the side of the highway, making sure that everybody's good, you know, getting the snacks out of the trunk and stuff.
We're at the rest stop, you know? Getting snacks, doing whatever we need to do, relieving ourselves before we take our long journey. wherever that may take us,
Ooh,
wherever we're
that was
going.
an interesting pull there, actually. So he started up the dragon, backed away
He's
from
gonna
it.
do
Then the
it.
redeploy came through from blue, so now they are down here, but he's just holding position over the Scuttle Crab, just going to take that one and get back out towards his top side potentially, where we do have the grub spawning about a minute and a half.
Yeah, nothing really comes of it. I will say, because of the position of Array, he's already here on this top side, and you can see the move from Blue Otter overall. They have a pretty good shot at just keeping vision control over this side of the map. Even Array slowly farming this one out just so he doesn't get jumped on. It's going to allow him to stack this wave too. So when that crashes, should give Blue a pretty good chance to be able to focus on these grubs.
Who wins the grub fight then? Beat down. I think level 6 is going to come into impact in that. We do have the biological hot pot. I don't know. Something along those lines. It's not even hot, though. It's like cold soup.
Yeah.
Evolved and Perry going to have their big combos. The same can't be said just yet for Kryra and Samikin. Obviously, Daisy would impact that fight a lot.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Kryra has no camps up, wasn't able to steal those Raptors, means I think Blue's chances at grubs just immediately disappear. Unless he's able to take that red buff quickly, and that gets him level 6. Because the Daisy is very important to how Blue Otter's comp is going to be functioning. So I have a feeling it's just going to end up being some sort of objective trade. He's now ticked over to level 6.
They aren't even going to be up in position to start it on spawn. It's actually Conviction that are going to go for the Dragon. We've seen this before. It will be on Vision, though. And we'll see all 3 grubs potentially going the way of Blue Otter.
Depends on whether or not Kryra gets some help. I think Ivern's going to end up doing it kind of slowly.
Oh, yeah. Actually, they can move up there way fast enough.
Yeah.
Do they want to, though?
Probably not. I mean, Samikin has a wave going. Evolved has no mana, so I guess that's enough for them to just go ahead and take that dragon in trade. Now you can see Perry going for another invade. Just go ahead and continuously take these Raptors. He's got a pretty big farm lead over Kryra.
Yeah, I think the grubs might be a big boon for Blue Water. If you look at this comp, not only will Array get excited very quickly off of being able to take these turrets down and put Conviction in a really back-footed position, they can take those turrets very fast with the Ziggs. So something to keep in mind on as we move forward into this one, but Conviction, the price they were willing to pay for that early dragon on the Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, I will say Kryra, well, he is falling a good bit behind. He's playing Ivern, who's historically a cheaper build path. If there's anyone on Blue Water's composition who can afford to fall a little behind, it is Kryra. So as long as he is keeping up an XP for the most part, and Array and Samikin are farming fine, I think it's going to amount to being not too much of a big deal. It just depends on whether or not Perry's able to continuously increase this advantage.
And we have first items. Serpent's Fang first for Perry, by the way.
Wow.
Not going to be nearly the tank setup that we sometimes see, but it's definitely more often than not the kind of lethality damage setup for this Jarvan. It's going to feel pretty good early on. The shield's really coming through from the Shen and this Ivern as top lane gank coming through. They're going to pull this one back. Daisy has come out, and we have a collapse coming out from Conviction.
Yeah, I mean, good call. They pull away from this one. I still think they're in trouble.
Array is forced to flash. Stand United also going to be used, so they pull everything from Blue Otter just with that play. Cataclysm used, though. That also is a big setup tool for Conviction.
Yeah, it cost Blue Water a lot to walk away from that one. Several flashes. Stand United, which is a very long cooldown, and the Daisy too. So it's going to be a few minutes before Blue Water can actually do anything substantial in terms of contesting Conviction. So it was a good move from them, understanding the play Blue Water wanted to make, and it forced Blue to use a lot of resources.
Yeah, it's tough too because Quacker didn't go TP, so he doesn't have the double utility of being able to join the map and also go back. He went with the Ignite, and he didn't get a payoff of that in lane at all. And so now you just have a moment where TF Blade says, oh, nobody's on bot side, I'll go in, I'll push a wave, I'll get a wave here, get a wave there, and it continues that narrative of the fact that nobody's really going to be able to answer TF Blade. If you do answer him, he's just going to run away.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty easy. Garen's a fast boy. So now, it's just about whether or not they can do some kind of response to this top side. Quacker is safe because of the ward. And this means that Blue Water kind of have a chance to do something aggressive the other side of the map because the bot lane is away. Maybe the dive that never was can actually happen this time on the TF Blade.
Pulling used on Quacker there on the top side. TF Blade on the bot side is the focus. TF Blade going to get a lot of support. Parry is here. They're going to get the TP out with the spell book from Stunt. So this gank didn't go in. Stunt missing the point blank Winter's Bite. That feels a little bad. Evolved is moving down as well. We'll have the artillery soon put in place. And I gotta say though, Viper is getting some free damage on top side. We got
Wow!
Mega Inferno Bomb, Mega Death Rocket, Mega everything coming through for Blue Water.
Yeah, big play to be able to take down Stunt, and of course you have the Satchel Charge executing this turret. So that's first brick, big step towards getting those feats, and we're just gonna watch this one again. Stunt getting whittled down and then exploded.
Just bye-bye.
Yeah.
That is exactly what this comp wants to do. You literally got the 3 grubs for free, by the way.
Yep.
And you could just siege. And once you siege, you just run the fight afterwards because Array is just popping off on the excited Jinx. And so now we're seeing that bread and butter for Blue Water already pay dividends, about 1,000 gold lead up.
That's right. And it's been a good opening here for Blue Water so far. Now we're going to be able to see if they're going to keep this one going. Because we talked about it. Array and Samikin, they needed to go even, not fall too far behind in this early game. And while Array is a little down at CS, the fact that he was able to be part of that first brick, be part of both of those plates going down means that's exactly the expectation we were setting for Blue Water to effectively use this comp that really comes online in the late game.
And I know I did say for free for the 3 grubbies, but it is the dragon that they really need to put a focus on because they did get the dragon for it. If that's going to matter in the end, is up to Conviction. They can continue stacking this up. But I got to say, from Red side, we've seen now 2 games where the first 2 dragons go over, but it's not always going to come out to meaning the dragon soul. Even though it ended up going that way last game, a little bit of a contest from Quacker, who is just fighting Parry in front of it. He's gonna kill him! Oh my God, Quacker, you absolutely magnificent animal! He has just found the Quackington difference, and Kryber comes to try to save him, but now Viper is cleaning up now too. He wants to get the kill, but Daisy is there. The dragon is there. Oh my God, it's PvE time for Viper. He's trying to take down Daisy. In comes the Star Rocket. Feet of Warfare secured from Array from cross map.
That's probably the funniest thing. He really thought he was getting away from that one, and Array says absolutely not. So, not only do they get more kills in the end of that one, it should give, or rather it denies that dragon from going over in Conviction's favor. So, another successful play for Blue Water.
Dude, Array is absolutely incredible. Able to get that one. Now he's up 2 kills on this Jinx, and I think if there's going to be a pain point that Conviction are going to struggle to deal with in team fights, it can be a very fed Jinx. I cannot unsee the damage that was done by Quacker here. Like, what is this?
He went Titanic Hydra first. Yeah, he has Ignite as well. The Redemption helped, but yeah, he was in a really strong position. So it was a nice call to be able to go for that. I liked it.
Rocket from downtown. We got Blue Water playing basketball on the Rift. As goes for the angle, knows there's no way out if you're skirting that wall. And there was no dash available.
Yep, now they did get delayed, but Conviction are still going to be able to take that dragon. But now there's a Rift Herald to trade. There's another potential dive. They now have confirmation there's no one here to respond to, so TF Blade has to respect that and just leave. Means another turret is going to get executed. Blue Water just running this demolition comp very nicely. Now they can set their sights on the Herald.
Yeah, almost 3,000 gold up now because of all that. Conviction gonna find a play onto Rovex. They're gonna throw everything into it though. Glacial Fish are coming out. Look at Array.
He's alive.
He's about to get excited, and Rovex survived. Parry has no escape tool. Mega Inferno Bomb used, and that's Array going on a killing spree as well. They get 2 for nothing, and that's Blue Water going right back to the Rift Herald.
Yeah, the amount of impact I've seen Redemption have today is just pretty crazy. And yeah, getting Array excited, that first kill just makes these fights so much easier for Blue Water too. So it's a kill, it's the Herald, And maybe it's another kill if TF Blade isn't careful.
Starting to hear the songs of summer come back loud into my ears here, Beatdown.
Now what does it sound like?
Like a little bit of magic. I don't know. It's for the listener to decide. But it is a very promising start for Blue Water in a game where they need to win.
I mean,
they don't have any lives left, and they have a scaling comp that's already extremely far ahead, already 2 items on the rig.
Literally what I was going to say. Like, you're the comp that's great in the late game. Jinx is 3-0. 2 items in 16 minutes. Like, you know, we can get really... if you're a Blue Water fan, you're very excited about this one. You can basically... I won't say you can wrap this up, but I'm not saying that. This is the kind of hyperbole, like, between friends. Like, guys, I'm playing Jinx. I have 2 items in 15 minutes. Like, GG, well played.
I think Conviction are going to be a little upsetty spaghetti about that, but
They won't
yeah,
like that.
it's definitely feeling that way with the compositional strength they have, and maybe just trending back to the fact that Blue side is 100% win rate, but if Blue win here,
That's what I mean,
then
yeah.
Conviction get to go to Blue side. Maybe that's what they wanted all along. All the conspiracy theories you could ask for as we get to a little bit of a lull state here as we don't have anything on the map just yet, but the next play is going to be the Rift Herald. Because the turrets are worse for wear for Conviction on both of the side lanes, it's got to be mid lane.
That's
Oh,
right.
nope, they're pinging top lane tier 2, so why not?
I mean, they have TF Blade kind of caught out. He has the flash.
I was saying you could never catch this guy, but, you know, I guess you still can.
I was about to say, they technically still have it, so it's fine. What really matters is whether or not they can do enough damage to this turret. I'm going to say no. Oh, maybe
All
they
right.
kill it.
Well, they did catch him out at the end. All right. That is TF Blade going down, and that will be a doozy. They're going to trade for a tier 2 in bot side. Really nice play from Conviction to get a cross-map play and get a tier 2 for themselves. A lot of standing gold there to try to chunk back the turret. But it's going to be a response from Blue and top.
Yes, and if you want to improve your League of Legends gameplay yourself, the response is to sign up for some one-on-one coaching at prodiff.gg. That's right, scan the QR code and get some one-on-one coaching from the pros, guaranteed to be either active performer, LTA North, NACL, or ERL players. That's the Prodiff.
Oh, a little bit of flank egg. Oh, okay, Viper with the flank, my dude. The hot pot special is not going to be delivered, and that cold noodle soup is not there either. That's going to be Blue Water taking the outer turret, and that's the final standing outer turret for them, or at least to take down. And now they're going to look at a potential standing turret in TF Blade, who I guess I was wrong about being able to catch him.
Yeah, I just want to know what the thought was.
They're just like, get us the blue side. It's fine.
Yeah, true. I don't know. That was kind of crazy. But, well, Blue Water, this is a pretty astronomical lead for 20 minutes. This is up 19 minutes. 6K,
Yeah.
8-1.
It's like game 1, honestly.
Yeah, it's just in reverse. So, the only thing left really is for this next dragon. It is Conviction's sole point, but Conviction are so far behind. I don't know if they'll ever get a dragon ever again. Yeah. Wow, I gotta say, I'm blown away with this resurgence from Blue Water here in Game 4.
It's a really good draft to set them up. I think it leans to their strengths as well. Something we've really highlighted on is the fact that Samkin and Ray have been showing up in a lot of these games as well, and kind of going with that more supportive role around those two. I know Quacker's signature Shen here as well.
True.
But a very, very nice draft in a game 4 for Blue Water. I think really big shout out to the coaching staff there as we see another engage. Array trying to set up on the stunt. Solar Flare going to go just a bit wide, but Daisy's doing her own work on the side. They're trying to get Parry down. He is going to be able to buffer that flag and drag to get away, but the Dragon should go to Blue Water.
And the Otacon is almost certainly going there as well. TF Blade will be able to trade. He didn't have the teleport to join this exchange, but still not very positive because of how powerful this Otacon is. Conviction, they want to show up, but the damage, the gold is really quite there. Viper is at 2 items.
He's trying to get it with the culling. It's not going to go down. Glacial Fisher is there. The Bio Arcane Artillery
Excited.
is starting to do some work. Yeah, but Array is just stepping up. He's got the zap. He's going to slow down Parry. The flash play from Quacker. And that's going to be all she wrote here. That's a massive team fight win. They did end up scraping by a little bit of gold in the side lane from TF Blade. He's going to try to get this in him turret, but there's some backs coming through. The Dragon will go the way of Blue Water as they stop the stacking for Conviction.
Yeah, it really feels like Conviction's best way to win at this point is going to end up being a backdoor. They ignore Quacker for TF Blade for too long, and he ends up having some kind of backdoor play. Because I will say, while it is very impactful for Quacker to have the Ignite and he can join fights with the Stand United, if TF Blade were to TP away or to try and make that sort of play happen, Quacker won't be able to join necessarily. Someone else will have to show up. He'll have to ult for them, you know. Some shenanigans could be in the air.
Could be. They're going to need something like that, though, and I think that's still that conversation we had from the beginning. I just love that we have double Serpent's Fangs coming through for Conviction, but the side lane can be where they get a little bit of this advantage back. I don't think they ever win a full-on 5-on-5 right now unless they have just a really good angle, but especially in the siege potentials, the 3 grubs is so powerful with this combo. We've already seen it pay off multiple times, and we're already almost on 3 items for Array.
Yeah, that IE is going to be just monumental for him. And it's just going to make it easier for him to help his team secure that first kill that gets him excited. It's going to allow them to snowball to a team fight win. And right now, nothing really to fight for. Baron's going to be up in a couple of minutes. And Conviction, they're in a tough position right now because of how strong Blue Water are. There's really just a good chance they can rip the Baron on spawn. So they need to try and set up some play, get some kind of advantage to prevent that from happening.
I want to see Conviction use a little bit of this experience on the roster. They did get 3 items for Viper now. He doesn't have boots completed, obviously, but he does have that 3rd item. Gonna feel pretty strong on the Lucian, but it's still about how he can maneuver in these fights because I feel like it's so dangerous to step up. But it's all that siege that Conviction can lay back onto Blue with Evolved on this AP Kog'Maw. See Rovex and Co. moving into the river here as Conviction follow them through. They're going to take the play. The Cataclysm comes through. Rovex goes back in. Rovex overextended. Maybe it's not enough, though. He's going to go down. Daisy blocks it, but he still dies. The Bio-Arcane Artillery is coming to work, but it's not nearly enough.
Oh!
And Array! Oh, no. That's a little bit of a pop-off moment from Blue Water and a little bit of betrayal from Conviction. I think they weren't going to get out if they didn't pop it there anyways. And Blue Water's siege has come for the bot lane of Conviction.
That tier 2 turret is not long for this world. Conviction, though. Oh, okay.
Couple turret shots.
A lot of turret shots. I think we walk away from this one. And still, at the end of it, really happy with that exchange as Blue Water. As long as everybody gets the recall, we're 50 seconds away from that Baron. We're going to watch this one again. Really just shows the power Blue Water are working with right now. They throw everything they can at Rovex. Pyra's able to help extend his life as long as possible. And these fights are always going to come to an end once Array gets that first kill and gets excited. So the fact that Blue Water are able to stall Conviction success in fights for so long is part of what's going to guarantee their success.
Give it up to Perry for being that guy in the crazy thriller movie that stays behind and locks the gate and gets taken down. The water seeping in, and he's the one that stops it from flowing. He was the savior there. But I don't know if he's going to be able to save anything anymore as TF Blade is caught in the side lane. And because he's so far behind, this Garen has not been able to find an exit, and he flashes straight into Array's face. He didn't know he was there. And that is Array going legendary, 8-0-3 for ol' Action Jackson.
Yeah, and again, really big answer back this game from Blue Water to be able to basically come back after losing a really tight game in Game 3. They're the ones who have their backs against the wall. They're the team who are 1 game away from elimination, but now...
Oh my god! Viper barely survives. The Cataclysm comes back. Viper's got damage here now. The Bio-Arcane is coming for him as well, and they pick 2. A very deep play by Blue Water. They committed, and they get taken down because of it.
Yeah, finally a play a little too deep for Blue Water, and the timing actually probably couldn't even be worse, Mazel. No TP on Quacker, no Stand United, so he can't join quickly. There really is an angle here for Conviction to maybe try and force the Baron. This is their ticket back into Game 4.
Dude, Viper is pumping now, and he is feeling himself. as they start up the Baron. He's waiting for his entrance. He knows that Blue Otter have to overcommit to this, and TF Blade is waiting on the flank, though Perry's getting too low to handle the damage from the Baron, and that'll be pulled off. Evolved will get chunked a little bit on the exit, but that's Conviction showing a little bit of life here and chunking that gold lead back. About 4,000 gold down now.
Yeah, it was a nice fight. Really, a lot of it, though, was that Quacker and Rovex feeling themselves a little too much. We're going a little too far here. Almost cost them the Baron, but there was enough damage on Blue Otter to force Conviction out. So instead, they're going to go for this Drake. It's going to be their second one, and Blue Otter, once again, back in this position where they can threaten the Baron at pretty much any time.
2 Cloud Dragons in a row. Okay.
Oh,
Can they
Rovex.
threaten? As Rovex, still alive somehow, is
Wow,
going to
that's
finally go down
shielding.
to Evolved on a killing spree there. Maybe some of that Serpent's Fang value coming out. I'd love to see the numbers on those so far, but Blue Otter
Yeah,
still
true.
around the area here.
Yeah, that's right. Nice catch out there from Conviction. It's these small things that could allow them to get back into this one. But really, it is picks on someone like Array and Sammykin. That's the meat of the potential comeback Conviction are looking for, searching
And where are
for
the
right
potatoes?
now. The potatoes, I would say Rovex is a potato in this one. You know?
He's a little bit of potato. He's going
little
to
bit of
become a
potato.
nicely boiled potato, and it's going to be a good thing, not a bad thing.
Of course.
we'll
Wait, we
see.
like boiled potatoes, don't
Yeah,
we?
exactly. The setup now is actually still around the vision on the Baron Pit. Conviction have shown a little bit of a life, but unfortunately Array was not in those fights last time around, so they really have to contest with that and figure out how they step forward. They will have Cataclysm coming back up and available now. The only thing down right now is that Glacial Fissure. We don't really have anything to test over except the Baron if we want to. We're going full Dayram style.
Yeah, I think Blue Otter are okay with that right now. 'Cause again, all it takes is one kill, and Array will run his team to victory here. But it's tough because considering the range and the poke that Blue Otter have, Blue Otter can just take their time, poke them out, force them away, get on the Baron. They will take it very quickly with how strong Array is right now. So they're just waiting for an opportunity.
3.5 items. We'll say though, 3 items and a half items, at least for Viper too. So he's not very much far behind besides the boots. Obviously, that makes the biggest difference. We're almost on Rabadons now for Evolve though. And that's sneaky damage. And we've been starting to see a little bit of the influence, but the AP Kog'Maw is going to start pumping now too.
That's right, especially once the death cap comes through. He's going to be doing quite
Gotta have
a
it now,
lot.
right?
Probably. Yeah, he's going for the backside.
There you
so
go.
Yep, so that range is going to hurt. It is mitigated a little bit with the shielding and healing that Kryra is working with right now. But overall, there's still value there. But you can just see how Blue Otter have been kind of systematically pushing Conviction closer and closer to their base to this point where, all right, now they feel comfortable enough that they can just start.
They're just going to force it, yeah. They're just going to try to go for it. If Evolved can get in a good position over here, he can really lay in the artillery across the wall, but they don't even move over just yet. They go for a mid lane play. Perry's going to get the unfortunate information. Blue Otter have just been burning it now. They're going to go for the play on a Rovex and the rest as they pull off the Baron to go for the fight. Look at the Bio Arcane Barrage coming through as they do get the Mega Death Rocket already out. The Mega Inferno Bomb's been used too. Blue are out of bombs and rockets, and now they got to try to hold this position around this mid lane.
And Daisy's going to help them do that pretty easily, which is why you see Conviction backing off the way they do. But still, overall, not bad from Conviction to be able to slow this one down a little bit. Perry had to flash to be able to make it so. And now as
They're
Blue
gonna do it
Water go
again.
back, yeah, they can do this one again.
About half on the cooldowns for the bombs and rockets. More importantly, it's this setup from Conviction with this range advantage they have over the wall. But they can really put in some hurt, and they are. Viper's going to pop the culling. Blue Otter, they're not feeling super confident now. They're all 5 strong. They're going to take the Scuttle Crab, but Conviction, they're surrounding. I think Stunt might be a little bit overextended now. He's going to wait to try to get back to the rest of the team. The push in the mid lane is the focus for Conviction, and Blue Otter are late to the play. The Mega Inferno Bomb has come back up, though, and Mega Death Rocket is coming back up, too. So Conviction are going to back away after the wave clear.
Yeah, and Conviction, they've stalled it out yet again. The gold lead hasn't changed at all, but they've still been able to slowly force Blue Water off this Baron each and every time. And we're going to get to a point, too, with this Dragon coming up shortly. Could give a Conviction an opportunity to trade if Blue Water are able to secure that Baron in a way they can't stop them doing. Otherwise, Conviction are just doing a good job keeping the game slower. It's not necessarily taking them a step closer to winning, because Blue Water's comp is just going to continue to excel. But the longer this game goes, the more opportunities for Blue Water to make a mistake.
I mean, the lead has been shrunk. We had
little
such a big lead for Blue Water, and now we're only 3,000 gold down. We're on even item keel, at least the main completed items for the carries. And I think that's very important to highlight for Conviction. They are not out of this one yet, even though we were saying potentially Blue Water just had full grip of this game.
True. I mean, the tier 3 boots for Array, I think, still make a big difference in the fact that he is
I
playing
can't
James.
believe Viper hasn't completed his boots yet. I want to yell at this man.
No, honestly,
I don't need to. He knows what he's doing, but man.
Yeah, Lucian doesn't care that much.
He's fine. He's fine.
Yeah. Oh, now, but I like this angle from TF Play. They have no idea he's there. I think if Quacker shows on like a wave, he could go for a crazy flank. Okay, but he's gonna walk up.
They just lost the Dragon to a solo Array, by the way. And that'll be a third Cloud Dragon. TF Play has been waiting here for so long. When are they going to pull the play? They get one shot from Evolved. He's been waiting. He's been buying his time. Is this the moment that he makes it unleash?
He's going.
Is this the moment that
He'll
TF Play
flash.
makes his name known? He's stepping up. The king of Demacia has nothing on Garen as he steps up, shuts down Samikin and Conviction. They reap what they sow.
Array's still-
They come for the fight. TF Blade's going to make it out.
Oh, they
alive,
got
and
it. They
Conviction
did it.
pulled the play. Viper gets the shutdown on Array. All that gold, what does it do for you? As Conviction rip away your summer vibes.
That's the comeback Conviction we're looking for. TF Blade, an excellent flank, is able to turn the tides, not only to even it out, but also for Conviction to take the lead.
Absolutely incredible. The veterancy on display in that moment. Absolutely insane from Conviction to pull that back from what was a massive lead for Blue Water. Now Conviction rest themselves at the tippy top here 33 minutes in.
And wow, this really just flips the game on its head, Mazel. It's only 1,000 gold, but you can see it with Viper finishing up that last item. He is just an insane amount of damage here. And of course, I gotta credit TF Blade again. Just being able to find that flank angle, removing Samikin from this fight, making it so that Array has to shoulder the burden of damage all on his own. And he can't do it.
I started feeling the confidence lacking in Blue Water around their setups. I started feeling like that momentum shifting. I mean, we're only right around the corner from fall, and Conviction want to make that so here. They're getting chunked, though, as Perry tries to buy time. Glacial Monster going back in. The Bio-Arcane Barrage is doing so much work right now, though. My God, Evolve this puppet of... Oh, God. No, TF Blade has found the backline, goes for the Demacia Justice, but immediately gets Justice of his own. A double kill to Array, and that's what happens when you can't take down the carries.
Yeah, so they lose 3 Baron buffs. Still, so much gold earned there for Conviction as they hold on to the lead. And it's tough, too, because of the wave state. Blue Water can't actually do much with these kills other than push out these waves. So they're going to need to do a little more than that if they want to make a deep push back into Conviction's side of the map.
It's going to be a hard place to do it, though, as it is a heavily contested game here between the two, you know, I guess a little bit of history between the two with Cloud9 in some way, and the affiliate system between them, what was and what is between Blue Water and Conviction, but a little bit of that coming here in game number 4. What was Blue Water's extreme strength, the continuation of summer is now at stake as they got to get ahead back on this game. They do still have this Jinx that is so unbelievably strong, but if they don't play around it, that's where things can get upended. And you have to remember, this could be the potential final game for Blue Water.
That's right. Blue Water must be feeling the pressure as Rovex is in a little bit of trouble. He's going to be able to walk out, but that's right. Conviction win this game. There is no game 5. There is no second chance. Blue Water are out of the tournament. Third is a respectful finish, but we want second. That's what they're thinking right now. At the very least, top 2 so they can go to that promotion tournament. Conviction, with one big team fight, looking like they're closing the door to that dream.
We have full builds coming up. This is exactly what I wanted. The tension. You could cut it with a knife. As we see TF Blade still sticking to his guns in the side lane. You do wonder these approaches in these next fights. In this ultimate fight of the Dragon Soul for Blue Otter in 50 seconds. The questions will remain. Can Quacker save the day with this Shen? Can TF Blade find Array or Samikin? Can he just take them out of the game? It all comes down to a fight here if Blue Otter want to contest now.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see, because they technically could let this dragon go if they don't get a good setup for it and could try to make a play elsewhere, but there aren't really any tier 2s left except on the bottom lane, so they might feel the pressure to just fight for this Drake and try to get that Dragon Soul. It could be that little push they need to get over the top and win this game, because it's looking like they're losing control.
Now, this is another conversation, is when do the top laners come to the play here? Because Garen, it feels like having the better of it in the side lane. Quacker has his stand united. No TP for TF Blade. But if you commit and you go to that fight, he can end the game.
That's right. That is the big danger here. He's so strong right now, and he's going to be able to take structure so quickly. So if Quacker is going to make a commitment like that, it's got to be a fight that they know they're going to win. So that's why they're just keeping each other away. Maybe they just want to keep this as a 4v4 because Blue Otter are still pretty strong.
I'm getting goosebumps now. The tension is the highest it can be for Blue Otter. They have been asked the question, what are you going to do about your map states? And they have to come up with a solution. A team that's been so strong about it in this run, in this miracle run that has been one of the craziest of NACL's history. They find themselves in a 50-50 situation against the streamer team, Conviction, a team they have fallen to so many times before. The Mega Inferno Bombs coming out, Blue Otter. They've tried their defense now. Coley's coming through too. Mega Death Rocket also used. About 4,000 health on the Dragon here. 50-50 is what it's made of, and it's going to parry. They deny the soul from Blue Otter. They're going to move TF Blade over as well.
Yeah, it's a huge win, though. They're low on health bars, so I think Conviction could be in a lot of trouble.
Parry.
Oh, Parry
Goes overboard there and is lost to the ocean that is Blue as Blue Otter step into the mid lane.
Yeah, that was a bit odd, but I think he just thought he would have had a little more time before blowing his flash. At the end of it, though, he secures the smite. So no one has a Dragon Soul just yet. The next one will be the decider in that regard. But this game remains ever so close, Lennon. We are approaching the 40-minute mark. We're going to get pretty close to a point soon where the gold doesn't even matter anymore as everyone's getting to full build.
Yeah, I mean, we have the GA now for Viper as well. You have 16 stacks on the Magi's for a while now for Evolved, still unkilled in the game. And that's absolutely insane to think about 40 minutes in, but he is just laying down the heat. On the side of Blue Otter, you've seen some moments that maybe they want back, and maybe this is it too. TF Blade has an angle. No, Blue Otter. What has happened? Samikin's going to get out with the blast code, but they've already given Rovex. Oh, God. I'm feeling it. It's fall coming to Bear as Baron's going over. Can he get in the pit, though? The damage is done. Baron goes down to Blue Otter. They got to get out of this one, though. Daisy is there around the corner, but the excited nature will end up falling, and now Quacker is being wrought on by CNV. The back did not come through from Samikin.
Oh, Parry!
He's going to get potentially taken down. Parry has come back from the grave. Maybe it was all part of the plan, as now he's locked down. He's taken down, and Array is excited once again. And it's all the time that Quacker bought from Viper and TF Blade.
Yeah, it still ends up being a somewhat unfavorable trade, but Conviction, they walk away with the Baron buff on 4 members, so they're still going to be able to get a lot of value out of this one. Barely holding on. Blue Otter are still making plays, even with the pressure that they're facing right now.
Longest game of the playoffs has been about 50 minutes. And we're at 40 now, and I expect this next fight to be a backbreaker. The Baron for Blue Otter will continue to let them push out a little bit into these waves and try to keep pressure on Conviction, who now do have TP for TF Blade. Not going to have it for Evolved, but can TF Blade continue to be a menace in the side lane?
I think the answer to that one is yes, especially considering his TP is back off of cooldown. It does mean that Quacker, once he respawns, is going to have a more difficult time trying to match him. And he's already approaching their base in that top lane. So right now, Blue Otter, they're just overloading with their Baron buffs. Yeah. Oh, They
They're
might
going to lose a lot. I thought they were going to commit. Okay, they're going to keep Array there. They're going to keep that excited state, and they're going to move it into the inhib.
They have
That
Baron.
should be a
This
nice
is
little
fine.
trade here. They could just end it if they don't get the defense coming through, but that inhib will just be the trade. So it's a mid inhib for a bot inhib. And Blue Water will make it out away after that trade. Tension across the rift. About 2 minutes for that dragon.
Oh man. This is a close one, Lennon. So,
The
props
super
to
minions on bot
Conviction.
line are OP.
They are. I still think it's pretty big for Conviction to be able to trade that for an inhibitor. They were going to lose that inhib no matter what. So I think being able to get a trade there is valuable. But yeah, should be pretty easy for Blue Water to keep this lane pushed and move towards this dragon. They just want to use the last bit of their Baron buff to escort this wave, and then it's just got to be about the setup.
Here comes the siege, though. Those 3 grubs really coming back to haunt Conviction. Not going to get the mid inhib turret just yet. Array is starting to pump now, though, and doesn't have any more minions. Just has Cannon minion here to do some work onto it. Conviction surrounding. A lot of vision is already in place around the Dragon Pit for Conviction, so they don't have to be too worried. They do want to go out and refill those through, but they got to deal with the siege first. As the turret's finally going to fall, Array can get a little excited, but not excited enough to make the difference in that one and go forward. Going to be back to the setup around the dragon here in about 35 seconds.
Yeah, another inhibitor going down is going to make it a little harder for Blue Otter, or rather a little harder for Conviction to be able to push these waves out, especially with no one answering those supers in the bottom lane. Now it gives Blue Otter that first setup for this dragon coming up very shortly. They will take this objective pretty quickly, so if Conviction aren't careful, they might end up walking right into an already excited Jinx.
Yeah, Perry almost got caught in the trap that Blue Otter laid there with the vision play. Daisy's going to be let loose onto Perry. Perry's got to fight that one off because they got to set up around here. But look at TF Blade. He's just in that top side. He's pressuring Cracker. He took down the turret up there. Blue Otter, they're starting to panic a little bit. They're starting to get ran down a little bit here.
Oh my God.
Look at the Bio-Arcane Barrage evolved with his moment in the sun and his moment in the sky. Summer is over, and it's all about Conviction.
Fall has come a week early because Blue Otter Summer
Not
is
like this.
over. The ace comes through. There's nothing left for Blue to do as Conviction decimate the base.
The streamer team that had upset Blue Water so many times before will do it again. Conviction have a date with Luminosity Gaming and are your second LTA North promotion team from the NACL.
And man, you gotta give some serious props over to Conviction Esports themselves. Not only for beating Blue Water for a second time, but the way they were able to come back in what looked like an extremely difficult game for them to win, especially considering they were down for so much of this game 4. So you talked about it, that experience, that calmness under pressure to be able to make the correct plays despite an overwhelming disadvantage is just amazing.
Yeah, and Conviction maintained their dominance over Blue Otter. Like 2 of them in the first series. They only lost 1 this time around. And make sure you get your MVP votes in because I think it's going to be a difficult one. TF Blade, Perry, Viper, whoever you think it is, because my God, what a series from Conviction. They win for the first time on red side in this series. They come back from a 6,000, 7,000 gold
Something
deficit.
like that.
And this is a team you can get behind. Not only because it's absolutely insane to think about these names contesting for an LTA North spot in the big old 2025, but it's the way that they've done it. Yes, they faltered to Luminosity. Yes, they ended up finding a game, you know, off of a very big draft, but we saw them stretch the mold here today against Blue Water, and I think it was such a convincing win in the end. A lot of these games ended up having such strength from Conviction in their macro decision making. I could give them a nice tip of the cap here for earning that second place.
Yeah, it's definitely well deserved because now you said it, they're going to that LTA promotion tournament. They have the chance to take that spot in Tier 1 from Disguise, and it's got to be a big deal for some of these players who have been around for quite a long time. I'm sure it's the same for Luminosity Gaming, being able to play at the level where now you can contest for that Tier 1 spot. So it's got to be very meaningful.
It does indeed. I know it means a lot for them. It's been an incredible run for them, and as well, I just want to give a little moment to Blue Water. They made it further than they'd ever made it so far in the NACL. It was a hell of a miracle run, one of the best runs we've seen in NACL's history, and the most important split of all time in NACL's history. So, hats off to this Blue Water squad. Call them the heart of NACL for a reason. There's a lot of people backing them as well. I wanted to see 5 games no matter what. Unfortunately, we didn't get Silver Scrapes for this one, but Conviction were just the better team. I think they had a better read on the macro. That game 1, man. Being able to play with the minds of Blue Water. And
Yeah.
I'm very proud to say that these are the teams that are going to be representing us moving forward.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting tournament to watch. And of course, a grand finals tomorrow is going to be that rematch of the winners final between Luminosity Gaming and Conviction Esports. Hopefully Conviction learned a little bit to give us a closer series than last time. With how they played today, they just might.
They just might. Some of these plays, man, this was so deep into the game. We were like, oh, Perry, oh no.
Yeah.
And you just turn around the fights, man. Honestly, I know I want to check out the gold graphs, or the damage graphs rather. The gold graphs can be hilarious too. But Evolved, I think Unkilled in this entire game didn't have to use the Kog'Maw passive a single time. But also, if you look back to some of these later fights, he is doing so much damn damage, man. Like, it is unfair.
Yeah, he really was. At first, it felt like a really quiet game from him. He wasn't picking up many kills per se. He was just doing damage. He was just, spitting, as Kog'Maw does. And then it wasn't until that death cap completed where it's like, oh, okay, we can't. This guy cannot be ignored.
He cannot, and he was not. I think the whole team from Conviction kind of sticking together. Some of these flanks, some of these angles they had, actually incredible. Perry. This was the nail in the coffin. The game-winning Cataclysm onto all 4 members. They knew they were winning the side lane this entire time. Props to TF Blade. He masterfully navigated that side lane, and Quacker just could not do anything.
No, I mean, there was just nothing for him to do. So, again, it was really well played. Top to bottom from Conviction. Again, shout out to Perry for that ultimate. And just shout out to Conviction for playing this game as slow as they did when they were behind for so long. Again, it takes a lot of composure to be able to do that one. And wow,
man.
Okay. Look at that. Evolved, just quietly putting up numbers.
It had to combat the Mel damage, from the
Yeah,
last time
true.
around. I'm looking at that gold grab. That just made my heart sink, man. That is a brutal one for sure, but one that I know Conviction would be extremely proud of. They were not really in a position to be doing what they did, and they did it anyways. I think some really masterful game calls from them, some point blank engages that went their way, and I think just being able to navigate those moments speaks to the veterancy on the squad.
Yeah, it really does. And the skill that these players have, especially some of them taking a step away from competitive. We look at Perry, who we valued very highly while he was playing in the league a few years back. And now that he's back, it feels like he hasn't missed a beat.
Hasn't missed a beat whatsoever. And all they got was 1 Baron and 3 Dragons. That's it. You look at the other side, there's a lot more on the side of Blue Water, and that speaks a little bit of this final story for Blue Water, who did have a promise in that game, but weren't able to fulfill it. And it is going to be that rematch that we all were hoping and looking forward to. If it was going to be the Blue Water rematch, or if it was going to be, or at least Blue Water trying to take down another one of the top teams, or if it was going to be Conviction. And now we can say that rematch is going to be spicy. They did take the 1 game off last time. Can they do better this time?
Yeah, that's really the question. Maybe we'll see Silver Scrapes. Maybe we'll see an upset. Who knows? That's going to be a really exciting match to keep an eye on tomorrow. It's just a really good series today, Mazal. I don't know.
Hey, I'm believing, man. I believe
Yeah?
that
You're
they can actually
believing.
do damage in that promotion
Okay.
tournament, and potentially tomorrow in the
Oh,
grand
yeah,
finals.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to hear from one of them and kind of talk through what this day meant as well, what that game 1 was like as well. I want to hear some of the comms there. I know we always talk about wanting to hear the Blue Otter comms, but I'd love to hear the comms from Conviction too.
I think that would just be really funny. Like, I just want to know who in draft said, I could just, my guess.
It was Viper,
time,
100%, right?
Yeah,
Like,
who's Viper is like, let me play top lane.
Like, this
I
is
will
so good
I will
top.
run this guy's pockets. I will run
Yeah.
this guy's pockets.
He did. You had a lot of like one-sided KDAs in these games as well. Not only like for both sides, honestly, like a lot of unkilled, crazy games. I mean, the fact that Catapult didn't die like a 45-minute bagger. That's just insane.
Yeah.
But we'll see who ends up getting the MVP, who we end up talking to as well here pretty soon. And Conviction are officially your LTA North Seed 2 promotion tournament from the NACL spots.
Or Seed 1 if they win tomorrow.
Or Seed 1 if they get in. At least the second one in, I guess, is what I was trying
Yeah. They've got the second ticket for sure, which is a cool thing. Really excited for that promotion tournament when it comes later this month, and we'll see.
Yeah, we
Really
will
exciting.
indeed. As we do have our interview ready now. It is going to be Perry, so we get to hear a little bit from that jungle mindset. So Perry, come on in. Come get your congratulations, Perry. You made it to the LTA North promotion tournament. I just want to start off with that. I know you have grand finals tomorrow. I know that means a lot, but this is the most important split in NACL's history, it feels like, and you've made it to the big show. How does that feel for you?
Yeah, it feels really good. The promotional tournament definitely added a bit of nerves. It's still qualifying for it, but yeah, it's a great feeling. We'll see what we could do. So.
Yeah, I want you to talk a little more on that. Like, what does it mean for you guys as a team, for you as a player individually too, who stepped away from competitive, came back, and are now still performing well enough to make it to this tournament?
Yeah, I think like our team, it was really last minute everything, and all of this has just really been like we're focused on streaming still. Like a majority of the scrims, we don't get a good quality because we're like we want to stream them. Our schedules are messed up. We have nighttime streamers streaming that the entire night, so it's a big mess. But at the same time, we are all really focused competitively, and we all really want to win. At the end of the day, we have like multiple rank 1 achievers, multiple like people who just really want to be the best they possibly can be. So this is a way to prove that we're not washed and we can still compete and hopefully get the spot. Like we're gunning for it. So.
Hey, you put that on full display here. I gotta talk. We're gonna talk about the game a little bit more, but I want to talk about that game number 1. You're in the middle here, and you're bouncing between what is eventually this swap of the ADC Riven to the top lane and Rumble to the bot lane. Can you walk me through the decision-making process of that?
I mean, it's just something people have to watch out for. I can't give too much detail.
Yeah, of course.
But
from your perspective, you're just like,
okay,
do you, boo-boo?
For me, I'm just like, oh, it's Viper Riven. I'm happy. I'm always happy when he's on his champ. But honestly, it's a different game when you don't have a real ADC and you have your top laner laning with your support. It's just fun. Like honestly, I'm here for a good time too. So.
I like it.
Fair. I wanted to ask you about that last game where it's like Jinx, Ziggs, Ivern. They're like scaling to infinity. You're down several thousand gold, and you guys have to play these like very delicate, difficult fights. So. What does it sound like when you guys are talking to each other? Are we thinking about Game 5? Are we locked in? Like, no, it's still winnable. It's hard, but we have to do X, Y, Z.
We're winning the fight. We feel confident we can win the game for sure. Jack Catapult on the Kog'Maw, he's like, I got this game. I can control it. He did an outstanding job. Everyone on the team really did outstanding. Blade was getting really good angles. But I think when the Ziggs got 3 grubs and he started just like walking into lanes and just like eating our turrets, we kind of fell apart. I'm gonna be honest. Like we're just like, dude, we can't clear the waves. This guy's just taking our turrets. What do we do?
Yeah.
And we did crumble a bit, but yeah, we bounced back and we felt confident we could still win for sure.
Yeah, that 4-man Cataclysm must have felt real good there at the end in that last setup there. Before we ask you for shout-outs, I want to ask you, do you have any words, any thoughts, or any learnings from that LG series to take into tomorrow? I mean, it's just a quick refresh, literally playing today and then going into the grand finals tomorrow. Do you have any expectations?
Honestly, like, we're really happy to at least be in the promotional tournament. So tomorrow, we're just gonna go there, have a good time, do what we can, enjoy it. We have another whole month to lock in. Like, that's the real end game goal. Is there's the promotional tournament, beat DSG, beat the other 2. Is it like I don't know what the league they're in, but then
LRN.
Yeah, LRN, yeah, and then like see if we can promote. So
okay, I like it. I'm expecting some spice tomorrow then, especially from you. I want to see spice from you, my man.
Some spice, yeah.
Let's go ahead and see any shout outs anybody want to talk about before we get you going.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to my coach team, the staff, and all the players locking in for the series. They honestly did a really, really amazing job. And we're only here because everyone's just like focused and they're centered. My family is always watching my games. Shout out to them, love them. And then my girlfriend's letting me stay here at her place to play on lower ping. So shout out to her.
Nice.
Uh,
Well, hey,
and
shout
yeah,
out
and
to you, Perry.
Everyone's supporting us too. Love you all. Love you guys. There's a lot of people saying congrats. Love you all.
Thank you so much, Perry, and I cannot wait to see the culmination of your split tomorrow. Congratulations on locking in the LTA North Promotion Tournament, and I'm excited to see what y'all do. All right, we're going to take it back from Perry and round out the series here. Conviction are convincing, and now they've got to convince LG of some spice tomorrow at least. I hope we get a little bit of a knockout, drag-out fight tomorrow, but today is all about celebrating the win for Conviction.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a great win too, especially that comeback in great game 4. Excuse me. It was a really good series from Conviction overall. Really nice to talk to Perry as usual. Hear the confidence, hear what this team has been working through, again, with their priority being streaming and making it just that much more impressive that, you know, with the scheduling difficulties, with the streaming priorities, that they're still able to make it this far.
They are indeed. Now let's go ahead and crown our MVP of the series here. Drum roll, please, as we get that rolling out here. As they keep beat down.
Of course.
It's going to be Viper with a KDA of 7 coming out clutch in multiple games. I got to say, like, the
That's
Ribbon
super
game
earned.
was awesome. The
Yeah.
Zeri game was pretty awesome. And the Lucian game at the end there, yes, on top of Evolve's damage, really being the duo that came through clutch for Conviction.
Yeah, I think this was very earned for Viper, who I think overall had a good series, who's had a great split. His first split playing competitively as an 80 carry. Yeah, he literally played game 1 as a top laner, to be fair, but the Zeri and the Lucian were still really great, especially that Lucian, some of the plays he was able to help create in these very difficult situations. He's just been consistently good all split long, and that showed itself again today.
Yeah, he has indeed. I think it's very crucial to factor in that, you know, this Conviction team had a hell of a run in the upper bracket too. And I think finding themselves in that lower bracket was a little bit of a tough situation for them. They definitely felt like they wanted a little bit more in that series against LG, and I think now they'll get their opportunity. I know they're saying, you know, they're just happy to be there, but I do expect a little bit of a contested series from them, as we do see everything is done except for the grand finals. Only one day left in NACL 2025.
That's right, one last match before NACL is done, and the only thing we have to look forward to as Tier 2 enjoyers is the promotion tournament. But at least we can rejoice because it's not over just yet. We have one more exciting day of games ahead, and that's tomorrow.
It is. LG look to remain dominant, go back-to-back champions in 2025 versus Conviction, who get a rematch of all time against them in that grand final.
Yeah, that's right. Will Conviction just go away relatively quietly, or will they show us a little bit more than they did in the winners finals? The only way to know is tomorrow.
That is true indeed. Now, I'm going to try not to get emotional, so hopefully we'll be able to wrap this up really
you
quick.
can do it. I believe
but it
in
has
you.
been a long year. I know it's been a lot of ups and downs for our league, the league that we love so much. And I just want to shout out the community, everyone that puts so much effort into this league, into these moments. Beatdown, it's been a pleasure to cover this league alongside you. Huge shout out to
Likewise.
League Ace, production team behind the scenes, making everything work for us so easily, and to the community that supports us all the way through, no matter what. We do this because of you, and we do this for the players. And I just want to know that this season has been incredible. It's the stories we've seen in the tournament so far have been second to none in the most important split of NACL's history. And it's been an honor to be able to serve alongside you for this broadcast here, Beatdown.
I appreciate it. I could never top these speeches you do at the end of splits as well. Let's just say I appreciate you. It's been great casting alongside you this whole year, and it's been a good run.
Well, for one last time from me, that is it from us for the day. We will be back for grand finals tomorrow with one last big moment, and ProDiff.gg, our big sponsor, shout out for one last time too, as you make sure to go get that one-on-one coaching from that QR code. But that being said, tomorrow is going to be a big one. See if LG can conquer yet another title, or if Conviction can have a little bit of spunk with them in that final game. See if we get that spice that I was asking for. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift. This feels like Conviction had the better answer, and they're going to try to play on this top line as they have a 2v3, and they are winning it, by the way. They had the dawning shadow from across the map, but here comes CNV Blade flashing into the bush, getting away, and Viper is just tearing them apart. This bodyguard coming clutch for Blue Otter, as now the bot lane turret is the focus for Conviction. Double top blossom play, although they've already lost Evolved. Now Rovek's gonna get flashed off by Viper. Viper won't get the kill first. He misses the missing shot, and now Blue Otter, they have their return. They have their fight they want. The flashes, the dashes, and Blue Otter are looking to take hold back. Very happy if they can get that one locked down. Here comes the escape from Kryra, just going for the flash play and going to put CNV to bed in this game. As CNV finds the backline access, now Viper, he's cutting them down, but he gets locked down. The Obliterate comes through, and the Glacial Prison going in. They're just trying to take down.
Wow, oh god!
This might be the moment. The Dragon goes over to Blue Otter, though. The Infernal Soul is starting to wreak its havoc. Conviction, they had their Conviction set, and now they are circling Blue Otter. They wanted one fight, and that's all they needed. Look at this moment
nice
from the streamer team as a Viper sat down by Viper, and Conviction, even if they lose the soul, they take almost everything from Blue Otter. Sammy King gonna be ran down by Perry. He's trying to do as much as he can, but TF Blade has Otter. They're starting to panic a little bit. They're starting to get ran down a little bit.
Oh my god!
Look at the Bio Arcane Barrage! Evolved with his moment in the sun and his moment in the sky. Summer is over, and it's all about Conviction.
Fall has come a week early because Blue Otter Summer is over. The ace comes through. There's nothing left for Blue to do as Conviction decimate the base.
The streamer team that had upset Blue Otter so many times before will do it again. Conviction